You're listening to part 2 of a 5-part podcast. The other parts are available in your podcast feed right now. Timecodes are in the description of this episode down below for when each film is discussed and when we are joined by each of our special guests. Enjoy.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo. Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
All right, Richard, new storyline for the Scooby-Doo episode. Does AJ have COVID? That's the new big. That's the new storyline that's been introduced. It's the mystery. Yeah. So we haven't recorded since before Christmas.
Really?
Christmas Eve. Yep, Christmas Eve started feeling a bit nasally.
And it's now early February, so it's been a long time.
bit nasally, right?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
No, nothing out of the ordinary. Thought it was just exhaustion. Thought it was just not getting enough sleep. Fast forward a couple of days, terrible sore throat. Still testing negative on the old rat tests.
Yeah.
Today, feeling a lot better than I was yesterday. The pressure is on, of course, because I have a New Year's Eve party. You know, and on Sunday. It's currently Wednesday. So even if I did have COVID, I would have the symptoms started a day before. A week before the thing. However, my flatmate has just reported a little scratch, a scratchy throat on her own person. I just did a rat test before. I was going to do it on pod.
Nice.
But the pressure was on to check that I didn't have it from my flat. So I was like, all right, I'll just do it now. And also, is that gross to shove a cotton bud up my nose or whatever they're called? And then do that on.
Have you, when you test, do you do the throat as well?
I do the throat as well, yeah.
I do the throat, I do the nose, I do the whole thing.
I put it way too far up my nose. When I went to England, I had to get a professionally done COVID test, and I was shocked to see how not that far up your nose they put it compared to what I'd been doing. I'd been itching my brain. They basically just put it inside your nostril.
Well, the original, before rat tests were a thing, certainly in New Zealand, the PCR tests, you had to go quite far back, twist it for 10 seconds, and then that was part of the whole thing of the rat tests, is that you don't have to go back as far. It's about 2 centimeters. But when I went to China, I had to have one done when I arrived in the country, and it wasn't administered by a health professional. It was just administered by some quote unquote volunteer, you know. Obviously being China probably wasn't a volunteer, but so he went back, the 2 centimeters kept going, and I was like, oh, so this is a proper PCR test, right? Went back to, the furthest back anyone had done a PCR test up until that point, and that was his halfway point. He kept it was genuinely, I think it was actually very unsafe how far back he went. And other people that went through reported that they were, uncontrollably bleeding after their ones and shit. Dangerously far back. And
wow.
Yeah.
The things we do for love, huh?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's the new storyline. I'm also, I should probably report as well that because we're on a schedule, we've already had to push back some guests because we're behind schedule for Scooby-Doo. This is probably the sickest I've ever been recording a podcast, so I hope that doesn't come through in the. I'll try edit out all my sniffles. I haven't really had a cough, and I haven't really had a runny nose. It's it's all just been concealed inside my head.
Yeah. And the thing is that when AJ says this is the sickest he's ever been, is you don't just throw around a phrase like that lightly, you know? No. It's not like you to say that you're the most something you've ever been. So guys really understand how sick AJ must be to throw out an expression like that.
Are you implying that I'm exaggerating?
No, I'm more just implying that you say that you say that all the time.
Well, actually, I've stopped saying it, Richard, because you made fun of me for saying it. So I haven't said it for about a year.
I didn't make fun of you. The fans made fun of you.
Well, you picked up on it and started making fun of me.
No, see, this was the thing. One of our listeners mentioned it in the Discord, and I was like, I had no idea anyone else picked up on this. It was one of those things that I never called you out on. I just thought it was like a funny little thing that you say all the time. And then, and it was like, wow, I didn't realize that it was enough of a pattern that, you know, someone who doesn't know you personally could pick up on.
I used to say, I think about XYZ all the time, or I think about XYZ every day.
Yeah.
Apparently, I said it so much that my flatmates started saying, "You say that all the time," and now again, I haven't said it.
You say that at least once a day.
Yeah, I haven't said it for about half a year, and they still give me shit for it. Stop making fun of people for saying things. I reckon. Stop doing that. Just the word. That's my PSA.
Okay.
It's like making fun of someone's laugh.
I quite like. I think about that all the time, or I think about that some insane amount of time. I like that.
It's true.
I like that as an expression. The thing about you saying that you were the drunkest you've ever been was just like. It lost all meaning because that's actually like a benchmark. But like I can accept as a hyperbole even. Whereas I think it's the drunkest I've ever been, it's the sickest I've ever been. That feels too like specific to be a hyperbole.
It's just not hyperbole, because this isn't the sickest I've ever been. This is the sickest I've been recording.
Yeah.
That's not that specific. Well, no, and I guess it is, but that's my point, is that it's a relatively niche thing.
Remember that time when...
this is not helping me get better.
We did a podcast... Well, I did a podcast solo because you were too sick. And while recording it, I had COVID.
I didn't remember you had COVID during recording it.
Yeah, I did. I tested positive like the next day.
Oh, wow. Well, good on you. Real trooper. I'm not as bad as I was then. That was the sickest I've ever been when I couldn't do the podcast that time.
I think about how sick you were all the time.
Because you thought I had COVID, but I didn't.
Yeah.
I had super flu. Scooby-Doo and the Legend of the Vampire. We're back into the trough of the straight to animated. Fucking hell.
They didn't film these ones first with live action. They went straight to animation.
Straight to video animated films. This was directed by a guy named Scott Geralds. It has no critic score. I think those days are gone, except for maybe the live action and theatrical ones. It does have a 61% audience score. Richard, what is Scooby-Doo and the Legend of the Vampire about?
So, Scooby-Doo and the Mystery Gang arrive in Australia. And
can you do your best impression of an American doing an Australian accent?
Oh, good day, mate. Oh, just chuck some shrimp on the barbie.
Very good.
So they go to the Outback to see this music festival of vampire rock, and who should they run into? Those three bloody loves of my life, the Heeks girls. So immediately skyrockets this film into the top half because I think that's going to be my thing. Anytime those girls show up and I hear the
shake their little booties,
then I hear the I'm a hex girl and I'm gonna put a spell on you.
Yeah.
You can fix that in post, so we're singing at the same time.
We were on my end.
Well, we were way off on mine. And but anyway, yeah, there's been this band who performed in the previous year of the Vampire Festival, and they've gone missing. And so the gang thinks, mystery is afoot. Let's solve this mystery. And it turns out that the band, there's like this giant, the Yowie Yahoo is the name.
Yowie Yahoo is it's like essentially an Australian vampire, according to this movie.
There's this other band called Two Skinny Dudes,
which IMDb tells us is a reference to Two Stupid Dogs.
Okay. Who are set to play at this festival. It turns out that they are actually the members of Wildwind, the band that went missing, and
they've been dressing up as vampires.
They've been dressing up as vampires. They've been dressing up as two skinny boys, and to sort of have so Wildwind can have this big comeback.
Yeah. Richard, more like Scooby-Doo and the Legend of the Bad font choice. We open with Comic Sans in this puppy. This came out in 2003, which was probably before the Comic Sans discourse really began.
We did Comic Sans as a font come into existence.
Not too long earlier than 2003, I
94.
believe. Yeah, okay, actually considerably earlier then. If the first era of Scooby-Doo movies we watched was the like TV movie era, and the second, excluding the live-action theatrical release, if the second was like, let's call it the revival era, the Zombie Island era, I'm dubbing this the globe-trotting Comic Sans era, because we see Comic Sans at least one more time, and the next 4 movies are, and not including Monsters Unleashed, are about them globe-trotting all over the world.
Trotting the globe.
So if you can try your best to give an unbiased review of this film, I know that the Hex Girls skyrocketed into first, second, and third place. What did you think of this film?
Being completely unbiased, this is possibly the best piece of cinema I've ever experienced in my life.
Unfortunately, it didn't go to cinemas. I'm sorry.
It's cinematic though. That's the beauty of it. There's no Marvel characters in this. This is cinema.
No, that's true. That's true.
I enjoyed this one. I think that, like, you know, the we here in New Zealand love to make fun of Australians, and so a Scooby-Doo film about like a rock music festival in the outback that, you know, has funny Australian accents in it, done by American actors, and features the Hex Girls. I'm like, yeah, this one appeals to me. Like, I feel like if I discovered this at the age of 11 or 12, this would probably be like, I could see this being the one I had on VHS, you know, like James had The Witch's Ghost. And yeah, I could easily see this being the one that I grew up with. I
mean, I could probably say that for almost all of these, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
I don't know. I think the golden age is past. I think Zombie Island is not going to move from its spot of the animated films, personally. But I didn't hate this. I haven't really hated any of them. And maybe that's a problem, because I started re-listening to the Barbie episode to see, like, are there any tricks we're missing? Not because I feel the Scooby-Doo episode is necessarily lacking anything so far, just to see if there was anything. And one thing that struck me was how giddy and silly we were in the Barbie episode. And I think it's because, as we've said this before, I think already on this episode, very silly for 2 men in their late 20s.
Oh, I actually think it's too silly.
Yeah,
I think that's probably the silliest I've ever been in my life.
Covering Barbie. Yeah, and I think the problem with the not the problem, but the comparison I'm drawing now is, like, we were expecting Barbie to be silly and kind of liked it in some places, and it went to some strange places inherent to watching Barbie movies. I'm worried that Scooby-Doo holds the line too much, and that we're not going to see anything that plumbs the depths of sanity or anything like that.
If you met a 27-year-old white guy who was like, yeah, I have a podcast where we watch every Barbie movie, you'd be like, that's so funny. Like, what a silly thing
feminist.
to do. But if you had like an almost 30-year-old white guy who was like, yeah, I have a Scooby-Doo podcast, you'd be like, oh, cool. I probably won't listen to it, you know?
I wouldn't listen to it.
Yeah, God, no.
Yeah. So maybe I want to try and probably not for this episode, but for this segment, because I'm sick, but like, I think we're going to have to look deeper into ourselves to find the content than we did with Barbie. Because Barbie, it was right there.
Well, you got pretty deep in Barbie.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And you've had a lot of life experiences since then that, you know,
that's true.
Might make for some good content.
but what I'm saying is, like, while Barbie drove me insane, I'm worried Scooby-Doo is just going to make me depressed. And is that going to be the same, you know, and depressed, not like boredom is a strong word, but like nothing's shocking me. Nothing's making me go like, oh my God, I'm however old.
I'm rethinking, I'm rethinking everything I know about Scooby-Doo. Well, okay, so how far into what number movie is Legend of the Vampire? It's 10. Okay, so we're 10.
It's the 10th one.
We're almost a quarter of the way through. We're about a fifth of the way through. This is, you know, everyone says, you know, check in with your buddy to see if they're depressed. I'm checking in with you. What's your mental state like after 10 films?
I am starting to... Here's something Barbie didn't have that maybe we can dig into to draw more insanity.
A talking dog.
Well, no, yes, that's actually what I was going to say, is that, like, Barbie didn't have any, like, oral tick going throughout all the films. It was all just like, I'm watching a little girl's movie. But, like, I went down, I'd watched Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed and Scooby-Doo vs. the Loch Ness Monster yesterday. And then I went down to get some food. And my flatmate, who is going to be our next guest on the podcast.
And here they are now!
Monsters Unleashed, when we get to that in 2 movies' time, they were watching Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, and I heard Scooby's voice, and I was like, fuck. That's starting to really get to me.
Wow.
Because Barbie didn't have that. Barbie didn't have a silly voice, punishing us in every single film. So maybe we need to do that. Maybe I need to listen to like 10 hours of Scooby-Doo reading an audiobook or something to like truly try and draw out.
Hilarious idea. As for my mental state, I've been... Today's my last day on holiday. I'm back at work tomorrow. And I think that's when it starts to become harder to watch these films. When I've got my work schedule as well. But being about an hour, I could probably, if I plan my day well, I can watch them before work, which I did with Barbie, I think. And it was like quite a good way. Just like wake up, chuck it on while you're getting ready for the day, and then, it's like going to the gym, but for your mind.
Right.
And
watching Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. So with the last sort of week or so, I've found this a total breeze. I've looked forward to chucking on a Scooby-Doo at the end of the day, especially because the 2 live action movies, which as we sort of discussed and as we will continue to discuss, are very important films to me, and like ones that I was very excited to revisit, warts and all. And I don't know, I think that maybe it's this globe-trotting era that I'm actually kind of interested in. And, I'm just kind of like, this is a breeze. You're not going to... Scooby-Doo is not going to crack me. I can say that confidently now. Scooby-Doo is not going to affect my mental state.
Meanwhile, Scooby-Doo has possibly given me COVID. So let's see how we go. So this film, Legend of the Vampire, was released during the first season of the TV series What's New Scooby-Doo? And it
Coming after you!
What's New Scooby-Doo, of course, being the 9th incarnation of the character. So the 9th Scooby-Doo series. And it is animated with the series' signature flatter and brighter style, making this what I think is the first film of our journey to definitively belong to one of the shows. Like, this is a What's New Scooby-Doo movie, not just...
What about the first 3 that were explicitly like 13 Ghosts ones?
But they weren't. They were the Super 10.
True.
The 13 Ghosts had stopped airing. In fact, a pup named Scooby-Doo was airing during... when they were released, which it was definitively not connected to, because they weren't children.
I look like a right fool.
You're already forgetting your Scooby-Doo lore. Interesting as well, we mentioned this is film number 10. This is the first Scooby-Doo movie to end up having no supernatural elements, as the vampires are revealed to be men in masks, and the Yowie is revealed to be smoke and or mirrors. 10 films in, we've finally landed on a loyal adaptation of what the show is arguably most known for, its platonic ideal. This feels
he
like...
stole my thing that I say.
It should be the first Scooby-Doo movie, but the world is not fair, so that didn't happen.
The world is a cold, dark place.
Also, continuing to track people involved dropping like flies in the Scooby-Doo industry. This was the first animated Scooby-Doo film to be made without William Hanna of Hanna/Barbera, who died in 2001. And in fact, a dumb piece of IMDb trivia states this is the first Scooby-Doo movie production without co-creator William Hanna, who passed away on March 22nd, 2001, respectively. Which is not how you use the word respectively.
They just want to be like, no, they just think they're being respectful.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, because respectively doesn't work when you're only talking about one subject.
Yeah.
On a lighter note, though, we do have Casey Kasem returning as a notably vegetarian Shaggy.
Yeah.
We didn't mention this in Scooby-Doo 2002, but he only eats veggies in that as well. They're talking about eggplant burgers and things like that. So I wonder if that was a show of good faith to get Casey Kasem back on board.
Well, I think it's like, we talked about that there was the whole argument about like, no, eating anything is a fundamental part of Shaggy's character. And that I think that now, his best friend is an animal. It makes sense that he's a vegetarian.
Yeah, right.
He wouldn't be preachy about it necessarily, but to me, it's now like a fundamental part of Shaggy's character that he's a vegetarian.
Yeah, and I think it makes it more interesting. It makes him a more interesting character.
Yeah. I quite like Casey Kasem sounds a bit different now. Like there's a bit more, I don't know if it's just a bit more like rasp or whatever, but like the sort of, you could almost feel the strain a little bit more. And like, this isn't a complaint. I actually quite like the quality it gives Shaggy's voice. Yeah. I do too.
It's a very authentic voice compared to the others, which feel like they're doing a voice.
Yeah.
Along with Casey Kasem, the rest of the original voice cast of Humans is back. Frank Welker, Nicole Jaffe, and Heather North. Though Don Messick, the original voice of Scooby-Doo, as we mentioned before, died in 1997. So Frank Welker provides Scooby-Doo's voice in addition to voicing Fred. Frank Welker is still alive today, and no one else has really done Fred other than Scooby-Doo the movies and Scoob. This film is one of 2 direct-to-video films, this and the next one, to reunite the surviving 1969 to 73 voice cast, which is a pretty interesting little, feather in its cap for all the otherwise forgettability, I think, of what a lot of these movies are going to feel like going through. Richard, why do Americans just refuse to hire Australian voice actors? Is it just like, this is good enough?
Yeah. I think so. I think in the same way that I think, we're about to see it, not the next one, but soon, that like with Scottish accents that I think, oh, here he is. And if AJ took his shirt off, like if you and I were making a short film where we had to have a Scottish character or an Italian character, one of us would be like, I'll do it. Whereas if we were like, oh, we need to have an African character, we'd be like, probably we'll cast someone. It's that whole thing of there are accents you can do and accents you can't do. And I think Australian is like, oh yeah, they've got a stupid accent anyway. Like, and
they're not going to care.
But the thing is though, that they actually, there's a massive amount of Aboriginal characters in the film.
Do you think it's offensive? So there's Aboriginal Australians in the film, but they are not doing, trying to be respectful with my words here, they're not doing a typical Aborigine accent.
They're
just doing an Australian
It's interesting you say that, because I was about to say, it's interesting because they are doing an Aboriginal accent, which is different from an Australian accent.
I didn't realise. Maybe I've never heard the Aboriginal accent then.
Yeah, I mean, I would
Give us a rendition of it.
I would say that Aboriginal, or like the sort of traditional, what you would call an Aboriginal accent, is it's like if you were to blend Australian and South African. It has a bit more of those sort of vowel sounds. And yeah, I it's interesting, and I thought that was interesting starting the film, because I was like, this is the accent I remember my friend doing to make fun of Aboriginal people.
Oh, right, okay. Are they still your friend?
No.
Yes, and they're a guest on this episode. Here they are.
And here they are now.
Well, Richard, what if I told you that the Scooby-Doo wiki disagrees with you?
No way.
Because according to the Scooby-Doo wiki, under the inconsistencies / continuity errors and or goofs / oddities section, the Scooby-Doo wiki says, the accents of Malcolm, Daniel, and Russell, the Aboriginal characters, are that of New Zealanders and not of Australians. No, they're fucking not.
No, it's interesting that person's picking up on it being an Aboriginal accent, not an Australian accent. But yeah, no, it's fucking not.
No, it's not a New Zealand. And if it was, it'd be a terrible one anyway, because you got, like, maybe I should say, I'm going to put.
I'm going to do an Aboriginal accent.
No, I'm going to put in something for our Loch Ness monster episode coming up. That's where I want to talk about it, because this episode, this section is already a little bit chock-a-block. So Scooby-Doo, the dog, implicitly understands he's a dog in this one. So in previous ones, they've been like, oh my god, a dog, and he goes, "Rog? Rare!" And in this one, he kicks up no fuss at the suggestion that Australian dingoes could be his cousin. Or cousins.
Well,
so therefore,
that doesn't necessarily speak to the fact that he knows he's a dog. It's just that he's very stupid.
That's true, which is probably, I mean, how self-aware do you think a dog is? Although I guess they recognize other dogs.
It's funny, I've been hanging out with, the last few days, a 3-month-old baby and a dog, that when the house I was at, that I've given them their shout out.
Just the three of yous?
Yeah. And I was asking today, like, I wonder when the baby will overtake the dog in smartness and intelligence, I should say. Yeah, when does a baby become smarter than a dog? That's the new mystery. Forget ages. Yeah. Fake COVID.
What's new Scooby-Doo? Yeah. When asked about the missing performers, the villains of the film said that they sent them away on a free Great Barrier Reef scuba diving tour. And I think this is done... Yeah, I think this is done to say they didn't do anything wrong. This is illegal. This is a kids movie. They got this band that disappeared to consent to going on a Great Barrier Reef, but then they immediately follow up with the reason the Hex Girls have gone missing is because they dumped them in the outback, which is incredibly villainous and evil. You know, they essentially kidnapped them and put them out there with no food or water.
Or Scooby Stacks. It's
a weird thing that we're starting to see, as these movies bounce back from some darker depictions of the subject matter, which we saw in Zombie Island, Witch's Ghost, even the live action film. It feels like they're trying to go squeaky clean. And I think we're going to start seeing villains that don't really do anything wrong other than putting on a mask. None of them go to jail. None of them get arrested. I think we're going to start seeing that more as an attempt. A lot
of cultural appropriation,
which is arguably worse than putting on a mask and
yeah. I mean, it's arguably worse than dumping the Hex Girls in the middle of the outback.
One fun connection is that in this film, you see inside the Mystery Machine, and Shaggy and Scooby are playing what looks like Scooby-Doo in the Cyber Chase, the video game.
Oh, nice. I didn't notice that.
TV, so that's fun. Richard, I've written this is our second franchise we've ever done in which damned characters are trapped in a tanning bed because when we believe they're vampires at the time are chasing Scooby and Shaggy, they basically go through they run a gamut of things that should destroy a vampire. They feed them garlic and they show them reflections and shit like that, and then they put them in a tanning bed. And of course, after Final Destination. So the vampires are damned, and so are the Final Destination 3 characters. Bit of fun. We haven't done a fun little randomly placed useless statistic in a while. This is also the second Scooby-Doo movie in a row to either be filmed in or set in Australia, because 2002 was filmed in... Where was it filmed? It was
Gold Coast.
Was it the Gold Coast? Yeah. I think I brought this up on the podcast before, but one unique thing about living in New Zealand, and
when you say on the podcast before, do you mean on the Scooby-Doo podcast before?
No, a different podcast. Okay. I think it might have been shout out to Mike Noyes and Random Acts of Cinema. I think it was on our episode we did on The Rock. And this is something that I think is maybe a unique experience to New Zealanders or people living in small countries that is not that neither the New Zealanders or the Americans know as a unique experience.
Right, okay.
Which is, you don't really often see places you've actually been in movies. And even rarely do you see them animated. You know, we're watching The Rock on Random Acts of Cinema, and it was set in San Francisco where the hosts of the show live, and they were talking oh, we've been here, we've been there. But I've never seen my hometown in modern day. I've seen Heavenly Creatures, which shows the Avon River. But there are so many, if you live in LA, you probably recognize locations and films all the time.
Yeah, and like the big ones like it was like Toronto and Vancouver.
Yeah. But I've been to Sydney and I've been to Bondi Beach. I've stood where the gang have stood in this movie. And
How dare you stand where they stood?
and I find this so interesting because, like, you know, it begs the question: how accurate do you make these locations? And the thing I think about a lot with this is the Spider-Man PS4 game. Is this street for street New York, or is this like an amalgamation of New York? Or even more terrifying for me, anyway, is New York just so big that no one's going to notice if you have an approximation of it? You know, because
I thought you were going to say even more terrifying. In some kind of cyber chase-like technology, did they shrink down the actual Manhattan and put it in a game?
Yeah. Because I would say roughly, I know every nook and cranny of Christchurch CBD, right? Like, I reckon I've walked down every street in Christchurch.
I've walked down every street in Dunedin.
Very funny, because there's an every street.
And there was a big murder that happened on it.
Oh, cool. So
David Bain murders.
Yeah. I think
murders,
man, a good name for a movie based on David Bain would be Every Street, because it's like it happened. You know, it's about normal people. That something, you know, this could happen to you. So, what a tangent. So like I guess I'm saying, like, if someone were to make a video game of set in Christchurch,
you would want them to run it past you first.
Well, no, not necessarily, but I would immediately find it so distracting if I was walking through a fictional street in Christchurch, because it's just so small that I'd be like, this isn't real.
Yeah, I think probably with like Manhattan, if you can get away with just the approximations of it, because I mean that's a lot of streets to do, a lot of alleyways and whatnot. Distractingly, not my hometown necessarily, but like where I live, Guns Akimbo, the Daniel Radcliffe movie, that is distractingly Auckland. Which is, it's annoying because it would be like a flyover shot of a, you know, with all these skyscrapers and stuff, and then it just like zooms into Daniel Radcliffe like pretty much outside my work. And yeah, but in animation, there's the works of Makoto Shinkai, the director of Your Name. Those are like almost photorealistic drawings that he's drawn to look like real life, and I think we went to some of those places in Japan.
Or that Simpsons episode where he goes to New Orleans and it's him eating, like, those are all real locations, and I thought that's so interesting to me. Imagine seeing, like, living there and then seeing that episode of The Simpsons and being like, but it must just happen all the time that they're used to it.
Yeah,
it just fascinates.
Yeah, I mean, like, because when like Rocket Power come to New Zealand, they're not going
to go past the Beehive or the Sky Tower.
Yeah.
Or the Christchurch, the Chalice.
The Chalice, we haven't dunked on the Chalice in a while.
Very controversial. Someone made us a meme that was like Planet of the Apes, like, you bastards, you destroyed it all, but it's of the Chalice instead of the Statue of Liberty. And they're like, it was already shit, but you destroyed it. And like, we had people commenting being like, boo! This chalice is awesome. It's part of Christchurch.
Yeah, well, that was your words verbatim, I believe, because you, on the Planet of the Apes episode, you did a parody of that speech.
Are you familiar at all with Australian yowies, or is the yowie yahoo like a new term to you? Have you heard the word yowie before?
I have heard the term yowie, of course. I was a consumer of chocolate in the early 2000s.
Well, that's what I wanted to bring up. For a long time, my only knowledge of yowies was a Kinder Surprise knockoff called Yowies that would come with a Australian wildlife toy inside them, and there was this whole lore to them. They were quite pretty. They were quite like, I really liked the art style of the like fictionalized versions of the chocolates. And I remember the bad guys were called Grumpkins, and they were all pollution. So all the yowies, because yowie is just an Australian catch-all term for like cryptid, basically.
Right.
And so all the yowies in the chocolate brand all looked different. And I remember my favorite one was called Nap, who was a bunyip yowie. Bunyip being a Bigfoot in Australia, so more specific than a yowie.
No, bunyip's not a Bigfoot.
No,
but
it's another cryptid.
Yeah, it's another cryptid, but it's Yeah, it's
Not
creepy.
as in like it is Bigfoot, as in like it's Australia's Bigfoot.
Yeah, sure.
Just like as we'll talk about, the Chupacabra is Mexico's Bigfoot. That's what I meant. And they were all different themes, and they all like represented a different part of wildlife. And then the Grumpkins were all represented pollution. It was very cool.
Ahead of its time.
Yeah. So, it seems that the different artist covers of Scooby-Doo Where Are You is retired from this point. We don't get any cool cold open in this one. The song is featured at the end when Velma sings it at the music festival, though, and the rest of the gang join her under the band name The Meddling Kids. Very much not an unironic use of meddling kids, because that's, we've got to the point where they're parodying themselves now. So finally, for talking a long time, it's probably because I'm sick, so I'm talking slower.
Yeah, well, and we spoke for so long at the start about other shit.
True. Kasem and Welker did an audio commentary for this as Shaggy, Scooby, and Fred on the DVD special features. And apparently, during the opening credits, Shaggy humorously remarks, "Who's this Casey Kasem as Shaggy? I'm me, and I play myself." And Scooby wants to know who this Frank Welker is. So that's fun.
It feels like an episode of the Laugh Olympics, which is another Hanna-Barbera show.
Exactly. Do you have anything else you wanted to say about The Legend of the Vampire?
No, I think we've done this one to death.
All right, let's move on.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo. Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
Scooby-Doo and the Monster of Mexico. It's probably worth noting that all of these have an exclamation point after Scooby-Doo, and then it just says "and." Not all of them, though, but some of them do. This also came out in 2003, not long after The Legend of the Vampire, so it's also part of the What's New Scooby-Doo series. It was also directed by Scott Geralds. It also doesn't have a Rotten Tomatoes score, but it does have a 51% audience score, 10% lower than Legend of the Vampire. Richard, what is it about?
Well, this one's about El Chupacabra, which is Mexico's Bigfoot, really.
Yeah, you could say.
Yeah, so Scooby and the gang are in Mexico because they're visiting Fred's pen pal. Yeah, this is another one that they just sort of stumble upon the mystery as well, right? That they...
Yeah, I think we're going to start seeing that quite often.
Yeah, especially with them being globetrotting.
It's like they're going on a holiday and end up solving a mystery.
Yeah. And yeah, this one, it takes place during the Day of the Dead ceremony as well, because it takes place in Mexico, and they're like, oh, we want some freaky Mexico shit happening.
Yeah, freaky Mexico shit.
That's
what they should have called Coco.
And the villain is someone who's not Spanish. I remember, doesn't speak Spanish, I remember.
Yeah.
Because...
Well, doesn't know Spanish well enough.
Yeah, because he leaves a tilde off the N in mañana.
Yeah. Yeah, it ends up being like the lover of the hotel magnate. I don't know. It's not very interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I'll do better once I'm not sick. And I'm gonna make a commitment. I'm gonna start, like, eloquently stating what the conflict is and who ends up being responsible at the start of every one. Let's start doing that.
Okay,
because it's Scooby-Doo. That's the whole thing. My favourite thing about this movie, Richard, was that we got to see the order in which the gang checks who's free to hang out, because Fred gets invited to Mexico. And the first thing he does, he doesn't message a group chat. He messages Daphne and makes sure that she's keen.
Yeah.
Once she's keen, they message Velma. Only when Velma is keen do they contact Shaggy.
That's really good, yeah.
That rung so true, because I've been Fred in that situation, and I've absolutely been Shaggy in that situation as well. I don't think Fred, in any incarnation, likes Shaggy at all. I think he really likes Daphne, and he likes Velma, and I think that Shaggy somehow is connected, because
Yeah.
you never, as the only two human men in the group, you never see them bond, you never see them connect, certainly not in the same way that Daphne and Velma do.
Yeah, they get a lot of little subplots because, well, I think it's partly because Daphne and Velma are so diametrically opposed that it's fun to put them together, because it's like, oh, now Velma's trying to be sexy or Daphne's being smart or whatever, and
Daphne's trying to be ugly.
yeah. And this is what, watching the live action ones as well, and then going back to the animated ones, it makes me more aware that just like Fred just doesn't really have a character. And so it's like he's not like Shaggy's, he's scared, he's like cowardly, he's a bit of a stoner, but it's like none of the opposites of that are like Fred's defining characteristic. Like he's not overwhelmingly brave.
No.
Like if it was like he's the courageous one, he'll thrust him into any situation and he faces it head on. It's like he does kind of do that just by virtue of being the leader, but it's like you wouldn't describe his defining characteristic as being courageous. And maybe if it was a bit more of that, and then I think you just need to add a lot more to Fred's character, which they did in the the live action film. Sorry, that. You can have that back and forth with other characters. It's like he's self-obsessed. He's all these, self-obsessed is his main characteristic. A horn dog.
An absolute rat.
And then, you can put him against Shaggy, who's asexual. He's not, but that, he's the opposite of a horn dog. But or put him against with Scooby, who's an actual dog.
Yeah. I think I agree with what you're saying, that Fred lacks the same defining characteristics as the other three human characters. However, I also would argue that I've met way more Freds in my life than I have Daphne's, Velma's, or Shaggy's. Like Daphne, Velma, and Shaggy feel like cartoon characters. I've known Freds, like these guys that are just they're polite and they're cool, but like, they seem to be lacking conviction.
Yeah, what's your
they
thing?
Seem to be lacking passion. And they go through their whole lives. They have girlfriends and they get married and they have kids, but they like lack any texture to their personalities, and they don't seem to even realize they do either.
I wouldn't make him
really
the
judgy.
lead in my wacky mystery solving TV show, though.
Yeah. Why is he doing this? What's in it for Fred? He should be like studying engineering.
Yeah, you should be.
Yeah,
I think that even just leaning more into Fred being brave, I think would be would solve a lot of the issues.
Yeah. So this is the second film to briefly reunite all the surviving cast from the original series, therefore the implication being this is the last time that we'll see Nicole Jaffe and Heather North voice Velma and Daphne respectively. There you go. That's how you use it.
Nice being respectful.
North died in 2017, so it's not just they died and stopped voicing. It was like they retired.
Heather North retired,
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on Scooby-Doo in this film trying to fuck a tiny chihuahua named Chiquita?
I mean, more power to him.
I guess, in humans, when humans caught each other,
it doesn't. The size difference doesn't matter too much.
The size difference doesn't matter too much. Whereas this is like a Great Dane, a large dog in real life, trying to has fallen in love with a chihuahua who's, small enough to sit on his snoot, not in a sexual way though.
Sure, Scooby
together.
Like that.
I don't know. It was just sort of like, oh yeah,
well,
interesting.
The thing, so I'm so curious about this. Is that like, do dogs like?
I'm looking up Great Dane Chihuahua cross.
Well, yeah, but like, would a Great Dane really recognize a Chihuahua as being like the same species?
I think so. I think like dogs perceive the world far more through smell than
that's a
sight.
good point. That's a good point. But it's it just seems crazy.
This is
to me.
a very funny looking mixed breed dog.
That is a horrific thought.
It looks definitely more Great Dane than Chihuahua, but there's a couple of pretty funny pictures of
Oh, that's adorable. Have you? I love looking at dog mixes. Have you ever seen a husky and a pug mix?
Yeah.
And it's called a
I'm
hug.
gonna look it up. Husky pug. Someone once told me that the dog that I'm most like, well, they were like, "What dog are you like?"
Yeah.
Well, what dog do you think you are? And I was like, well, I want you to tell me I'm a golden retriever. Like, I can't say that. You've got to be given golden retriever. And they were like, you're a golden retriever mixed with something. And I was like, a pug. You're thinking of a pug. You're a golden retriever.
They want to say you've golden retriever energy, but you're not very cute.
Yeah, exactly.
What kind of dog do you think I am?
What's the like maybe like an English bulldog?
Why?
Or a French bulldog? Maybe no. You're not like small enough to be a French bulldog.
Yeah, right.
I reckon you're English bulldog because you're bossy, Richard. Because you get shit done, and when you eat things, you sound like this. But that's almost every dog, I guess.
Well, I don't think we needed to go there.
The monsters in this film are just people in suits again, and I gotta ask, is it blasphemy to say that I kind of prefer when the monsters are real? Of the two versions of Scooby-Doo that we've seen so far, like, I'm sure the gimmick is gonna wear off, or would wear off eventually after 47 films on both in both camps, but I'm glad that there is variety, and I think the stakes are just inherently higher.
Yeah, it kind of makes it unpredictable because you're like, oh, which kind will this be? I probably prefer there's a part of me that likes the charm of it's Old Man Wickles from down the farm, and the keeping you.
It's Dr. Aaron Harrington,
and then explaining how they knew and stuff like that. And there is always like when it's watching them as an adult and trying to actually look at, okay, how does Scooby-Doo actually set up a mystery? And, look at, like, is it earned with the reveal? Did they make it too obvious? Are there too many red herrings? Are there,
Yeah, I've started to be able to work it out in a couple of these before it's revealed. Yeah. No, I guess because I know that like the like lament of Scooby-Doo fans, and including some who are gonna guest on this episode, or have made certain assets for this episode, lament this, that like it's fucked up that when the monsters are real, it's wrong.
Right.
But I don't know. I just think it's more interesting. It's more interesting to have a real life chupacabra than to have a not real chupacabra.
Interesting.
Do you believe in any cryptids? Do you believe in the Auckland moose or the Canterbury cat?
The Canterbury cat I kind of believe in. Not the Auckland moose. I haven't really come across that.
But you have the Canterbury cat.
Yeah.
I actually have. Do you want to know my Canterbury cat story?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So when I was a teenager, I went on a youth group camp. This is not really my story, but I was there. I was in the front seat next to my youth leader, Gareth. And we were driving up to this campsite, and I was looking at something else, and then Gareth went, "What the hell was that?" And apparently he saw a large black cat like dash away out of the road. And like, how cool is that? I was, if my head had been turned in a different area, in a different way, I would have seen the Canterbury cat, and I would be dining out on that story for years.
Instead, you just met Brett McKenzie twice.
Yeah, and I vaguely remembered this story. The Canterbury cat, for those who don't know, there's a big black cat that lives in my city somewhere, apparently.
There was a sighting where they found one recently, but like it was just a real big chungus cat. Any other cryptids I believe in? No, I don't think so. I mean,
I feel like Bigfoot and Yeti and those like humanoid ones, they probably did exist, but I haven't heard of a Bigfoot sighting
since
20
HD
years.
video became a thing.
Yeah, fair enough. But like maybe
Well, the same thing with
these
the Loch
things
Ness
did
Monster.
exist.
Yeah, and we are going to talk about the Loch Ness Monster soon, obviously. But that's my only real experience with the cryptid is we went to Loch Ness, and there was a museum there, and I went into it fully like Nessie's real, and my sister went into it being like, this is a load of shit. We went through the museum, read everything about the Loch Ness Monster, and came out of it, and I was like, this is a load of shit. My sister's like, Nessie might be out there. Presented with the same information, we switch sides.
Yeah. Not to spoil the conversation for Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster coming up in a couple movies' time, it is widely believed that the Loch Ness Monster specifically is not real.
Yeah.
Like, the it's not like Bigfoot where the jury's still out. Like, it has been basically ruled out that the Loch Ness Monster could be real. But tell that to bloody Scooby and the gang, or it is fake. Depends on which which side they go to. I'm not spoiling the film. One interesting metatextual and cryptid connection, though, between this film and The Legend of the Vampire, Richard, is that one popular theory about the chupacabra in real life, which is chupacabra means goat sucker or something in Spanish.
Oh, yeah. The throat goat.
The throat goat. This Mexico's Bigfoot, essentially. One theory about it is that it is actually a surviving displaced thylacine, or Tasmanian tiger, which is a probably extinct wild Australian dog-like marsupial. It looks like a dog. It is not a dog. Can you believe it? It is convergent evolution. To give it canid qualities, but it is a marsupial because it has a pouch.
Wow.
Anyway, the thylacine, or the Tasmanian tiger, vaguely matches real-life descriptions of the chupacabra with its diet of goats, its ability to stand and walk on its hind legs, and its thin, tiger-like stripes resembling creepy spines in the dark. So, and often reports of the chupacabra in real life were like, it's got like, almost lizard-like spines going along its back. But if you look up a picture of a thylacine, you could see that set against a backdrop of the night sky, you might see those stripes as spines sticking out of its back, And I always thought this was a really interesting theory because there are scraps of evidence to suggest that thylacines were exported out of Tasmania as their numbers began to dwindle in the 1930s. And I am willing to believe there is enough wonder in the world that some of these could have ended up in Mexico. And you won't find this on Wikipedia, guys. This is like something I had heard on an episode of Last Podcast on the Left, and then Googled and did my own research and tried to figure out like how credible is this theory. And Richard, you might be like, why would a creature that went extinct in the 1930s be a credible explanation for a centuries-old piece of Mexican folklore? Well, Richard, what if I told you the shocking discovery that I made yesterday?
Wow.
That the first reported sighting of the chupacabra and the coining of its name happened in our lifetime.
What?
This is not like, hundreds of years ago, ancient Mexicans would talk about the chupacabra and the goat sucker. The first claim of a chupacabra was in 1995 and in Puerto Rico, not Mexico. That's not like an age-old mystery. It's, 25 years old, however long ago that was. 26, 28 years old.
Yeah.
That's shocking to me that the chupacabra is younger than me.
I'm confused. It says on Wikipedia, it says its first purported sightings reported in Puerto Rico in 1995, and then 2 paragraphs later it says sightings have been reported in Puerto Rico since the 1970s.
So the name chupacabra coined in 95, and like the sort of myth of it, but the idea of this goat sucking monster maybe since the 70s, but the 70s still after the thylacine went extinct in the 1930s.
Yeah.
You know, so it's still credible. For those looking for even more connection, the thylacines' closest living relative is the Tasmanian devil, most well known
see in the next film.
For the Looney Tune Taz, who makes, as you just said, a bizarre cameo appearance in Scooby-Doo 2, Monsters Unleashed, unintentionally connecting these 3 films in a row. They don't need to be connected; they've all got Scooby-Doo in them, so I guess it's not that surprising. But one of my favorite YouTube channels, I actually barely watch it. I think it's a load of shit, but it's very funny. No, is Thylacine Awareness Group of Australia. I might have talked about them before on the podcast, but it's just this sad group of cryptid hunters in Australia who are just convinced that the thylacine isn't extinct, and they've been trying to find it. Me and my friends love it because there was a video they released a couple years back where the guy filming is walking around with like a wildlife expert who's like desperate to find the thylacine, and he's like, I really want it to be us. I want it to be us that finds the thylacine is still alive. And he asked the camera guys, like, who's the presenter of the show, the camera guy, he asked this guy, like, what's your history with looking for the thylacine? And he tells the story about, he's like always been interested in animals. And it's like, cool, whatever. And then the host of the show goes, all right, mate, didn't ask for your life story. Which is, it's so, like, he asked him. Yeah. He's got this guy to be a host on his show. And then he's like bumming him out to the max. And
he did ask for his life story.
Yeah, exactly. It's so funny. They recently graduated from just something only I knew about to national news sometime last year because they thought they had a photo of a baby thylacine, and every expert looked at it and said, that's a pig melon or something like that.
That is just another.
It's just another animal,
yeah.
And it just took the wind right out of their sails. And I watched their response video, and they're like, I actually disagree with this. It's like, well, you would, 'cause you really want it to be a thylacine. So yeah, that was Scooby-Doo and the Monster of Mexico. Possibly a thylacine. No, it's not actually, because it's revealed to be a guy in a mask, but possibly a thylacine in real life.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
I can hear myself on your microphone. I
can hear you above me, out of sync with the recording.
All right. Well, I'll try ignore it as best you can.
Okay.
All right. So I've started editing the podcast, Richard. I've started editing what we've recorded so far. And I think the best thing about being the editor of the podcast is I have ever so slightly more creative control than you do, Richard. Okay. So I can change things. If we both say something at the same time, I can make it so that you say it like half a second later. So it sounds like...
or I just don't say it at all.
Yeah, exactly. And I can also take random clips of your voice and really make you say anything. Like, I don't know, I think Coolsville sucks. That was what a subdued reply. What a subdued response. Thank you so much for ruining my bit with that barely any laughter. We've got a guest on.
I want to go on the record and say there was not barely any laughter. There was no laughter.
I laughed quietly, which is bad for a podcast.
But if there was, it's because AJ edited in laughter from a different part of the podcast.
And I absolutely will do that. Welcome along to our next guest for the Scooby-Doo Odyssey, the Scooby-Doo Odyssey. I thought that would sound better in my head. It's Pickle Darling, aka Lucas, aka Lucas Mayo, aka also my flatmate and dear friend. All of these things are maybe relevant. Hi, Lucas.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. Yeah.
Nice. Awesome. Well, Lucas, for those who don't know Pickle Darling is a Christchurch musician whomst I live with, and who I really wanted to get on the Scooby-Doo episode because I was thinking, Lucas, your taste in movies is like either like really like kind of like good art house kind of stuff. And then there's a massive chasm where mainstream film is. And then there's like bad or nostalgic bad or, like so bad it's good. And Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed kind of fits somewhere. Which side of the spectrum? Who's to judge?
I mean, I expected to enjoy this more.
Oh, well, a little hint for what's to come. And also an update for both the storyline of the podcast and Lucas, because you're my flatmate, and we're actually recording in our own rooms. I'm directly above you right now. A little update. Can
you stomp on the floor or something like that?
Yeah, okay.
So that we can...
I'll point my mic to the ceiling.
Okay. That sounded so loud. I don't have COVID and I'm getting better. So that's both a storyline update and a flat life update. Yay. Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, the second live-action theatrically released Scooby-Doo movie, came out in 2004. It was once again directed by Raja Gosnell, a person that we'd never really heard that name before when we talked about the first film. What do we think it has on Rotten Tomatoes? Are there any guesses? Lucas, do you have any sort of like estimation about where this would be on Rotten Tomatoes?
I reckon... Like, when I was kind of remembering the movie, I remembered it being this kind of, like, really fun... Well, it was fun. But I thought it was going to be, like, a 60% thing. But I reckon, after seeing it, I reckon it was, like, less than 30.
And what about you, Richard?
I'm similar. That, like, my heart wants it to be a bit high, but I know it's not.
Yeah.
I know it's famously low.
This is 22% on Rotten Tomatoes, which I thought genuinely quite surprising. That is quite a low score for a mainstream blockbuster. Scooby-Doo 2002, the first film, has 32%, so it is a 10% drop. Yeah.
Unfair.
What is this movie about, Lucas? Can you give us a plot rundown, potentially? And maybe, Richard, you could fill in all the blanks that...
I'll interrupt you as I see fit.
Well, I don't know if there was a whole bunch of lore I was missing out on, because I didn't watch the first one in preparation for this.
The first one is, like, so unneeded for this one.
It's very self-contained.
Yeah.
So there's this guy who looks like MF Doom, and he brings these monsters back to life.
Yeah. No, that's a very succinct plot description. Any blanks you want to fill in there, Richard?
There's a Coolsville is having a museum to the Mystery Inc. gang, and it's
called the Coulsonian.
The Coulsonian, yeah, and the plot of the film is that some of the costumes have been stolen and are being turned into real monsters, and meanwhile Scooby and Shaggy are struggling with what their place in the gang is. Velma is struggling that she has a crush on Seth Green's character, who's the curator of the Coulsonian, and she doesn't feel sexy, and then Fred and Daphne pretty much just have the same character arc from the first one.
Yeah, I thought that as well. Isn't that interesting? They're self-obsessed and trying to figure out how to feel about each other and that sort of thing. So the main kind of like gimmick of this movie is that the monsters from the classic TV show are realized in live action because the villain of the movie is created
using randomonium.
Is that better or worse than unobtainium from Avatar?
Well, unobtainium's a real term.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's not like a real element, but it's I'm trying to think of something to liken it to, but it's like a real term used by people by like military and stuff like that to refer to essentially like a MacGuffin, like
Right. A
something that
real-life MacGuffin.
maybe we don't necessarily know what it is, but there's this precious resource we're trying to get to. It's called unobtainium.
So randomonium is possibly a military term.
Possibly.
Yeah, and so this randomonium is a substance that's found in monster generation because the bad guy is making monsters. They believe that Jonathan Jacoby, who was the pterodactyl ghost, Jacobo, you're right, is behind it all. They also suspect Old Man Wickles, who's played by the dad from Everybody Loves Raymond, Peter Boyle. Sorry, yeah, and that's sort of the rub. They fight classic monsters from the cartoon. At one point, Shaggy has boobs. It's all very funny and very silly. Had you guys seen this before, Richard? I know you have.
Okay, Lucas, I'll let you go first.
I remember seeing this. I saw this like at the movies when I was
Yeah.
young, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
I so distinctly remember seeing this at the movie. The main thing I remember about seeing this in the cinema is there's a scene where Shaggy and Scooby are trying to prove that they're real detectives and they're going to take this investigation seriously. And when the rest of the gang are, actually talking about what they can do for the investigation, and Shaggy's like, Scooby-Doo, take notes. And you see throughout the scene, Scooby is like writing on a notepad. And then the scene ends when Shaggy goes, Scooby-Doo, what's your conclusion? And he flips his notepad around. There's a picture of a rabbit on it. And he goes, bunny! And then like makes it bounce. And I remember finding that the funniest fucking thing I'd ever seen in my life. And like to this day, I still remember the exact next shot. And it's like, it's a overhead of the van driving away. And it's like, because I remember laughing so hard that I like missed that part in the cinema, and I was just laughing through like the next scene.
My main memory from seeing this in the cinema was it has the distinction of being on my Letterboxd list for movies I've watched alone in the cinema. I thought I was a big grown-up, went to see this. My brother had already seen it, and he had told me at home about the lemonade joke, where Scooby finds a potion and goes, ooh, lemonade, and drinks it. And when it got to that point in the movie, I quietly said to myself, ooh, lemonade. And the strangers sitting next to me were like, can you please stop talking? So watching it now as people in our late 20s, what do we think? Do we still look upon it with the same childlike awe and wonder as we did the first time we saw it? Lucas, what did you think?
I reckon, I thought it was pretty bad. But I reckon some of the jokes I thought were so much funnier now as an adult than I remember.
Any particular jokes?
Oh, there's the classic. There's the
bunny.
The Coolsville sucks.
Yeah.
I think Coolsville sucks!
It's such a classic line.
I think it's funnier watching it now because it's like the punchline is like immediately after. Like he gets in the van and he's still there. He's watching the news in the van right in front of the news presenter that he just filmed like literally 3 seconds earlier, and it's already been edited down.
Yeah, for those who haven't seen the film, this is when Fred is disgruntled with Alicia Silverstone, who plays a journalist.
Heather Jasper Howe,
because she has been cutting what Fred has been saying in interviews to make it sound like he thinks Coolsville sucks, and that's a line he says, and of course that's the line that plays on the news. My favorite joke in this movie is when Patrick, played by Seth Green, turns up at the mystery gang's house. And Velma's so scared, and she crawls away, and she's talking with Daphne about how she doesn't think she's pretty, she doesn't think she's hot, and then they look over, and there's a really wide shot of Fred and Patrick in the living room, just alone with each other, and you they're toasting, and you really quietly hear "to museums." And I think it's so funny because it's so like Fred just doesn't know what to talk about with this guy, so like that's where the conversation led. I think it's such a good joke. But yeah. What about you, Richard? What was your experience like watching this film as an adult?
This is one, and I said this about the first one, but it's even more true about Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, is that I can't look at this film critically. Like, I love this film so much. I think it's better than the first one. I know critics would tend to disagree with that. It's a film that, as much as I didn't really grow up with Scooby-Doo, and it's not an IP that means a lot to me, I just feel like for some reason Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed just means so much to me, and it's a film I absolutely love revisiting. I haven't revisited in a couple of years now, but I've seen this movie so many times.
Yeah, right. I think I have revisited this one more recently than the first one, but I definitely haven't watched it enough for it to be the same place in my heart as it is for you. My main positive things to say about it is I think compared to the first one, the classic Scooby-Done gags are done a lot better. Like the imagery of how do you even explain? Like when I think of Scooby-Doo imagery, I think of them running through different doors and hallways, and there's a bit in this where Shaggy and Scooby are running away from the Black Knight, and they are boarding up the door with things, and then the Black Knight walks into the room and starts handing them things to board up the door with, and they momentarily don't realize that he's there. There's another one where it's Shaggy and Scooby sneaking through a dark hallway, and you only see them when the light from the windows shines in, and the first one they're sneaking through, then the second one Shaggy's cradling Scooby-Doo, and then the next one the skeleton men are cradling the two. These cartoon logic moments, I think there was more of an emphasis on.
Well, there's also a bit where a trapdoor opens underneath them and they pause in the air for a moment, which also has one of the best jokes in the film when they're trapped. It's, if you ring the doorbell at Old Man Wiggles' place, you fall down to this thing. And they see the other people that have fallen into the trapdoor.
This was something I was going to point out as the next funniest joke as well.
A Girl Scout selling cookies.
Yeah.
And she goes, "Oh, would you like to buy some cookies?" And they look over at the other one, and it's two Mormons saying, "Have you heard the good word?" And Scooby's like, "Yeah, there's cookies."
That's great.
I don't know why I found that. So I actually wrote that down in my notes.
I also the one other thing that it's not a joke, but one of my favorite parts of this film, just for some reason, is when the masked villain appears on the roof and says, "Mystery Incorporated."
It's epic. It gets you all giddy.
It's, oh my god, I love
I get
love
that.
It. And also Mystery Incorporated.
Not
just ink.
I'm not made of stone, so while I didn't really like this movie that much, at the end when he's like, "Who do you think you are?" and he's like, "Scooby, Dooby, Doo," is that's the closest to a fuck yeah moment this movie's gonna get, and I'll take
that moment is what puts this above the first one for me.
Right, I understand. I also feel like Monsters Unleashed has a more chokehold on society, than the first one. We've talked about, I think Coolsville sucks, which has been the name of our Chromecast when we lived together, Richard, among other things.
I just bought a new Chromecast today, and I called it that.
I think that the buff Shaggy meme kind of was born from when he takes the potion and becomes real strong and manly. And even the subtitle, Monsters Unleashed, I feel like that ranks with Electric Boogaloo and Back in the Habit as when you're jokingly saying what a film's sequel title should be, you go blank, 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 Monsters Unleashed.
I'm glad you brought that up. Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed might be one of my favorite film titles of all time. Straight up.
Yeah.
I know we talk about titles a lot on this podcast, but maybe it is that sort of memeability of it. That just, and just Scooby-Doo 2 is just rolls off the tongue, and then Monsters Unleashed is the perfect cherry on top.
Well, James Gunn returned to write this one, and apparently, according to IMDb, the working title was Scooby 2.
Yeah,
but TOO, not TWO. I gotta say though, I feel like I remembered this movie more fondly than the first one, but I think I agree with critics on Rotten Tomatoes. I don't think the story is as good. I don't think the setting is as interesting as well. I think the spooky island from the first one is a lot more engaging. And I don't think the performances pop in this one as much as they did in the original. Like, when we covered Scooby-Doo, we talked about how Matthew Lillard is so good as Shaggy. And I don't know, he felt a little flatter in this one, I thought.
Yeah. There is one pretty iconic performance moment, which is not only performance, but, you know, a costume and makeup as well.
Yes. Go on.
Which I think you know the scene I'm referring
you
to.
All, you all clicked on this 24 hour episode knowing this was going to be talked about.
I have no idea what you're actually about to talk about.
So there's a scene in this film where when Velma is desperate to look sexy for Patrick, and she doesn't, you know, she's just trying to be what she thinks the ideal woman is, and she puts on this leather catsuit and, you know, has her glasses off and says, "Who's your mommy?" And it's this scene that, like, the joke is supposed to be like, oh my god, she's failing so miserably, but it's like, for people of a certain age, that's like a sexual awakening scene.
It's very hard to be ironically sexy when you are like an attractive actress, right? So it's like, and I think as well, like, they couldn't have known in 2004 that, like, mommy and daddy would have come back in a big way. Like,
well, I think the idea of saying "who's your mommy" in 2004 is like "who's your daddy" is a common expression, and it's like she thinks that flipping that is going to sound just as sexy, but it doesn't. But now it's like, "Mommy, I want milk."
Because even what's his name, Patrick? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Even his response,
Green,
who's my mummy? Like, he's so
baffled. Yeah, he doesn't find it attractive. Isn't that interesting? The direction on Seth Green is, you are more weirded out by this than turned on by this.
Yeah.
And it just rings so hollow, doesn't it? Because it's the sexiest thing I've ever seen.
It's unreal. It's fucking unreal.
It's the hottest fucking thing I've ever seen in my fucking
life. It actually
life.
probably is.
Okay, well, good for you. Linda Cardellini, very beautiful actress, and even if that wasn't fully realized by her. Although, like, because we talked about this, the first film has, like, there's a lot of, like, cleavage and things like that. And, like, we talked about how the first film was actually written or shot to be an R-rated film, whereas then they cut it down to a PG in the edit. Really? And for this, apparently that was Richard's research. But this one, of course, wouldn't have. This one would have just been like, make it as whatever as the first one was. Yeah. And so I do think it is, for better or worse, a little bit more tame. Just like even that scene. But that scene is trying to be ironic. That scene is trying to be like, look how much she's failing. Whereas, like, in the first one, there's just, like, a lot of deep necklines and stuff that isn't a joke. There's no joke in its sexiness, I guess, is the point that I'm making. Any thoughts on this, Lucas, on the ironic or not ironic sexiness of Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed?
Well, I think, like, I feel like it was, like, this generation of, like, I don't know what to call them. Like, real physical comedy. Like, I think I remember when I was young, Scooby-Doo and stuff like all the Jim Carrey, like The Mask and stuff. Yeah. Like, all freaked me out for some reason. Just seeing people act really, like, stretchy or something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, right.
I don't know why. It just... And the weird kind of body horror kind of element of both the Scooby-Doo movies and, like...
Yeah.
Like, the weird sleazy humor for, like, a kid's film, I think.
Yeah. The sleazy humor. I remember going to see Kangaroo Jack, another movie I've seen by myself in cinemas, and there's a bit where Jerry O'Connell, what's his name?
Jerry O'Connell, yeah.
Jerry O'Connell. He sees the love interest walk into the outback, and he thinks she's a mirage, and so he walks up to her and grabs her titties. And, like, watching this by myself, being like, my parents can never know that I watched this movie.
Kangaroo Jack.
Yeah, and Kangaroo Jack, a kid's movie, there's a groping joke. And it was just par for the course with these, like, raunchy kids movies of the 2000s. It's strange,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah. But Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed is like a chronically 2004 film.
Oh, yeah.
I
It
think.
ends with
And
Ruben Studdard
Ruben
singing a
Studdard.
song.
Yeah, that blew my mind. I screamed. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, that's the main thing I remembered about this movie, and I think that is genuinely, if someone was like, name the most 2000s movie trope, I would say end of Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. Ruben Studdard turns up out of nowhere, a forgotten American Idol winner, and sings a song.
The other one would be like the end of Rat Race.
Which Smash Mouth.
Smash Mouth shows up.
Yeah. It's like
I'm seeing a lot of people, because when you listen, Glass Onion has just come out in the last week on Netflix, and people are like, oh, these big ensemble comedies with like lots of stars, people are acting like they're a big deal now, but we used to have these all the time. Look
they
at
just
Rat
sucked.
Race. But people are being like, no, Rat Race is like actually this forgotten gem, and it's not even like, oh man, remember this film from my childhood. It's like, we need to revisit Rat Race. It's like, Rat Race fucking sucks. Like, I'm sorry, but like, Rat Race is a film that I've only watched as an adult, and I thought it was fucking terrible.
Right.
I reckon I haven't thought about Rat Race in like 20 years.
Do you know
It's
what,
so
Richard?
bad.
I bet Rat Race has an like equatable score to Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed on Rotten Tomatoes. I bet they're
probably.
about as good as each other. You just watched one as an adult and one as a child.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's exactly my point. Like, I'm not
Yeah,
going to go on Twitter and say Rat Race actually has more than double Scooby-Doo 2's. It has 45, so it's still not a good start. But I'm not going to go on Twitter and be like, Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed actually deserves like critical reevaluation. We need more films like this. I would maybe say that about the first one, just because it's this like insane experiment that
very
failed
interesting,
in the filmmaking process, and it's like, we should be taking more leaps and bounds like this. But let's not equate nostalgia with actual films that need revisiting.
Sure.
Rat Race sucks. Rat Race fucking sucks.
Well, speaking of nostalgia, I do think that the plot of this film, it is fun to see these classic Scooby-Doo villains in live action, and as a kid, I really liked that. As an adult, I think cameo culture in Marvel and stuff has kind of ruined fan service like this for me, and it's like, okay. And we've also already seen this plot done before in Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase, which, Lucas, you also watched unofficially with me, not for the podcast, in which the tar monster of all the monsters is the only one that appears in both Cyber Chase and Monsters Unleashed. I did a little research to see how accurate the crime fighting history and stuff, like did they just sort of vaguely go like, this is basically what happens in the cartoon, or did they go like, no, we're staying historically accurate to the TV series? Because I've always wondered that, like they say that the Black Knight was the first villain they ever fought, and I was like, is that true? And I was, of the secret identities you learn of the villains of the monsters, are they true? And yes, they are all true. No, there are some liberties taken, but there's some really loyal to the canon stuff. The Black Knight, for example, the first episode of Scooby-Doo Where Are You was called A Night for a Night or something like that. And featured the Black Knight. And the secret identity of the Black Knight was Mr. Wickles in that episode. And also the pterodactyl ghost, who's the sort of the main villain sort of this film. The pterodactyl ghost is depicted in the original cartoon as more of like a literal dinosaur, like not intelligent, not like just sort of animalistic. Right. Though the man under the mask was named Johnny. And the guy in the movie is Jonathan Jacoby. So,
and he would have gotten away with it too.
If it wasn't for those meddling screenwriters, James Gunn. Of the various monsters that appear in the museum, 4 of them, the cotton candy glob, a mermaid, a warrior woman, and a purple purple-clad zombie figure dubbed the Mortician Ghost are made up for the movie, or are loosely.
They're not real.
They're not real. They're loosely inspired on things that weren't from the cartoon and were never called these. So, like, the cotton candy glob is maybe from a 1999 comic. It's not called that. There's a Scooby-Doo and You Case of the Mad Mermaid young reader's book. The Mortician and the Warrior Woman don't seem to come from anywhere. So there are, some of them are just like, and these classic monsters, and they're not classic monsters at all. They're just made up.
I fucking love the cotton candy glob. That it's such a, all of them, it's like the pterodactyl ghost or the something demon or whatever. But glob is just such a funny word and such a non-threatening villain.
Yeah.
I also like when the monsters all become real, most of them are still a little bit silly. But the 10,000 volt ghost, who's just pure electricity, is actually terrifying. And Daphne tries to kick him.
Yeah, it's so weird. Such a weird move. You're waiting for her to do some kind of of course, because it's the 1,000 volt ghost, and then it's like, oh no,
10,000 volt ghost.
10,000 volt, but it's just kicking. Like, she doesn't come up with a clever solution to fight an electricity ghost.
I reckon I was surprised at how other than the blob, what's the blob called?
The glob.
The glob.
The tar monster? Or
the tar
glob?
monster.
Yeah.
I keep calling it muck, but that's the Pokemon one. I reckon the monsters look real good. I was like,
yeah, I did
look
too,
great.
yeah.
Especially the one with the kind of googly eyes.
The zombie?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that, because I remember going into this movie when I was 9 or 10, and that was the only Scooby-Doo monster I could think of, and then seeing that realized in live action was yeah. Richard's doing a very funny zombie impression on the Zoom call right now. So I appreciated that, and I think the monsters do look really good. I really like the tiny little skeleton men. I really like the tar monster, and I think they're probably the best thing about the film, and feels kind of like the reason why it was greenlit, is because it was an excuse to bring them to life, as Evanescence once famously said. I think they were referring to this movie. It came out about the same time. So.
AJ desperate for content.
Because how many have you watched this far?
This is the 12th one. No, this is the 12th one. Yep.
Okay, so is the whole storyline? Because I actually really like the storyline of them being kind of they've fallen from grace, and Shaggy and Scooby are insecure about they're not real heroes in the gang. Yeah. Is that something that you see in the lore of Scooby-Doo, or was that new for this movie?
It's something that I feel like is long overdue for the series. That we just in the last couple of films talked about how why are Shaggy and Scooby part of the gang? And I feel like this is a good place, and it's a great for only doing 2 live action films, it's a great plot for your second one to be Scooby and Shaggy realizing, how do we fit into the gang? Because
I thought that was great.
They kind of don't,
Yeah, I think in the cartoon they keep them in the gang because they're just they naturally find the monsters. They're prone to running into the fire, basically.
Well, and also they'll do anything. They're a couple of addicts.
Yeah,
they'll do anything for a Scooby snack.
Are Scooby snacks mentioned in this film?
They must be,
because they're a big part of the first one, but I don't recall them being in. They probably are. I thought as well, I think the reason why the first film has the edge for me over this one is because and maybe this is because of the whole written to be R-rated thing. It's a lot darker than Monsters Unleashed, I think. And I was thinking, there's a scene, we didn't talk about this, but there's a scene in Scooby-Doo 2002 where Scooby-Doo has his soul sucked out of him, and then it's not focused on, but if you look in the background, there is a dead, lifeless, limp body of Scooby-Doo there, which is a horrific image for you're based on your children's cartoon. But for all its weird, creepy sleaziness, I kind of think that's what makes the live action movies pop, or at least the first one. And I guess I'm missing that truly roll around in the mud darkness that the first one had, and is missing from this one.
Do you reckon if they were made today, they would lean more into that and be closer to like It or like Stranger Things, where it's like borders on horror, like full horror at times, but still.
Yeah. I could see them doing like a like Sabrina on Netflix, or like those the fucking like the Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey or whatever it's, and the Grinch one that it's like these lame fucking I think those are so stupid, for the record, but the but yeah, I could see a gritty, if we hadn't seen Scooby-Doo adapted in live action until in 2022, I think we would probably get a gritty Netflix series, like or Mindy Kaling's upcoming series. I could see that being like a in live action, but the slightly more adult oriented.
There is a really like shitty straight to video horror movie that's essentially this, but without being Scooby-Doo. But I mean, like, with James Gunn wanting to make an R-rated version, I think, and with Mindy Kaling's Velma TV series coming up, which is like it sounds like it's more like sexy than it is specifically scary. But like that, it feels like a good idea because Scooby-Doo is so malleable as an IP, and there've been so many different versions of it that hell yeah, make a horror movie based Scooby-Doo. Why not?
Yeah, Saturday Morning Massacre. Or Saturday Morning Mystery is the name of that film.
Right, there you go.
I completely forgot about that, yeah.
So
lame.
So
stupid.
Velma getting a boyfriend in this one is controversial, and was a studio note because, as we talked about, she was originally written as a lesbian in the first film, and so this was a fun little case of mid-2000s corporate homophobia, where they were like, no, write her a love interest that is a man. We can't have people thinking our coded lesbian character is a lesbian.
Crazy. I did not know that.
Yeah. Well, this movie is also not the second time we've seen Matthew Lillard doing a thing about Shaggy. I'm trying to figure out how to word this.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Next piece of trivia to still be accurate. So in Looney Tunes Back in Action, which came out a year before this, there's a scene where Matthew Lillard, who plays Shaggy, is sitting with a cartoon Shaggy and a cartoon Scooby, and they're like complaining to him about his depiction of Shaggy in the original movie. So that's fun. That felt like it needed a mention. Sorry, I was trying to figure out how to bring that up in a way that still made sense. But on Looney Tunes, as we mentioned before we cut to this segment, Taz has a cameo when they're trying out a bunch of potions. Scooby-Doo drinks a potion which turns him into a animated Tasmanian 2D animated Taz. And I hate this joke. I think it's such a weird thing to, like, why would he become a cartoon? I don't...
You probably came across this, but the reason for that is he was originally going to turn into the 2D Scooby-Doo, and it's like a funny thing, but they would like, wait, no, let's not remind people of the better version of this.
Yeah, that's correct. And there was also a point where he was going to turn into George W. Bush, but because the film was releasing in 2004, they were like,
an election year,
he might not be president when this comes out. Would that be a weird move? But lucky for all, he was still president when it came out. Thank God.
Take that, you lib Democrats.
Shaggy is no longer a vegetarian in this film. He's shown eating KFC. So I guess Casey Kasem, who Lucas has, the original voice actor of Shaggy, is a vegetarian and insisted that if he was to be involved in the series anymore, that every depiction of Shaggy needed to make him a vegetarian. I guess that wasn't honoured for this movie, though he does come back, so I guess he didn't care that much in the end. What did everyone think of the racially dubious scene where Shaggy and Scooby dress in stereotypical pimp garb and rock up to the bar where all the Scooby-Doo villains hang out, and they're speaking like stereotypical African-American slang? There's Scooby's wearing like an afro and big purple glasses, and he's disguised as a human. One of my least favorite the thing I think translates least to live action is people mistaking Scooby dressed up for a human. What did you guys think of that scene?
Oh, I hated that. Not just not just Scooby-Doo, but even Shaggy. It's like he's wearing a hat. Like there's no
Yeah,
obscuring of the
disguise.
face.
And he,
Like he might just wear a hat anyway, as Shaggy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the trope of like poor disguises being flawless. I find so funny. So that like
Yes, we're speaking to the wrong guy.
You're backing up the wrong tree. The only thing I love more than that is cultural appropriation. So this scene is pretty much my favorite.
It's pretty much the perfect scene for me. There's something about Scooby-Doo, CGI Scooby-Doo, dancing on his hind legs, because he does a little dance with a whole crowd, and he has the same height and proportions of a human doing human dance moves, but he's still a CGI dog. I found it like mind-numbingly uncomfortable.
Hilarious. I find that so funny.
It scared me. I like felt uneasy watching it. There's something uncanny about it.
I felt easy. I thought there was something canny about it.
Right. Did you feel more horny watching this or Velma and the red leather?
I think if we put Scooby in some orange leather, now we're cooking. I mean, he does wear Daphne's purple go-go boots in this movie, and that got me pretty randy.
Let's just say I jerked off afterwards, and I'm not telling you which scene I was thinking about. So the last sort of thing I have to talk about is what happened. Why was there no Scooby-Doo 3 Monsters Ascended? Back. Imagine that. It's Monsters Unleashed, then Monsters Back. Because it's pretty rare to not get trilogies. If for something like this, to not get like a third part. Maybe it wasn't as rare at the time, but it feels weird looking back that they never cashed in for a third chapter. Technically, there are straight to video prequels, which we will be covering in a few films' time, but I'm not sure if those are like explicitly prequels to the live action Scooby-Doo movies, or if those are just we made more live action movies. So essentially what happened was that this movie did not make enough money. It's reported to have done well, but not well enough to warrant a third film. In August 2004, Matthew Lillard said in an interview that a third Scooby-Doo film was cancelled because the second one had not done as well as expected, and blamed it on Warner Bros. Releasing it at an inappropriate time. And as recent as 2019, James Gunn, the screenwriter turned pretty prolific filmmaker, he talked about his idea for a Scooby-Doo 3, which he pitched, which said, he said, although it did well, it didn't do well enough to warrant a third, so it was never made. And he tweeted the plot, which was, the Mystery Inc. gang are hired by a town in Scotland who complain they are being plagued by monsters, but we discover throughout the film that the monsters are actually the victims, and Scooby and Shaggy have to come to terms with their own prejudices and narrow belief systems, which I think it's a great idea. Yeah, I think that's a great idea for a Scooby, especially a third Scooby-Doo film, right? Like to flip it on its head like that. What do you guys think? Would you guys watch that movie? Would you watch it? Would you like it? I guess
day one.
That sounds awesome. They should make it. Like
they should.
It's such a good
what's
idea.
stopping them now? What's stopping? They could just make this now. There's no reason why. I would be happy to accept all the cast being aged up, and I guess Scooby-Doo would probably be dead. I don't know how long Great Danes live for, but I bet it's not 20-something years.
That's the fourth film.
Yeah, R.I.P. Scooby-Doo.
Scooby dead.
Rest in peace, Scooby-Doo sounds like a Scooby-Doo movie.
Rest in peace, Scooby-Doo with an exclamation mark.
Yeah. I think that sounds great. And funnily enough, the next film we're going to talk about does take place in Scotland, so like maybe a crumb of that idea was adapted,
but it came out like 2 months later.
Yeah. So okay, probably not. But before we draw things to a close, is there anything anyone else would like to say about Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed?
I just have a couple of things I'd like to ask Lucas.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
Like, what's your birthday?
It's the 4th of January.
Oh,
it's your birthday very soon.
Oh.
Or did I miss a joke? Was there a Scooby-Doo punchline that I was supposed
You did
to...
not miss a joke. I
Okay.
am frantically
You're
looking
supposed to
for
say the Scoobieth of Do.
Lucas, as you know, because I'm pretty sure I told you while I was doing it, I have collated every episode of every Scooby-Doo show and written the date it's come out on to sort of create a Scooby-Doo villain horoscope. So, 4th of January, you said?
Yeah.
So there were episodes that aired on the 3rd and 5th of January. So you have your pick of a couple of ones here.
What time of day were you born, do you know?
Oh, I have no idea.
No.
Well, let's go. Let's
Well,
give
which
you,
one do you think fits me the most?
I'm going to give you a Swamp Monster from Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo Shorts, Season 1, Episode 9, Etu Scoob / Soggy Bog Scooby / Scooby Gumbo. I believe that the Swamp Monster presumably is from Soggy Bog Scooby. So that is your Scooby-Doo villain horoscope, Lucas. You are the Swamp Monster.
Thank you.
The alternative for the 5th of January was just two guys named Carl and Tony, so I thought this was going to be
That sounds more like me.
That's true, actually. Maybe that is more your speed. It's Carl and Tony. All right, let's give you that. That's from Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo Season 1, Episode 16, The Ransom of Scooby Chief, in 1980. And the last thing we have to do here, Lucas, is a little game that we've been playing, which I think you are not going to want to do. So feel free to say you just don't want to do it or you want to bow out, but we're doing a
I can tell you that right now that I'm going to bow out.
Well, let me pitch it first and then you can bow out, and we'll put you on the leaderboard as 0.
It's not achieved.
Yeah, not achieved. Not attempted, was that it? When you didn't even write anything on the paper?
Yeah.
So we are doing a leaderboard of impressions. So in a moment, Lucas, I'm going to ask you to do a Scooby-Doo impression. And if you do
in a moment, I'm going to answer you no.
If you do well enough, I'm going to ask you to do a Shaggy impression. And if you rock that, then we'll do an impression of any Scooby-Doo character you want. Do you want to participate, or are you going to bow out?
I've only had one drink. I'm going to bow out.
Oh, come on! You give me a rot row at least.
I'll do one later, and you can edit it in.
Okay, send it
I'll
to me
record
on
a bunch
Messenger.
of takes.
Okay. And Richard, I was thinking as well with the leaderboard, we've been talking about how to manage the point system for if people score equal. I'm wondering if it should be maybe each impression has its own individual 3
Right,
score.
out of 10.
Well, I was thinking out of 3, but we can do out of 10 as well.
Okay. Right.
So if you get 1 point on your Scooby-Doo impression, you move on to a Shaggy. And if you get 2 points on your Shaggy impression, you move on to the next one. All right. Well, that is all we have to talk about with Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. Lucas, thank you for joining us, dude. It was awesome to finally have you on the show. We have been off and on trying to get you to guest on on the podcast for probably 5 years now. So it's great to have you buried deep in the 24-hour Scooby-Doo
How many hours deep am I?
What are we? So film 12, half an hour per movie, roughly
6 hours.
6 hours in.
Fuck! Holy shit! How long is the edit so far?
So I've done the first 6, so it'll be 3 hours so far. Lucas, if people like your music, which they wouldn't have heard on this episode, but maybe we can play some at some point. But where can they find you? Where are you on the internet?
Just look up Pickle Darling, and you'll see a bunch of results pop up. And just click any of the results, and they'll lead to me.
One of the results might be written by me as well.
Oh, because you interviewed them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
There's
Got a little
connections
story for the news.
all over the place here. Yeah, thank you so much, Lucas. They'll never admit it themselves, but they're an awesome musician. Or maybe they would admit it themselves. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Lucas.
Yeah, I'd admit that.
I'm great. So I highly recommend people check out Pickle Darling on Bandcamp and stuff. And this has been great. I was thinking before we were recording this.
If you go to the second page on Google results for Pickle Darling, you'll
okay.
see the
I like how you
profile
worked someone else's plug into your plug, Richard. I was thinking about this before recording that you guys, the two of you, are probably two of my best friends, if not my two best friends in the world. And I'm doing a podcast with you.
I think we are your two best friends. I think that you don't need to sugarcoat it.
It's funny because, Richard and I have, hardly ever hung out, ever, other than, on the news.
When everyone was watching, and even though we're closer friends, no one's seen us hang out.
There's video proof of me and Lucas being friends. There's no video proof. There's this podcast
There's
now.
Oral proof, but people are going to be like, I'm not going to listen 6 hours deep if we're fucking friends.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
Okay, so while we don't have a guest, let's readjust the leaderboard with these new rules.
Okay.
We just spoke about. Right? It shouldn't take too long. Okay, so the leaderboard for those wanting an update. Currently, we've got Alexi Toliopoulos on. Currently 3 points for a great Scooby, a great Shaggy, and then sort of like a funny Hunch Bunch impression. Then we've got James Musterpick on 1.5 points for a great Scooby and a not so great Shaggy. Then we've got Dr. Erin Harrington on 1 point for a good Scooby. She did not attempt Shaggy, and Pickle Darling on 0 points for did not attempt at all. So I reckon if we go Alexi Toliopoulos, he did a great Scooby. I reckon that's 3 points right there. His Scooby was 3 points. I reckon his Shaggy was 3 points. And I reckon his Hunch Bunch was 1 because it's kind of a vague character that people aren't particularly familiar with. So that's 7 points. Yeah?
Yep.
And then James, I reckon a great Scooby, that's 3 points. And his attempted Shaggy, let's give him 1 point for that. So 4 points.
Yep.
Erin, I reckon 3 points for maybe 2 points for
2 points
for
for
a good Scooby.
Good, not great Scooby.
And Pickle Darling remains
on 0 points.
Cool. All right. This feels like it's more of a there's more opportunity for points and places to nip in and out of.
When we bring on our next guests, and here they are now.
Oh no, they're not.
No, they're not. They'll be here in 1 hour.
They did just message us, though. Alrighty. Richard, what are we talking about? I actually can't remember. What film was it?
We are talking about Scooby-Doo. No, we're talking about Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster.
Of course.
Which, as we all know, came out on your birthday.
Yay!
Yay!
Hurrah! It continues the poor font choice globetrotting era. Though this time I don't believe Comic Sans is used. It was used in the last two films. And also the country they go to is a lot less of a dicey thing.
There's a lot less.
It's a lot less. Very good. It's a lot less racist, I guess, or there's a lot less dodgy areas.
We'll talk about the accents when the time comes. But first, this was directed by Scott Geralds. The name has been a couple of times, and Joe Sikta.
Is Scott Geralds the William Lau of Scooby-Doo?
Maybe he gets it. Maybe it's like, this is the globe-trotting Comic Sans is his. But what is Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster about, AJ?
Well, you'll never believe it. The Mystery Gang were just on holiday. They weren't looking for any trouble this time. They were in Scotland to visit Daphne's cousin. But while they're there, there has been a lot of upset. There's a party coming up? Or a festival?
Party?
A festival
the
of some kind?
Highland Games.
The
featuring
Highland...
the Cabertos
There you go. And that's in danger of being postponed because a CGI animated Loch Ness monster has been causing trouble. The main players being, you've got Daphne's cousin.
The Loch Ness Monster.
The Loch Ness Monster. You've got a sort of... analog.
Colin and Angus Haggart.
Yeah, these two Scottish guys. You've got this pudgy, nerdy Loch Ness Monster obsessed American dude who drives around in the Loch Ness Monster machine, which looks like the Mystery Machine but with a fake Loch Ness Monster on top of it. You've got a doctor who believes that the Loch Ness Monster is true and wants to prove that it is real, and then you've got the competing doctor who believes it is not true.
Is it Sir Ian Loxley and Professor Fiona Pembroke?
Professor Fiona Pembroke, who believes the Loch Ness Monster to be a real thing. And Richard, how far did you get through Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster before you were like, it's Dr. Fiona Pembroke? She's totally the
upon her introduction, because out of all the possible suspects, she's the only one that has anything to gain from the Loch Ness Monster being real. I mean, like, I did think that they could do, a fun thing where it's like the skeptic is trying to get people away from the Loch, but that just wouldn't make sense. It would be too convoluted, which, Scooby-Doo's no stranger to convoluted explanations of things. But yeah, Fiona Pembroke, it just made sense. And it's also, we spoke about this with like Australia, but, you can do Scottish accents. They're funny. They're not racist. They're just funny. And so, as Colin and Angus Haggart, you've got played by John DiMaggio and Phil Lamar, who both do a lot of voices on Futurama, and you can pick up that it's them. And everyone else is not voiced by Scottish people, and it's very obvious. But Fiona Pembroke is played by the wonderful Sheena Easton, who
why do I recognise that?
Is Scottish. She did For Your Eyes Only, the Bond theme. She sings, "My baby takes the morning train."
Yeah, that's definitely a Scottish voice. I'll tell you what, dude. If I have to hear Phil Lamar do another accent that isn't American or maybe Jamaican, I'm going to scream. He's been in a few of these, and I can hear him. I can hear Phil Lamar beneath the Australian accent or beneath the Scottish accent, and it's driving me insane. This whole thing, this whole globetrotting saga, is like it highlights how much America believes itself to be the main character of the world, and it's
absolutely.
It's America seeing the world through America's eyes, but not in like a cute way, in like a really unself-aware way, I think. And it's at the start anyway, I was like, oh my god, how many more like awful piss poor accents can I put up with? And they're not even my accent.
Yeah. What did you think of this film?
It was all right. I think I thought it was a bit more gripping than the other ones we've seen up until this point. Let's say post Cyber Chase non-live action ones. I'd say it's toward the top that we've seen so far. I liked it more than...
Once you narrow it down to this very specific criteria, take out these ones from the criteria, it's in the top half.
There's literally 2 films left, and it's the Australia one and the the Mexico one. I think it's better than those 2.
Yes, something that I was thinking about this, and I'm just not sure we've ever spoken about this. So, I connected to this film in a certain way. I've been to Loch Ness. My mother
Have you stood where they stood?
Scottish. I did, and how dare I?
Wow.
And so it's like, I get this film because I'm half Scottish, but I just realized I actually don't know much about your heritage and your family lineage. What is it?
It's pretty boring as far as I know. The most exciting thing I could say is that my dad's dad is Australian, so I'm a quarter Australian, if that's a real thing. But I guess if you go further back up, you're gonna find English and Scottish. And
Yeah,
I think
because
that's
it's
about
like,
it.
yeah, it's a classic American thing, which is something that it wasn't until only a few years ago that it was pointed out to me as like a thing, a shit Americans say,
Mhm.
is when they're like, yeah, I'm Italian, and it's like, no, you're not. Like,
Right.
you're descended from Italy, from Italians, but
Yeah.
you're like a fourth generation American.
Mm.
You're not Italian.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason, in like America, it's okay to say, yeah, I'm German, I'm Greek, or whatever, if you have like, no immediate family members, you've never been to the country,
Yeah.
you don't understand. Like, I wouldn't say necessarily, unless I just did, I wouldn't say like I'm Scottish,
Mm.
but like, someone asked like, on my mother's side, she came from Scotland.
Yeah. When I saw my brother last, he revealed to me that we had some exotic blood in our family tree. So I'm just going to message him now. What ethnicity? What am I saying? What ethnicity
What was the fancy blood we had?
did you tell me we had in our family tree? I'll change it to interesting ethnicity, which is anything other than white.
I said we were whatever, but I don't consider that interesting.
Yeah, no, I get you. I think it's like there's a want to be special and a want to be unique and to feel like you're connected to, as the avatars would say, Iowa. Like you're connected to your ancestors, and that's sweet, as the avatars would say. I know like people are going to be like, oh, you must have just seen Avatar. I saw it 2.5 weeks ago. I don't know why I said that.
Yeah, Avatar was good.
Yeah. I thought
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster was much better than Avatar.
Really?
No, I didn't.
What, like, I want you to use your highest level of NCAA analysis for me,
Mm.
which, as we both know, is to compare and contrast.
Yeah.
So I want you to take elements from both Avatar: The Way of Water and Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster, which is, similarly
Yep.
revolves around a large body of water.
Okay, well, take
And I
away
want-
my first compare then.
I want you to compare and contrast them.
Oh, they both take place around a large body of water.
Mm-hmm.
They're both about monsters that don't exist in real life.
The white man.
They're both are about glory, and both are about wanting to protect, but also ascend, like wanting to be remembered. I think.
Yeah, your legacy.
Your legacy. And in Avatar, I think that is looked on with a sympathetic lens. Because it's the heroes that are the ones that want to sort of lead a legacy. No, it's not very heavy, but like, or they have this legacy with the whales and things like that. Whereas this is about Dr. Fiona Pembroke wanting to convince this other academic that the Loch Ness Monster is real, not because she thinks it is real. So she's trying to trick him so that she can get him on her side, and so that then where they can look for it for real together. And at the end of the film, she does reveal these photos she actually does have of the Loch Ness Monster, which seem to convince this other professor. And the last shot of the film is the mystery gang driving out of Loch Ness, and Scooby looks out the window and lo and behold sees a real Loch Ness Monster. Which, does that mean this belongs in the camp of the monster was real? Out of all the Scooby-Doo movies, because there is a person in a mask. They don't get in a lot of trouble though. Fiona Pembroke sticks around after she's found out. She doesn't go to jail. I guess she didn't do anything wrong.
That's the classic Scooby-Doo way, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hashtag Pembroke did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
What did you think of Daphne having a Scottish cousin? Was that believable, or?
Yeah, it was believable, I think. I believed it. I think...
Because she has red hair.
Yeah, and her last name is already Blake, which is vaguely Scottish. And there was a great joke at the start of this where they're talking about Blake Lake or something like that. And Shaggy... Oh, it was a great joke, ladies and gentlemen. I'm probably going to have to... You talk about something, I'm going to look for this joke so I can report back what the joke
Well,
was.
I'm going to point out that, and this is something that I'm sure you know, but this is the plot of this film is a loose remake of the Scooby-Doo / Dynamite Hour episode, A Highland Fling with a Monstrous Thing.
I had no idea about that.
It sounds like, if I said to you that I had a fling with a monstrous thing, like, I feel like you would assume they had a big wiener.
Would I assume that?
Yeah.
That's not what I assumed immediately from you saying that, but I can understand now that you have said it, I can understand that being
Actually, one thing I do want to talk about this film is there's a moment in Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, which we've just spoken about, where the gang is they're being chased by the pterodactyl ghost in the mystery machine, and Fred is like, Shaggy, you take over driving, I will deal with the pterodactyl ghost out the back. And then the doors fly open, they're all attacking, and then they think they've got the pterodactyl ghost dealt with, and then Shaggy is next to Fred, Velma, and Daphne and is like, great job, gang. And then Fred's like, but if you're here, then who's driving the mystery machine? And then they all turn around and they go, ah! And then they all fall out of the mystery machine, but they're like, the carpet inside it has come out, so they're being dragged behind it. And their only hope is they go, Scooby, you have to drive the mystery machine. And Scooby replies, I am but a humble dog. I am unable to drive.
He actually says, I am rut a rumble rog. I won't row round arrive.
And they say, Scooby, you just have to try it. So he gets up there.
It's the emotional climax of the film.
He adjusts his mirrors, makes sure to have his hands at 9 and 3, not 10 and 2, as the literature told you up until a few years ago. And they're screaming directions at him, telling him to go left, telling him to go right, and he doesn't know. He doesn't know his left from his right, but he does his darndest. And
he's a dog.
He's but a humble dog. They manage to just barely get out of danger and go on to save the day. And so obviously the stakes come from the fact that a dog cannot drive a van. And that's what gets them into trouble.
Yeah.
Now, in Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster, there's a moment in this film in which they're in trouble. And once again, the only way that they can get out of this trouble is for Scooby-Doo to drive the van. And he does it excellently. He drives it, fairly well. The IMDb trivia refers to it as the movie contains an unusual example of Scooby-Doo driving the mystery machine. He is surprisingly good at it, given the circumstances and his lack of thumbs.
He does have no thumbs. Do you think, though, that this is supposed to take place after Monsters Unleashed? I feel like Monsters Unleashed is like set in the future, and this is like this is like
so I thought they were separate canons.
Yeah, right.
But you're implying that somehow Scooby forgot to drive after this.
Well, I guess it is different canons. I guess that's probably more likely. But
no, you've committed to your side.
Sorry, I just turned on the volume to try and hear this joke that I was looking for, and all I heard was zoinks, like really fucking loud.
Have you found the joke?
I reckon I'm not going to find it, but let's see. I think this is where it was. Maybe.
Oh no, I'm thinking of from the Banshees of Inisherin that I watched the other day.
I don't reckon I'm going to find.
It was actually Colin Farrell as Patrick that delivered the line, not Shaggy.
I don't reckon it's even in this movie. It was like a joke about it was a
joke about fucking mummies or Hawaii or something.
A talking dog. No, it was a joke about like food, and he was like, "Oh, we can do this and that," and it sounded like it was like a pun. Well, not a pun, but it was like something on the Blake Lake or something like that. Like we can have a blut on the Blake Lake. It was something like that. Fuck.
Yeah.
Bad podcasting, but you know what? Nearly 7 hours in, possibly over.
Yeah.
I'm not going to cut any of this out. This is what losing your mind to Scooby-Doo looks like. And I think that something we didn't. We were stripped for when we did Barbie. That now we're having to deal with is like pretty significant format breaks. At least up until now, there's not going to be a live action movie for a wee while now. But like with Barbie, it was just they were all the same, more or less.
Yeah.
There were maybe different canons, but the animation style was more or less the same. And so we had to drill in and focus on this. It feels like we're just getting to the next live action one because I'm looking for the interesting things to talk about, the interesting things to report back on in Scooby-Doo, and I'm terrified at how samey they all are starting to feel because that's harder to discuss. Though there is some stuff coming up, some Barbie and the Pink Shoes style, like interesting playing with the canon that that's maybe worth talking about. Don't know if there's any in this film, but
yeah, no, I don't think there's much worth talking about in this film. That they do Shaggy and Scooby are offered haggis. There's I think it's Scottish law where you have to have a joke about how gross haggis is. Everyone I know that's had it has actually said it's pretty good.
I would have no qualms trying haggis, and furthermore, I don't believe that Shaggy and Scooby-Doo would not eat haggis. I've seen these guys eat the most foul shit you've ever heard of, and you're telling me that they draw the line at just a... it's no worse than sausage, really. I guess, like, Shaggy was...
They are vegetarian.
But they're not anymore, though.
But are they?
Well, what have you found a new lead?
No.
Well, they ate meat in Monsters Unleashed, and they eat haggis in this, or they don't eat haggis in this?
No, they don't eat haggis. And also, he's voiced by Casey Kasem here, so I think he probably is.
That's probably a good point. Yeah, right, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it is very much like... It is, like sausage meat inside the sheep's heart, or like, It sounds a lot grosser than it is. I think, if you deep fried and shit, it's just it's a very sort of like oatmeal mixed into a sausage.
Oatmeal?
Well, it's like that sort of, you know how like you put breadcrumbs in like a burger patty?
Oh, right.
They put oats in it, and it sort of gives it that extra texture.
Right.
And when, Scots deep fry everything, so, just soaks up a lot of that oil. You mentioned on the last couple of episodes about how it reunited the original voice cast. This, coming out in 2004, it's actually the entire main cast of What's New Scooby-Doo, which started in 2002. And everything else up until now had like some different Scoobies, different Velmas, and... But apart from the constant that is Frank Welker. Yeah.
Right. So this is another What's New Scooby-Doo movie specifically. It's not... with Scooby-Doo... Oh, yeah. So 2004. When did What's New Scooby-Doo end? Yeah.
What's New Scooby-Doo? They're coming after you. What's New Scooby-Doo? 2006.
Right, so anything around 2006 we can... The first film to come out post-2006 is called Chill Out Scooby-Doo, which is, that's an interesting format of a title. Maybe that's a cultural reset.
I did a little bit of research into just the history of Scooby-Doo the other day. And do you want to learn about it now?
Is it Scottish? Is it Loch Nessian?
No, I mean, we don't have to do it if you don't want.
Now tell me, what have you learned?
So about like the what I learned, I actually can't remember if I mentioned this already or not, but so the character of Scrappy, how it was, and this is what got me on the tangent looking at all this stuff. So we talked about how Scrappy got removed from canon and never used again since, apart from the live action film. But Scrappy was brought in because of cancelably bad ratings for the Scooby-Doo show. Like, Scooby-Doo was tanking. It wasn't going to get renewed. And they said, we got to liven this up with a new character. And that's when they created Scrappy-Doo.
Yeah,
it's now, it's one of the most fucking ubiquitous IPs of all time. And it got saved by the character that everyone hates.
Well, but that's like the classic move of like introduced a new like this is what the Poochie episode of The Simpsons is about. You know, half a dozen sitcoms will have a pregnancy storyline halfway through their run where a new child is introduced to the family, that sort of thing. And I don't know if any of them are Scrappy-Doo levels of notoriety, but like I believe so much of the world of pop culture and television, Richard, so much of it is because of Scrappy-Doo, and like maybe that's the biggest takeaway we've had. Like, and it's something I think I've always sort of known, like, or you know, been aware of, but like to really examine it, that like the Scrappy-Doo's probably the most important character in Scooby-Doo, like on a meta level, you know.
But the original pitch, let me take you back in time to the mid-60s. The original pitch was a series called Mysteries 5, starring 5 teenagers. Jeff, spelled with a Geoff.
Oh, no.
Jeff, Mike, Kelly, Linda, and Linda's brother, WW. And they also had a dog who played bongos, who was called Too Much.
This is, I saw some of this when I was researching the Hex Girls and their Josie and the Pussycat connection, but I didn't know their names, and I didn't know that was the original title of the show.
So then they apparently for a long time they couldn't work out whether Too Much the dog was going to be a large cowardly dog or a small feisty one, and then they chose the large cowardly dog. And then it was originally a Great Dane, and then it was revised to a sheepdog, and then obviously back to a Great Dane. And because they thought it would be too similar to Marmaduke, apparently.
Well, what do you think of Great Danes? Let me ask you that.
So they changed it from Great Dane to a sheepdog right as they pitched it because they thought it would be too similar to Marmaduke, and then they ended up changing it back to a Great Dane.
Right. What do you think of Great Danes in terms of the dog and the dog?
They're huge.
I don't like them. I don't.
Yeah, they're too big.
Too big, and they're too skinny. I don't like Great Danes. I would prefer if Scooby-Doo was a sheepdog. I'll say it.
Wow. Brave words.
I'd prefer if Scooby-Doo was a sheep.
Wow. Anyway, they kept the dog Too Much because, you know, you don't mess with that. And then they got rid of Mike from the lineup and kept Jeff, Kelly, Linda, and WW, and they changed their personalities and also their names. So Kelly became Daphne, Linda became Velma, and WW became Shaggy, and of course Jeff was renamed Ronnie.
Ronnie!
And then later renamed Fred.
Yeah, nice. I kind of like Ronnie better.
Then they, and then eventually it was pitched again. They liked the material but didn't like the title, Mysteries 5, so they decided to change the title to Who's Scared?
No way, that's insane.
Yeah. And then the head of programming sort of thing was like, get rid of don't make it so serious and scary, make it more of a comedy. They took out the fact that they were a rock band called Mysteries 5, and more attention was focused on Shaggy and Too Much. And then on a late night flight to a meeting, decided to rename the dog Scooby-Doo and retitled the show Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? Because, I was trying to look up, why is it called Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? But do you know where Scooby-Doo comes from?
Tell me.
The name. It's actually referenced in Monsters Unleashed as well. You know the bit when he grabs the toilet brush and he
Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
Yeah. So Strangers in the Night by Frank Sinatra has he just scats at the end of it. And part of it is doobie doobie doo, and he on sleep deprived on a flight was thinking of that song, and named the dog Scooby-Doo.
Who are these people? Who created Scooby-Doo?
So this is
Hanna-Barbera, like the guys themselves.
No, this is Silverman, who is Fred Silverman, executive for daytime programming at CBS. And he was looking for a show that would revitalize the Saturday morning lineup.
The creator is named Fred. So he just gave one of the characters his own name.
No, it says that he was renamed Fred at Silverman's behest.
That's very classy.
Yeah.
The rumor was always that he was called Scooby-Doo because there was such a thin veneer of drug references in the show that Scooby-Dooby was the way they would get away with saying doobie in a series.
Fred Silverman died in January 2020. Not that long ago for creating a show in the
R.I.P.
Yeah, R.I.P. to a real one. And I guess he was 35 when he pitched the series. But yeah.
Can you imagine if Too Much had kept and we had Too Much in the Loch Ness Monster? Like, I must have talked about this before because it's a conversation topic I am fascinated with. Is that like there are things that there is a world of pop culture that you are born into, right? There are things that have always existed for you. You know,
Darth Vader.
Like it's crazy to think like our children will grow up in a world where there have always been 9 Star Wars movies. You know, you think
like Kylo Ren will mean the same to them as Darth Vader.
Exactly, and I always the 2 examples that I think are so strange here is that there is a pop cultural giant franchise called Winnie the Pooh. I think that's really funny because you wouldn't call them that today, and even back then I'm pretty sure Pooh still meant that, and they call him Pooh, and he's Pooh Bear. There is a beloved childhood cartoon called Pooh Bear, and no one laughs at this. And the other one is that there's a Christmas Carol about Snoopy, which I for a long time was like, it must just be like there was like a soldier whose nickname was Snoopy, and that's been co-opted by the Peanuts brand. But no, it was written about Snoopy the dog, and I think that's something we take for granted because it's always existed with us. And so
I
we
will
don't
say though
it.
that people that are listening to this outside of New Zealand and Australia might not know the song you're referring to.
Oh, do people not? Is this a Robbie Williams situation? Another thing people won't.
Well, it's one of these things. It's the Royal Guardsmen who sung it, and the song actually predates Scooby-Doo. Fun fact: they're an American rock band, but yeah, for some reason, Snoopy's Christmas only went to #1 in New Zealand and Australia, and is pretty much only popular in these 2 countries.
Oh, well, everyone out of New Zealand and Australia, it is like it's a pretty good Christmas carol as far as Christmas carols go as well.
It's a Christmas song, not so much a Christmas carol.
Well, what do you
Well, I would say like a Christmas carol is like you go door to door and sing it. Like Snoopy's Christmas is like you hear on the radio.
I wouldn't think that out of ordinary if someone sung Snoopy's Christmas door to door. I'd probably think it was out of ordinary if someone's singing door to door.
There's like a definitive recording of it, and it's not like a, you know.
Yeah, right.
Okay. It's like it's a song. It's
a song. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, that might be very interesting to learn that we have a fairly ubiquitous Christmas song about Snoopy. But like, you know, the first time I heard Snoopy's Christmas, I was 6 or 7 years old, didn't think anything of it. Yeah, totally normal, just like everything else in the world. My point, I guess, is that like, if he was called Too Much, and we got to this far with him just being called Too Much, that the words too much would be just removed from what they actually mean. When you called something too much for in real life, you wouldn't think of the dog, and when you're talking about the dog, you wouldn't think about the phrase because it would have just permeated culture to such a degree that, like, you know, you just don't think about it. And
the same way that when you do a poo, you don't think about Winnie.
And when I'm talking about Winnie the Pooh, I'm not thinking about that fat shit I took before.
Very good. Do you know Snoopy's Christmas is a sequel as well?
I've heard, there's a whole bloody series.
Yeah, there's more. There's like I think one of them came out in like 2010, but yeah, Snoopy versus the Red Baron is in 2006 there was Snoopy versus Osama.
That's right. That feels like it's not being taken very seriously, to be honest. You shouldn't put Osama.
That actually sounds a bit too silly for my liking.
Yeah, but that is kind of my point, is that it's a pretty serious song, and Peanuts as a brand is like fairly boxed in. It doesn't. I'm surprised like Snoopy gets used as like a global figure in something like this because of how self-contained Peanuts feels.
Yeah, well, they're inside a shell.
That's another thing, like the Scooby, like the Winnie the Pooh thing. Why is it called Peanuts? We just never questioned.
I was just going to say that, yeah.
There are so many things like this.
It should be called Penis.
It should be called Charlie Brown. That's what it should be called.
Well, and why is he called Charlie Brown?
Because of Winnie the Poop.
Have you got anything else you want to say about Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster, or the creation of Scooby-Doo as an IP?
Let me skip to a random point in the episode. This could be a fun exercise as a way of like reminding us of what actually happens in the movie. I'm going to skip to 35 minutes and 41 seconds into Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster. I'm going to explain what exactly is happening to this dog. Right, they're on a boat in the Loch Ness Monster.
Dog. What is this franchise should be called? What is happening to this dog?
What is going on, Scooby-Doo? What is happening? What is happening is what the name of the show should be. I don't know. It's not loading. They're on a boat.
Not Scooby-Doo. Where are you, Scooby-Doo? Or what is going on?
What is going on? Get out of it. If this was a Kiwi show, it'd be called Get Out of It, Scooby-Doo.
And the dog would be called To Mickey.
Yeah. Which, as we know, is Te Reo for too much.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
Aloha, Richard.
Does that mean you're finished recording?
No, aloha also means hi.
Aloha, Scooby-Doo. This is the 14th film we're talking about, and as we all know...
That's such a soundbite of this episode. Yeah. Aloha, Scooby-Doo. This is the 14th film.
As we all know, this came out on my birthday.
Yay!
Soundboard. Happy
Aloha.
birthday. Oh. Aloha. What is Aloha Scooby-Doo about, and does it feature cultural appropriation?
Richard, I'm so glad you've asked, and yes to both accounts. Yes to what is it about, and yes to it does feature cultural appropriation. Though also, I believe Hawaiian voice actors as well. So, it's not going to get away with it all completely if it wasn't for me, the meddling socialist. You'll never believe it, but they're just in Hawaii for mystery.
I don't believe
reasons. They're there because Daphne is the head of a fashion line called, what's it called?
She's been invited by the head of a fashion line called Goha Aloha.
Goha Aloha. They've been invited to Hawaii, and she's going to be doing some sort of work for this company. They go there, but they are shocked to learn that the locals are being terrorized by an ancient Hawaiian monster called the Wiki Tiki. He sends his little tiki imps out to get everyone. The main Hawaiian contact they have, his girlfriend has been stolen, and they basically go on this wonderful Hawaiian mystery. There's a suspicious mayor of the town who's a white woman. I guess Hawaii is in America technically, and she kind of looks like Ellen DeGeneres, and I thought it was
Jane Lynch.
Jane Lynch. I thought it was her for a while. Adam West voices the head of Goha Aloha. And
Jared Moon.
I briefly thought it was him for a bit, but is also barely in the film after his introduction.
Mario Lopez plays Manu, who's the guy who whose girlfriend, and then he later goes missing, and then he is also spoilers.
Spoilers for Aloha Scooby-Doo.
Spoilers for Aloha Scooby-Doo. If you haven't seen Aloha Scooby-Doo or any of the other films we're about to talk about, please go and watch them. So,
he's the villain.
Yeah, he's revealed to be the Wiki Tiki, and he kidnapped his own girlfriend.
Who was in on it, who is a rocket scientist and controlled the little imps through, they're actually robots. And the plot is because they were trying to drive the property market of their little island down because no one was going to want to live there because of all the monsters, so that then they could buy the property and sell it at a mint once the monsters had left, which is such a grown-up fairly mundane and realistic motivation for a Scooby-Doo villain.
One thing that this movie made me think of, do you remember the show Little Robots?
Yeah, man. I'd run home from school. I'd memorized the theme music, the
Oh,
theme
do
song.
it.
It went, little robots, little robots, little robots, little robot, and they went da 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 da. It was something like that. But
I
there's a
like
little
I
robot.
I managed to actually memorize the full theme song. It
Yeah.
goes little robots,
Little
little
robots.
robots, little robots,
No,
little
no.
robots.
Okay, here's how it started. It went, under a pile of scrap, there lay this little chap. He had a broken arm, but he made it good, and then he fixed his friends like robots should. That's how it started. MF.
I need to listen to it because it popped into my head and I was like, man, I thought I would have never thought about little robots again in my life.
I do like how that opening theme song, though, is almost like this Greek myth where it's like the main character wasn't invented. He just awoke from under a pile of scrap and took it upon himself to build the world around him. You know, we don't find their origins beyond that.
It's interesting because I remember the little robots.
Yeah.
I remember that so distinctly, but I don't really remember much else.
Right, well, I'm going to play the theme song in the episode right now,
Mm.
and I'm going to listen to it myself.
Under a pile of scrap, there lay this little chap. He had a broken arm, but he made it good, then fixed his friends like robots should. Little robots. Little robots. Little robots. There's tiny, messy, sporty, stretchy, rusty, stripy, noisy, spotty, scary. Ooh. Flappy the Bat, the Sparky Twins. And that's that. Little robots. Little robots. Little robots. They made a world from junk with a bang and a twang and a clunk. They built their homes round the nut and bolt tree. Now turn on the sunshine. Little robots. Little robots. Little robots. Little robots. Little robots.
Also, remember the movie Robots with Robin Williams?
It came out like very similar time to Little Robots.
Yeah.
All
Rodney Copperbottom. That's one for the soundboard.
Oh my god, it's so fucking loud. Why is it so fucking loud?
Did you turn it up too loud?
This little chap. He had a broken arm, but he made it good and fixed his friends like robots should. Little robots?
Little robots.
Little robots?
Little robots.
Oh, what a great end to the theme song where it's like introducing them all and it's like Flappy the Bat, the Sparky Twins, that's us and that's that. That's great lyricism, come on. You don't do better. This, for those who have no idea what we're talking about, this is like a stop motion animated like 5-minute long episode series from like 2004, 2005.
Speaking of things that came out in 2005, you've also got Aloha Scooby-Doo, which is the 14th film we're talking about. Fun fact, that's actually about the next film, so never mind. I don't have a fun fact about this one.
Make one
This was the second to last film released on VHS.
up. Tell you what, dude, what this movie got me thinking about.
Yeah,
And this was going to come up, and we alluded to you alluded to
this
how
this was always going to come up.
you alluded to how Velma in the Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, how she gave you the biggest fucking boner of your life.
Mm-hmm,
And look, I understand the sort of cultural reevaluation that Velma's gone under, and since she was
cultural
absolutely
bone evaluation.
she was absolutely designed to be the ugly one in 1969, I'm sure. But and I can appreciate that. But I'm a man of classic taste, Richard, and Daphne in Aloha Scooby-Doo, guess what you fucking see her wearing in this, everyone?
Nothing.
You see her wearing bikinis and midriff revealing shirts, and she just looks so beautiful and summery. And like, I know we're 14 movies in, so this is part of the comedy, but I know there is also going to be a contingent of people going, she's a drawing. And let me tell you this, someone who animated this film was enjoying drawing Daphne. Like, she is so curvaceous, and it's not like they just draw a woman in a midriff revealing or a crop top. It's like the outline of her hip bones, the sort of like abdominal crease down the middle. Like, yeah, it's shit. Like they're going all out. They're drawing an anatomically quite attractive and well-toned. Can you imagine that? But she kind of like. Are you being like they the way that like because Scooby-Doo's quite classic cartoon designs, like very like no frills,
no
kind
camel
of
toes,
just what like you know, it's not very stylized animation. It's like just make them look like real people, more or less, you know, which was sort of the Hanna-Barbera way for a lot of it. And the way that you draw a woman's clothed crotch in that style is very like V.
We have a thigh gap.
Yeah, and it does again. It's all I'm saying is that the movie made for children, Aloha Scooby-Doo 2005, does not shy away from making the hot character quite hot. And if I was a cartoon, if I was Fred, I'd be like, fucking hell. If Fred and Daphne in this movie were like not together, or I don't know where the canon is at this point, but if there was unspoken tension, or if or maybe he'd been rejected, and I was still having to work with the hottest woman I'd ever seen in my life, and I went to Hawaii with her, and she was like wearing bikinis and stuff, I'd like had to leave. I'll have to leave. I'll have to be like, I have to go to my cabin and be like,
she's surfing.
She's
the queen of the waves.
She's so cool. She's the queen of the waves.
It is this interesting thing, and I've been wondering like how to bring this up or how to properly articulate this comparison. But I think if you were to survey, let's say, people around our age of who they think is hotter, Daphne or Velma, I think the majority of people would say Velma. And it's this interesting thing. Like, I remember,
I'd say Scooby-Doo, baby. Ruh-roh.
Oh. But it's like this thing. I think people tend to have quite unusual tastes, or like to think they have unusual tastes. And I think people think they're choosing Velma because she's the unconventional one. But like, you look at her in Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, which is going to be a lot of our generation's exposure to her, and it's like, this is a very sexualized character in that film, played by a very beautiful actress. And it's these thoughts all occupy the same place in my mind, that like no one's celebrity crush is Kim Kardashian, and it's like the reason she's famous, her entire image is that she's attractive, but she's so the dictionary definition, like perfect, like scientifically made to be beautiful. And so it's like, but then people go, oh no, I like, this person because they look slightly nerdy or whatever. And you often get it with like, you find a lot of straight women are attracted to like Adam Driver or something like that, who's just a guy that's like, he's very attractive, but he's kind of funny looking. And people talk a lot about how like Ryan Reynolds is what straight guys think straight girls want, and it's not like
the female gaze is not Chris Hemsworth standing there with his shirt off. That's the male gaze creating what they think women are after. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
But the other thing that I keep thinking about is I remember when I worked at the warehouse, which if you're not from New Zealand, it's our equivalent to like
Walmart. Not
Walmart, but like Target, I would say, if you're in America. So I've been to both stores. Now I remember sitting in in the break room, and there was like a magazine, and I think it might have been like a woman's magazine kind of thing, and it was like a thing about like boobs or celebrating. Like I don't think it was like a pornographic type thing, but it was like
it was a thing about
breast. It was like a breast cancer awareness type thing, and it said. But it like had these little like pop-up facts about boobs, and it said like small boobs is a more popular search term on porn sites than big boobs.
Hmm.
And the guy I was like, that was sitting next to was like, well, small boobs are the one that you specify. You assume on a porn site they have big boobs. And so it's like, you know, it's the thing of like, when you want like your own individual taste, you're breaking out of like what, even though, you know, we're told as a society, people want big boobs. It's like, were you actually going out of their way to search for small boobs? Because it's like, people like to have unusual tastes.
I think a lot of what you're saying is accurate for the particular millennial Gen Z crowd that you and I are in. I think
that's probably a good point, and that like generations above us were just very, this is what attractive is, and but also I think that as well that they were probably less exposed to celebrities who looked slightly different.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm saying is like you and I like we our friend circles. I'd like to think anyway they're quite diverse.
Yeah, we've got some uggos in them.
Not in terms of attractiveness. I'm more saying like I am in Christchurch. I am one of the only straight people in my friend group, right? And so like, what you're predicting, this like preference, this cultural shift to prefer Velma over Daphne, I think it's true for our circles. I think by and large, the people probably still see Daphne as the hot one.
Right.
But
so you're talking about, so for people that are attracted to more than one gender and fat people.
no, I guess like I'm saying.
Sorry. You said by and large, and I assumed that's
Very funny. And I think that the same people that probably would be more attracted to Velma and Daphne, two characters who are not real, just for anyone thinking that this is maybe getting a bit too objectifying. I think that those people are also the same people who listen to podcasts, so we're safe. I don't think anyone who's going to be like, we're not gonna, I'm way more attracted to Daphne than Velma. Like, whoever that person is also not listening to our podcast, unless it's me, as I've just said that I think Daphne's attractive. Yeah.
So maybe I'm right that people like to sort of rebel against the norms, but you're double rebelling.
Yeah, exactly. This is all stemming from the fact that both characters are like a stunning women who are seen on the beach in this movie.
I think that all, as we've established many times on the podcast, that like all women who are of age are beautiful.
Yeah,
but
every
especially
female in the world is sexy if they're over 18.
Yeah, and especially if they're the girl listening to this.
Yeah, especially so. The girl
if they're over
18.
If they're over 18.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So what? What did you think of the Wiki Tiki? Did you think like, is this?
I wasn't scared of him. I'll say it.
Oh, yeah, neither. Did you? Well, here's a question: did you work out who it was before the reveal?
I don't think I did. No, I assumed it was. There's a name for this trope, and I can't remember what it is, but I assumed it was going to be Adam West because he's the most famous person in the cast.
Yeah, absolutely. I was like, it's going to be. First, I was like, it'll be the mayor when she got introduced. Then throughout it, I was like, I think it might be Manu. And then toward the end, before the reveal, I was like, they've done a pretty good job on this one. On like, it could be any of them. But the deck was still stacked in Manu's favor because he'd gone missing, and you didn't see him go missing, and things like that. So it was good, but it's I think I don't know. I think I enjoyed this one probably more than the Loch Ness Monster one. I do have a ranking, and it speaks to like the fact that I can't remember these movies very well after watching them. That I can't remember if I preferred this to Loch Ness.
I think preferring things is overrated.
You're so right, and I wish I wasn't trapped in this fucking curse of having to prefer something over another. I've actually placed this very low. How interesting! I've placed this lower than Legend of the Vampire.
Wow.
This is
Legend
actually
of the Vampire
lowest,
is like my second or third.
This is actually the lowest rated globetrotting adventure.
Wow.
I've put it at 12 out of 15 that we've watched so far Or sorry, 14. Spoilers. I put the next one in a different place.
That
okay.
is pretty spoilerific.
Do people review these on Letterboxd? Is there content here? Vincent Lara has seen it.
Oh, has
Hey,
seen
Vincent.
Aloha Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. Here's the top review for Aloha Scooby-Doo. It's from Jared. It says, the creative risks in this film, the biting analysis of colonialism, the critique of capitalism's devastation on the natural environment. I kind of have to stand. When was the last time you heard someone say, I kind of have to stand? Well, we have no choice but to stand. I bet this is from like 2020.
Yeah.
I liked it. Fuck, I don't want people to see me liking a Scooby-Doo review.
The Mystery Machine doesn't appear in this film.
There is a little buggy though, right?
They have a rental as the same color scheme.
How much do you think that cost, and how necessary was it?
Yeah, to get it, yeah.
That's what I'd be saying if I was Fred, the sensible one. I'd be like,
Well, no, but the thing is that
no
Fred
reason.
and like I know in the Loch Ness, he's
Very
quite
protective
of the Mystery Machine, and it's a characteristic that I hadn't really seen from him.
Well, I think post Scooby-Doo live action, we're seeing a few more, like Fred being tossed a few more character quirks. And I think in this one and the next one specifically, he becomes like a couple of steps closer to his Freddie Prinze Jr. counterpart than what he has been so far, which is a personality-less nobody.
Oh my god. So I haven't been frequenting Scoobypedia, which is like fan wikis we've found out are such a good resource for us. I'm just trying to see if this is on every movie or just randomly on. Okay, it randomly just appears to be on Aloha Scooby-Doo. It wasn't. But they've got a miscellaneous. It has like disguises. Scooby as a hula dancer, Shaggy as a Hawaiian musician, Scooby Snacks bribe count 1, Zoinks count 1,
Yes.
Jeepers count and Jinkies count are both on 0.
We don't. Speaking of counts, the meddling kid count. I believe the term meddling mainlanders is thrown about in this film.
Yeah, that's the thing that I've kind of stopped counting because they seem to be using it in every film, but they changed the word kids. And
They get called meddling
fun.
mainlanders. Yeah. The disguises I did see. I have seen a disguise count on a previous Scooby-Doo Wikipedia. It should be called Scoobedia.
Yeah. Well, I think there's no reason pussyfooting around and continuing. I do
What
just
with your foot?
I've seen mentioned several times that Daphne surfs goofy-footed. And do you know what that means?
No.
It's her left foot at the back of the board.
Oh, that's
So it's
goofy
like
as hell.
the stance.
That's actual so fucking goofy. That's the goofiest shit I've ever heard in my life.
It's unusual for a right-handed person, that is true. Shaggy also favours the stance, but sometimes just stands on the board with both feet close together, particularly when Scooby is steering. Interestingly, the Wiki Tiki switches between surfing stances at different points in the chase.
It's probably because it's different characters. Why is it? Or is it just Manu? They are. There's a running theme in this film that Shaggy and Scooby, instead of there's not so much Scooby snack play, but they do get often tempted with macadamia nuts, a food which I didn't know was necessarily specifically Hawaiian.
I was so close to messaging Dan from Hawaii, a listener of ours, to ask that, and I was like, God, no, how can I? What can I lie to say? Why am I asking that?
Hey Dan, I'm throwing a party where we're each given a country or a place, and we have to bring food that is known for in that place. I've been given Hawaii. Is there any kind of like specific dessert, maybe like a nut that is popular in Hawaii? Anyway, they're crazy for macadamia nuts in this. They're like tempted with like to do dangerous things with macadamia nuts. They go on perilous journeys for the promise of macadamia nut cake and stuff. At the end, they win a lifetime supply of macadamia nuts, and it certainly will be a lifetime supply for Scooby-Doo because dogs are incredibly allergic to macadamia nuts. it's like a chocolate. Don't give chocolate to dogs situation.
Feed a man 1,000 macadamia nuts. You'll keep him hungry for a day. Feed a dog a macadamia nut. Yeah, I fucked up.
If I'm feeding a man 1,000 macadamia nuts, he's gonna still be hungry for a whole day.
Yeah, feed a man a macadamia nut. He'll be full for an hour. Feed a dog a macadamia nut. He'll be full for the rest of his life.
Tell a man the time, and he'll know the time for just 1 second. Teach a man how to tell the time, and he'll know the time for the rest of his life if he's looking at a clock while he's wondering what the time is.
There's also on Scoobypedia, there's a inconsistencies / continuity errors and or goofs / oddities.
Yeah, we brought these up before. This is where continue.
Fred doesn't know how to land his hang glider despite entering in a hang gliding contest in the Scooby-Doo show episode Hang in There Scooby-Doo.
They forgot Hang in There Scooby-Doo.
And like this goof just says it's really dangerous to just go hang gliding without wearing the safety gear first.
Agreed. I would never do that.
And Shaggy doesn't know what poi is, despite eating it in the Scooby-Doo Where Are You episode, A Tiki Scare is No Fear.
Oh, they've fought tikis before?
Well, it's no fear to bring that up.
That's true. If you were... Let's pretend the movies are the only Scooby-Doo things.
Mm-hmm.
If you'd been on 14 adventures in your life, and each of them, most of them at least, there was a monster, and a lot of them, there was just a guy in the monster, you would start to like notice this weird idiosyncrasy in your life. And this isn't even mentioning the TV shows, of which there are hundreds of episodes. And it made me think, like, this is set in Scooby-Doo is set in a world where dressing up as a monster to get what you want is just an incredibly like popular thing for criminals to do, but it like also either they're always caught, or they're actually far more masked like criminals than we know, and we're only seeing the ones, and the mystery gang are just particularly proficient at.
Yeah, I think that because, like we said, a lot of these cases, it's like they didn't actually really do anything wrong. So I don't think there's reason that it would make national news, necessarily.
Well, if it doesn't make national news, how are so many people following suit then? Literally. Because they're wearing suits.
Yeah, that's...
I just don't think the logic of this cartoon empire stands up.
Yeah. Yeah. The dog is a big problem. I have a big problem with the dog. What's the dog up to?
Scooby-Doo? Yeah, something like that. What's he doing?
Well, I know what we're bloody doing is we're getting a couple of guests, I believe. Our first time having 2 guests. 2, and I like to think of this podcast as our think tank.
Yeah.
And we're getting 2 people into it. That's a little clue for you. A little clue.
Absolutely. And so because of that, I will say to Aloha Scooby-Doo, Aloha Scooby-Doo, because Aloha actually also means goodbye.
Wow.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
And those 2 guests, we've recorded this segment earlier, Andy and Alasdair from 2 in the Think Tank. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, guys.
Hello, you.
Yes, this is the late night 15th Scooby-Doo movie energy that I want to begin this segment.
Yeah.
I couldn't be more thrilled to be here talking with you about this film. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes. Thank you very much.
I can't imagine watching this film and then not ever talking. talking about it to somebody. So
Yeah, it is like that. It is whenever I see a movie now, if I don't love it, I'm like, God, how can I turn it into content at least? You know, like,
How do people
at the
who
very
don't have
least.
podcasts achieve closure on anything?
no, I have no idea.
Like, I've gone to the movies with, like, normies, and they don't want to, like, analyze it afterwards. I don't see, like, how
Yeah.
people can just watch a movie and then just drive home.
Yeah.
It is odd.
Do you call
Don't
them
like it.
normies when you're inviting them and when you're hanging out? When you're
Hey, you
trying to
fucking normies.
strike up the conversation afterwards? Because that could have something to do with them not really wanting to chat.
As a normie, how did you feel about the film? And they just don't reply to me. So we've brought you guys on to talk about Scooby-Doo! Exclamation point. And Where's My Mummy?
Very funny. Because what people might not realize at home, this one's set in Egypt. So
That
there's
is
very
yeah.
clever.
The title really confused me because at first I thought they were going to look for their mothers.
Yeah. I think we all were there, Alasdair. We were all
You see?
thinking that.
And then you
yeah.
get into it and you go, why is it so sandy? You know?
What's this got to do with motherhood?
Yeah, is this a foreshadowing of the mother's name, perhaps?
Sandy, right. I
Sandy,
see.
possibly. I don't know.
Sandy Doo?
Yeah.
Thought it could have
Scooby-Doo's
been
mum?
maybe somehow linked to the Grease universe. You know?
This is
love
already
it.
way more stupid a riff than I had mentally prepared myself for. I was ready for it to be pretty stupid, but like you come out of the bat that stupid, Alasdair. That's setting a really dangerous precedent.
This is the exact riff I had prepared for. I wrote in my notes. For a couple of minutes, we'll sort of riff on the mummy sort of theme, you know, the dual meaning of mummy. But of course, yeah, this film is about Egyptian mummies, and you know, obviously there's a mystery involved, and we've been talking Scooby-Doo for 7 hours or so at this point, so I would love nothing more than to hand over to you two to give us a sort of overview of what the plot of this film is. Just a quick précis. You don't need to go into too much detail.
Unless you want to. We
Yeah,
let
I'm
our
not going to
guests-
stop you.
Sure. Well, then there's the one with the glasses. She's in Egypt already. I mean, I think they're all in Egypt, but she's doing some archaeology with a prince, I believe.
With Prince, the
And-
artist.
Yeah, with a prince.
You say that like Prince hasn't absolutely shown up in a Scooby-Doo episode from like the 70s.
But then she's looking on the face of the Sphinx, dusting it, and she finds a necklace on the face, which we saw when I think we're pretty sure we saw early on. Like, there's a flashback earlier to when Cleopatra is in the ancient times, 400 or so BC, and
It's actually just 41 BC.
41. I am so sorry. I apologize. I was taking us to ancient Greece or something. And I don't think she seems to be anywhere near the face of the Sphinx. It'd actually be quite a hard place to lose, to lose a necklace right on a vertical surface. But anyway,
I also thought it was interesting that in the opening narration done by Cleopatra, she says the year is 41 BC, which
Yes. Incredible foresight. I also thought in the opening narration it's remarkable that she refers to setting ancient traps. Like the booby traps in the tomb, she calls them contemporaneously ancient traps, which makes me think that they could be like either she's doing the narration in the present day, which doesn't quite make sense, or she's somehow recycling or repurposing some traps that were salvaged from another even more ancient tomb. They were already ancient when she got to them.
Imagine if someone was talking to you and they were like, "Oh yeah, the year is 2022," or 40 ADL. You'd be like, "What the hell is that? What kind of global event is happening in 40 years that the year format is?"
Well, but presumably the A would
defined
stand
by
for
it.
after.
Yeah, well, yeah,
So
well,
it would be
the
like,
DL
what happened in 1982? It's being reevaluated as like the nexus point for this new dating system.
Just out of curiosity, did you have something in mind that you thought what ADL would have meant?
No, I'm
No?
not as good as improv as the two of you are, and so I don't think that far ahead. And I actually panicked trying to think of letters just then
Sure.
to reveal my own anxiety.
It's okay. Maybe it will reveal itself. It's one of those things that's already happened, but we haven't actually realized that it happened yet.
Yeah, right.
And it will just be 40 years from now.
Well, yeah, because I guess like BC, BCE is before Common Era, but BC is before Christ. And I mean, I guess with Christ, they did know pretty quickly that it was special. Maybe, the DL that was born in 1982 is still yet to reveal themselves as being our new deity.
Okay,
Yeah,
no, fair enough.
That's right. Yeah,
my on the fly riff is led us somewhere interesting already. That's
I mean, is there much point describing the plot of this film?
What's the central mystery around it?
Okay, they're trying to. There's a few things going on. One, the River Nile has run dry. Number two, Velma, somehow, the power of the amulet reveals the entrance to Cleopatra's tomb. And there is a curse, appropriately, there's a curse on Cleopatra's tomb that will turn anybody who tries to go in there into stone. And then a tomb raider arrives at about the same time that the Scooby gang, whatever they're called, the Mystery Machine?
Mystery Gang.
The Mystery Gang.
Mystery
Incorporated. Arrive also to visit Velma in Egypt. They've driven there in a combi van, presumably from America.
It is the Mystery Machine, so
When they say God moves in mysterious ways, do they mean that he drives around in a van with a dog?
In a combi van.
And I guess the idea is that Cleopatra hid all of Egypt's treasure somewhere. And that's it, all of the riches, and that she's been trying to protect it with this magic curse and this army apparently of undead soldiers that are waiting, mummified soldiers that are waiting to protect Egypt, and then eventually perhaps return the riches to the Egyptian people.
Very good.
And along the way, after the burglars, the tomb raiders try and break in and steal the treasure, we sort of have nested cons or nested reveals. There's one where there's like an ancient people who are living by the old ways, a mysterious city of
Egyptian Amish almost.
Yes, that's right. And they've come and they've from all over the world and restarted this city under the guidance of a sort of a what would you call him? A Grand Vizier type character.
Yeah, good word. Yeah. It is a Grand Vizier.
But then he turns out to be a con, and this is my favourite bit of the entire film, is that it turns out that he is an evil civil engineer. Which is not... I mean, that's left field. I was really... I sat bolt upright when I heard the words civil engineer.
Well, we were just talking in the previous Scooby-Doo movie, which is set in Hawaii, the motive behind the people dressing up as the tiki monster was to drive property prices down so that they could buy all the houses in the island and then sell them at a much higher value. So Scooby-Doo doesn't fuck around.
No.
It's very Lex Luthor and Superman.
Yeah.
It's real humans of late capitalism shit.
It's also revealed at the end of the film that, like, Velma was in on it. Not evil, but she knew a lot more of what was going on.
She's the man in the mask in this one. They removed the Cleopatra mummy's mask, and it's Velma. And look, I don't know if you guys thought this was... I don't know what your experience of Scooby-Doo, but as someone who has just watched...
We'll ask you.
as someone who's just watched 14 Scooby-Doo movies, this was mind-blowing.
This was a betrayal of the highest order. Like,
Yeah, I was wondering how many times have members of the Mystery Inc. gang been inside the mask.
This is the first I've seen it.
yeah.
I mean, the writers, they must have felt like they were revolutionizing Scooby-Doo.
I thought they were. From my point of view, they were.
I imagine that they were also, much like you, they'd just finished writing 14 Scooby-Doo movies on the fly, and they were in a very similar mental state to you guys. It probably took them slightly less time to write them than it has taken you to watch them.
Yeah.
What is your experience with Scooby-Doo? Are you guys Scooby-Doo fans? Had you seen this movie or any other of the movies before?
Alasdair referred to Velma as the one with glasses at the start, so I'm going to take a guess that he's very unfamiliar with Scooby-Doo.
Well, I want you to know that I was facing somebody the other day who I've known for at least 6 years, and I said to her face, I said, I want you to know that I know you, right? And she's like, yeah. And I go, I don't know your name right now. Like,
was it Velma?
and it wasn't Velma. It was somebody else. But yeah, it was. Yeah.
Daphne.
So I mean, it was. Yes, I was talking to Daphne and Scrappy Doo.
He's long gone.
No, but it's I knew it. Like I must have come across episodes when I was a kid, and so I knew of it because I definitely watched a bunch of stuff that had. Is it Scrappy Doo? Is Scrappy the small one?
Yeah, Scrappy Doo.
I think I've watched a lot of stuff with Scrappy when I was a kid, and because I had a lot of Scooby Snack experience.
Oh.
But then when the movies came along, I never really saw the live action ones, but I was very aware of them because I know Freddie Prinze Jr. was in She's All That, and I was very in love with the lady from She's All That in my early teenagehood. And so for some reason I felt threatened by Freddie Prinze Jr. and so I followed his career pretty closely.
Just waiting for him to slip up.
Yeah, exactly. And then I could get in there. Rachel Lee Cook,
from Josie and the Pussycats.
That's right, which I also wanted to see because of that, and I never got around to it. So
it's a
good.
Great movie.
Watch it as an adult; it's genuinely really good.
Okay, great. I do want to see it. All right,
the movie, not the cartoon. I can't speak to the cartoon.
Sure. Is that another Hanna-Barbera?
It was, yeah. In animation, but not in comic book where it originated. But it was Archie Comics.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. And I did read a lot of Archie comics, but that's completely unrelated to this. It's just because it's connected to what we're talking about, but not at all what we're talking about.
So you weren't reading the Archie comics to somehow tangentially gain more information about Freddie Prinze Jr. and his weaknesses.
Just to see.
Just in case he appears in any more adaptations, I just want to...
I thought he might make a good Jughead, and I'll just get in on the ground floor.
If I can actually buy up the rights to these properties, that will prevent Freddie Prinze Jr. from appearing in any adaptations of those, and then that could put a significant dent in his future career prospects, leaving Rachel Lee Cook more available.
But all it actually does is, as Alasdair ends up being cast as Fred in the live-action Scooby-Doo movies, and they're on their first day of filming, and they're like, all right, action, and then Alasdair turns to Linda Cardellini, and he goes, one with glasses, let's go do this.
I like her too, though.
I don't know if I've ever watched a full Scooby anything.
Wow.
I've seen it
You've never gone full Scooby.
In some stuff. I saw them appearing in a Kevin Smith film, maybe Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. I think they pop up in that. But yeah, I mean, this is my full proper immersion into it, and I don't know, like, where does this sit? Is this a sort of a rebooting this series of films? Are these in any way sort of a self-parody kind of thing, or is this very much, a faithful this is what Scooby-Doo is kind of a film?
That's a great question. This is a pretty faithful, like, adaptation of what Scooby-Doo is. The last sort of few movies we've seen, and the movies, because we're not watching the TV shows alongside this, we're not 100% sure, but the movies seem to exist in their own kind of separate canon. It's not like you're having to watch the TV show to follow along or anything like that. But the movies have been like the globe-trotting adventures, and so I think if you were to watch the shows that are happening at the same time as this, they're probably a bit more self-contained or contained to America. Whereas, it's like when you do Scooby-Doo the movie, that's when you go to Egypt and Where's My Mummy?
Of course.
And have these straight to video movies stopped since the DVD market has kind of disappeared?
No, the most recent one came out like in October.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, so this was actually the last one released on VHS. Fun fact.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go. I mean, okay. Well, so now they're just going to streaming services, or are they just being released on Scooby's website?
Yeah,
You can download
Scooby
them for
Plus.
$5. Yes.
Scooby Tube.
I believe they're all on like HBO Max in the States, but I think
It's a very prestige
Oh,
network.
yeah. Well,
Are
it
they
was a few months ago.
Back
yeah.
to back
Yeah.
with the Sopranos. Or,
Yeah, the Sopranos finishes, and it's like you might like. Yeah. But is it like we've spoken about this like a few, because obviously with our podcast we cover lots of these shitty sort of direct to DVD films, that like the direct to DVD market is still weirdly booming.
Right.
Yeah, it's like a
right.
lot more than you'd think, and I think the kind of studios that are greenlighting these direct-to-video sequels that have nothing to do with the originals, not Scooby-Doo as a specific example, but those kind of studios are still, especially around the holidays, they become great stocking stuffers for these like, oh, I remember your mum said you like this film, and then so here's the distant sequel you've never heard of.
Is it perhaps a case
right.
that like we know that when it comes to mainstream films, even indie films, they, if you're trying to get things released in cinemas, you're trying to have an advertising campaign or publicity, that a huge amount of the budget, a vast percentage of it ends up actually going into that side of things. And if you've got, big names and big stars, that's hugely expensive. But to make a small film that you don't try and market, and you don't have to market because there is a tiny legacy audience for it.
You barely have to pay anyone to be in it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, indeed. I mean, one guy did half the voices in this, right? Like, it probably actually works out,
But yeah, and I mean that like you
financially.
get free advertising by just sticking the IP on it and just hoping that people. I mean, like in the days of video stores, it was obviously a lot better that people would walk in and be like, Scorpion King 4, I loved The Mummy. I'll grab that. Yeah.
Now, when you say the mummy, do you mean
Yeah.
the mother? Are you referring to some female parent there? I'm confused.
There are some big names in the voice cast of Scooby-Doo Where's My Mummy, though. We've got is it Christine Baranski, isn't it?
Yeah, Christine Baranski, Ron Perlman, Jeremy Piven,
Yeah.
Oded Fear.
Piven.
Jesus Christ.
Like, say Ron Jeremy?
Ron Perlman and Jeremy
Ron
Ron
Perlman
Perlman,
and
so-
Jeremy Piven.
Sorry, yeah. Yeah, that was a surprise. Jeremy
I
Piven.
feel like if you combined those two guys' genetics, you might end up with Ron Jeremy. I think it's
You wouldn't be too far off, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Jeremy Piven, because I knew that whoever was playing that whatever that weird action, like, guy who goes out and films stuff character was.
Rock Rivers.
Rock Ritter, yeah.
It's like
I
a
was
Joe
that-
Rogan Fear Factor type character.
Yeah. I was like, this is a direct Joe Rogan reference. But somehow he's also, in a way, like a weird crocodile hunter kind of thing, where
Yeah.
he's just out filming things.
Yeah.
Trust you Aussies to bring it back to Croc Hunter.
Always
Yeah.
going on and on about it.
Man, I'll sorry, I won't continue.
I did think as well, being Australian, that you guys, I'm just naturally assuming that you guys have been on the Scooby-Doo ride at Movie World probably dozens of times.
It's
Yeah, that's correct.
I mean, that's how I get to work.
You work at Movie World.
Yeah. I just take the go to Central, catch the Scooby-Doo ride to the.
You got to
port.
get the A15 Scooby, otherwise you got to wait till 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, like how frequent is a trip to something like Movie World or Dream World, which are and they're all in the
Never
Gold
been
Coast,
to
right?
either of them, but thank you for asking.
Wow.
Thanks for bringing it up, Richard.
Like
we-
rubbing them.
I think we filmed a sketch outside of one of them, outside of Movie World, I think, and
That's
Andy
right.
was
Jesus
dressed
Christ.
as
Sailor Moon?
dressed as a Sailor Moon character.
Wow. Wow.
And-
And this didn't come up when you were telling us your experiences with Scooby-Doo?
Can you remember what the concept of that sketch possibly could have
I
been?
mean, I felt so happy just seeing you in that Sailor Moon outfit. I can't remember. I think it was about you being sad, but I don't remember. I guess you were a cosplay person.
I'd been fired. Maybe I'd been fired from my job.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, and then you had to do some weird thing like this where you said I'll
Yeah.
never work it, and then you did the Sailor Moon kind of hand thing. I
Wow.
can't.
Yeah.
I am sorry that we
I'll
don't.
have to
I don't
revisit
think. Yeah, I don't know if it ever went out.
Oh.
Damn.
Well, now I need to see it.
Yeah.
Look, I'll say this about the Scooby-Doo film.
Hmm.
I loved it. I
Yeah?
thought it was great.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome. I was scared to bring this up because I also thought this one was really good. And the reason I was scared to bring it up is because this is not the first mega franchise we've ever covered. 2 years ago, we did the 37 Barbie movies. And I will never forget what it felt like to have Eli Mathewson guesting on a segment where I said, I thought this one was pretty good. And he said, this was a 1-star film for me. And it dawned on me how lost in the sauce I was of that franchise, that a 1-star film for one person can be a highlight of my day. And so we're 15 films into Scooby-Doo. This ranks, I think, in my top 5 of the little ranking
Oh, that's
I've
fantastic.
been doing of them so far. And I think it's about Egypt, and maybe that's cheating because Egypt is a cheat code to making something more exciting.
You were an Egypt kid growing up.
My brother was an Egypt kid growing up, so I had residual Egypt kid energy, and I think because of that, it's already I'm thinking, Tomb Raider, the Mummy, the movie, not my parent, and
Sure, right.
even there's a bit where the Egyptian Amish people we were talking about before, they in their prophecy they worship Shaggy and Scooby figures, and when they show up they become a Scoobus and Shagfellow or something like that.
Yeah.
And it was
Shag
fun.
and Shag and Carmoon or something?
Yeah,
Oh,
Shag
yeah,
and
yeah.
Carmen. Shag and Common.
Shag and Common.
That was how I said. Yeah, and I thought that was great. I thought the climax where they were fighting Cleopatra was interesting. And
Okay, I didn't say great.
Give him an inch, you'll take
Now
a mile.
you've gone too far.
And when they remove the mask, and as we said, it's Velma, genuinely, I was like, you've surprised me. 15 films in, this is an interesting thing. That Velma being the person behind the mask is very interesting for two people who have watched 15 Scooby-Doo movies, I guess.
And have 30 to go.
Yeah.
I think, again, or not again, for the first time, I'll mention the fact that, this is a children's film, I presume, right?
Yeah.
And if I had been a child watching this would have been exactly my shit. Like to the letter, I would have loved this film.
Cool.
Yeah.
Because it's got all the stuff you want.
There was some weird comedy in it where I think in particular, I guess when at the end when they were fighting sort of zombie Cleopatra, or undead Cleopatra,
Yeah.
which where Shaggy and Scooby put her in a sort of a barber's chair, and then they start putting sort of makeup on her and put some cucumbers on her eyes and things like that. And there's a lot of stuff happening where I'm like, this is nothing. This is going to,
Yeah.
this is actual nothing. Like they're not even getting to something. They're not trying to trick her. They're not trying to eventually damage
Right.
her.
Yeah.
It's just like, it really is like, we had this sequence where we thought we would do this. And then it kind of like, and then it just moves on and you go, this is interesting. Like, is that what a lot of Scooby comedy is?
A lot of Scooby comedy is flavored that way. I will acknowledge, for as much as I like this movie, that is one of the more aimless and weaker segues they've done. It's usually things like they'll be running through doorways and then they'll be running alongside the thing they're running away from, or like
Sure.
in Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, the live action film, there's a part where they're running away from the Black Knight and they start barricading the door, and then the Black Knight starts helping them barricade the door.
But
and they're like,
that's who
thank
they're
you so
hiding
much."
from.
Funny. That's
yeah,
funny.
yeah, exactly. It's stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I think like there is a genre of Scooby-Doo comedy that the new school can sometimes be a bit rough at adapting, as opposed to the
Sure.
the
They just don't
original
get it.
writers, maybe. They don't get it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
really
See-
something that would have, that's a bit of a Bugs Bunny kind of thing, but it's also bending reality in a way that is quite interesting for films where the punchline is always there's nothing is really supernatural. Everything is explicable via science and deception and sleight of hand, right? At the same time, there is a literal talking dog
Yeah.
who appears to have the ability to conjure matter from nothing.
Yeah.
Like, if there is a monster
I
in
love
the
this.
Scooby-Doo
I love
films,
this.
if there's a supernatural beast in the Scooby-Doo films, it is Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, right. What you're saying is that an ancient Egyptian zombie mummy being real would arguably not even be as amazing as a talking dog who can pull a barber's chair out of nowhere. Like, that is the
Yeah.
more incredible thing.
Correct. Yes.
I will say Scoobypedia, the Scooby-Doo Wikipedia, does mention that there is a rational explanation for everything that happens in the movie, except for the initial discovery of Cleopatra's tomb. Omar holds up the Ankh necklace, and the sunlight catches it, and this somehow causes stairs to appear beneath the Sphinx.
I
That's
think
the only thing. The rest of it's airtight.
the Egyptians could rig
Everything
that
else-
up, couldn't they?
Well, I guess there's a chance that Scooby just brought that chair with him, and Shaggy.
Just in
yeah.
case, yeah.
Yeah.
Shaggy just had that sort of the
cucumbers.
the protective cloth. Yeah, the cucumbers in his back
They
pocket.
are vegetarians, so
They probably did have a cucumber on hand.
yeah.
Yeah.
Did anyone pick up the subtle reference to David Lynch's Dune in this film?
No.
No. I
Both-
wish I could say I did.
Both this film and Dune 1984 open with expository narration by Virginia Madsen playing a royal character.
I mean, it sounds like someone just desperate for a piece of trivia, but the fact that it is the same actress feels like maybe there is like an intention there, or maybe there's not at all.
Were both films shot in the same location? You know.
I do have a couple pieces. I don't know if you guys are patrons of IMDb trivia very much, but
I do enjoy it.
It's a minefield of content, and we like to examine it and find just dumb pieces of IMDb trivia.
Now, it's a minefield of content. Did you mean to say a gold mine of content, or
No.
were you actually referring to the fact that you could
blow up.
come across a fact that will
Blow
remove your
your
legs?
That'll blow your mind.
Yeah.
No, it's you got to be careful traipsing through the annals of IMDb trivia because
It's user submitted, so a lot of it is either written very poorly or patently untrue.
or
in some
planted
cases.
landmines.
Yeah.
This one just simply says Amelia von Butch is basically an evil version of Lara Croft.
That's a good
Okay.
piece of trivia.
I mean,
Yeah.
three out of three people found it interesting. So, What do I know?
100% of response.
One thing I thought was interesting about that character, though, so as alluded to by that trivia, she is, I would go as far as to say not just like a Lara Croft type, but like a direct reference to Lara Croft, I think. And what I liked was that like she is a villainous character in the film, and with the bait and switch that it's actually Velma behind the mask, it leaves us going, well, like who gets their comeuppance, and it's the Lara Croft character. She ends up like not stealing the riches, and I think she ends up like wedgied on a flagpole or something like that, or in a cage or something, and watches like her treasure be returned, and she's like, no, and I don't know. It's always fun to have another villain force. I guess I'm giving this movie too much analyzation. But,
but there was a moment near the end, and I have to admit that I watched this today, and then I fell asleep, and I missed the whole underground people thing. But the rest of the movie still made sense anyway. But there was a point there where it did seem like I was like, wait, the bad guy who I thought was the Lara Croft character, and the mystery team seem to all be on the same side, and they're fighting Cleopatra. And I was like, that doesn't seem like that made any sense to me for a long time. And then I was like, yeah. And of course, the great reveal,
the fantastic, mind-blowing reveal.
That's right, the mind-blowing. I mean, this movie is a minefield of reveals.
It is. I like to think of it as a minefield.
I'm going to call this movie a gold minefield.
Wow, that actually sounds like it'd be the title of an episode of Two in the Think Tank, to be honest. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's a place where you've planted mines so that anybody who's looking for gold will fuck themselves up.
Or an expedient way to find gold. Just blowing up the ground.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. Using other gold miners.
Like Stokes capitalism.
Sacrificing them.
AJ, do you want to introduce a couple of our little segments we have with our guests where we make them perform for our entertainment?
I would love to. We've got a leaderboard, Andy and Alasdair. We've got a leaderboard where we're getting people, our guests on this episode, to show us how good they are at doing impressions. So here's how it works. We're going to individually ask each of you to do a Scooby-Doo impression. And we're going to rate it out of 3. If you score high enough, we'll ask you to do a Shaggy impression. And if that's good enough, we'll let you do any impression you want of any Scooby-Doo or Hanna-Barbera character. I can tell you the guest to beat.
Alasdair's already got one lined up. I know exactly where he's going with this.
The guest to beat is your fellow countryman Alexi Toliopoulos, who's on 7 points right now.
Wow.
So let's go. Alasdair first. Can you give us a Scooby-Doo impression?
Okay, I'll try. Okay, wait. Rhino Runner!
I love it. Perfect. 3 stars.
Okay.
3 points. Can you give us a Shaggy impression?
Okay, wait. Okay, wait. Hey, Scoob! It's not great.
I loved it. I'm gonna give that, I reckon, 2 points, Richard. What do you think?
Oh, wow. Be more honest.
I'll give 1 point for that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, shall we get you to see if you can impress Richard with your impression of anyone else in the Scooby-Doo Hanna-Barbera
Okay, wait.
universe?
Let's see. I don't know his name. Wait, hang on. That's a terrible thing to say.
Is that Huckleberry Hound? Is that who that is?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, or Droopy Dog. There's
Droopy Dog.
There's 2 characters with the same voice.
Yeah.
I thought that was great. I have cracked out my own Droopy Dog impression on this podcast already, and I'm delighted to see we have the same tactic, which is to pull apart your moustache.
Turn your cheeks. That's a terrible thing to say.
So I reckon, Richard, for Alasdair, I reckon we give three for Scooby. Maybe like call it or two combined for both of our scores.
I reckon 1.5.
1.5 for Shaggy, and then I reckon a 3 for the possibly Droopy, possibly Huckleberry Hound impression. So what's that?
Right.
That's
7.5.
7.5. You're at the top of the leaderboard.
That's That's too high, but thank you very much.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
The thing is, like, scoring it in front of the guest, we have to be like, that's the best one we've had yet.
I can't believe it.
Every segment we do after a guest will be like, let's just fix these.
Yeah. Feel free to, please.
Andy, would you like to?
Not really. I mean, in lieu of doing an impression, can I, and in light of the conversation earlier about, how we're always talking about Crocodile Hunter, can I show you the kangaroos out my window?
Oh my
Can
god!
you see the kangaroo over there?
I reckon that's 8 points.
Scooby-Doo. I'm Scooby-Doo. Here I am. Scooby-Doo, the main character of this film. Who, Scooby-Doo. And have you seen my mummy? Not the mother.
What do you reckon, Richard?
Zombie type.
I have a feeling
thing.
Andy's trying to get out of doing a Shaggy impression, which
What are you talking about?
I think is interesting.
What are you talking about?
Because Andy, and I mean this as a compliment, I think you have quite a Shaggian, Shagarian timbre to your voice already. So I thought you would
Thanks
be quite
very
good
much.
at a Shaggy impression, which I don't think you want to attempt, but that's my gassing up.
I have in the past been accused of looking like a combination of all the Scooby-Doo characters.
Including Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
Throw him a couple of points for the kangaroo, I think.
Okay, I will.
Andy, you're not even going to try? You're not even going to try Shaggy?
I mean, I will admit that I was kind of fascinated by Shaggy's voice watching this show. In that I thought he would be more of a stoner type guy, but he sounded actually a lot like just a very ill old man.
Well, he is.
That's who he's being played by. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's the same. It's the same voice actor from 1969.
Oh,
in these films, and
Okay.
his voice has, because the first couple of films we watched were from like the 80s, and so he's been voicing for 20 years. But he left for a little while and then came back. And yeah, I kind of like the older quality to Shaggy's voice, but it's not for everyone.
He doesn't have as much character, I don't
I
think.
can't really remember what he sounds like. So, here we go.
Yep.
Oh, Shaggy. In the film Scooby-Doo, and looking for my mum.
Yes.
Do you want to give us? I'm gonna throw one too. Do you want to give us a Velma then as well?
Jesus Christ! I can't believe you guys are continuing doing this.
You don't have to if you don't want to. I think I assumed you were just going to do the same voice and be
That's
like,
what I was assuming.
Yeah, I
Fucking
know,
g'day,
but, I
I'm
mean,
Velma.
wouldn't it be great? But you know what I was thinking? I was thinking, wouldn't it be great if, like, Andy Kaufman, as Foreign Man, he comes out and he does, two terrible impressions of different people,
Yeah.
and then does a really good Elvis. Wouldn't it be great if I then had an absolutely killer Velma that I've been sitting on this entire time?
Do you?
But here we go.
Okay.
I've been so lonely.
Alrighty, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Andy. I'm gonna I've written here.
All right, we'll stop you there. Thank you.
Before Andy before you go on, Andy, was that the peanut butter, the Elvis shaped peanut butter from a peanut
Oh
butter
my God.
ad?
You know
that
what?
you just did?
It was. I didn't think it was. It's from that I'm never oily, never dry. He's the oily peanut butter man, isn't he? It's not even Elvis.
So that was actually quite a bad Elvis.
Yeah. I make my baby spread me.
What? Is that really the
so
lyrics?
good.
Spread so good.
All right.
I never have that peanut taste. The peanut butter should.
I've been so oily.
So oily, baby. Yeah.
I'm going to give you
Wow.
a total of 2.5 points, Andy, for the hell we put you through. I'm not sure you wanted to be a part of, but thank you so much. Our last thing we would love to do with you guys is, when are your individual birthdays? Because we have made a spreadsheet spreadsheet that we're calling the Scooby-Doo Villain Horoscope, where I can tell you what Scooby-Doo episode aired on your birthday and the villain that was in that episode, and that's your spirit villain, I guess. So when are your birthdays?
21st of November, 1983.
21st of November, I'm going to give you the Count Dracula. Whoa, you got a big player. You got Count Dracula
Oh,
from Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? Season 1, Episode 11, A Gaggle of Galloping Ghosts. Well done.
This feels good.
Well done.
Thank you very much. It's great.
And I'm the 2nd of February, 1984.
Oh, I'm driving right back to the top of the spreadsheet. Here we go.
Very
All right.
How young did you think I was? I'll just prepare for a birth date that falls within the last 2 to 3 years, as I assume, based on its facial features.
You get the living toys, Andy, from What's New Scooby-Doo Season 1, Episode 11, Toy Scary Boo, which I've got a question when I wrote this down. Is the title, Toy Scary Boo, a parody of Toy Story 2? Which
It
came
absolutely
out
is.
3 years earlier?
Of course it is.
What a horrible
wow.
pun that is.
Toy
Hang on.
Scary Boo. Toy Story 2, yeah, it is.
It has to be.
Because it doesn't make sense under any other context.
There are hundreds of these Scooby-Doo villains that I collated into a spreadsheet, and it's crazy that I typed in Toy Scary Boo a few weeks back and was like, is that a Toy Story 2 pun? And then it was someone's birthday, so it was all well worth it, and it got to become content in the end. So, happy ending.
I have a question. I'm sorry, you might be in the wrapping up phase of the
all
podcast
good.
now.
No,
but
we're just
something
getting
that I
started.
would like to know is what is Scooby-Doo's role in the it's called Scooby-Doo is the name of the show, but of all the characters, he has maybe the least to do with. Like, at least based on this episode, he doesn't really do anything, and he doesn't save the day. You know, a lot of the time if you put a talking animal in a show,
You go.
the payoff will be that they're smarter than a lot of the people, and they are actually the hero and that sort of thing. But he's a talking dog, but he's a stupid one.
That's a really interesting observation that, Scooby-Doo is not even the smartest one. Like, it's kind of boring to not make him the smartest one, because there are at least 3 members of the Mystery Incorporated that are smarter than him. You know,
What all of them would be just by virtue of him being a dog.
yeah. Well, it's presumably, yeah.
But I mean,
Is he there to help the episodes meet their time, requirements?
I think he's there for the children who get scared of all the monsters to be like, wow, there's a cool dog. I think as well, and what we're learning is Shaggy is really more the main character of the Scooby-Doo stories, and I think Shaggy's role in the Mystery Gang is he often ends up running into danger accidentally and bringing it to the more capable members, and Scooby-Doo is his dog. So I guess that's the
Shaggy often ends up the reluctant hero.
Shaggy is kind of the human Scooby.
Yeah, right.
You know, he's kind of like that guy in that movie who's half vampire, half werewolf, and he brings those two warring factions together, even though humans and dogs aren't fighting in this.
No, absolutely. I totally understand what this comparison is.
So it's the perfect thing to say.
Are you saying or in Blade, he would be the day walker of
we've covered Blade on the podcast.
Man dogs.
Now we're talking our language.
Let's call him the dog walker.
Yes.
By the time this episode is out, we will know how well Scooby-Doo works without Scooby-Doo, because the Velma HBO Max series is premiered about a month ago by the time this comes out. And that has no Scooby.
And do you know what? It's not a creative decision. They legally weren't allowed to use Scooby-Doo in that show, I was reading.
Wow. Can they have any talk? But we don't know yet if there's any talking animals.
We don't know yet, no.
Yeah. It was originally it was going to be set in a universe where the Mystery Inc. gang never existed. and like the rest of the members were never born. But now they've announced the rest of the cast that Fred, Daphne, and Norville are all going to be in it.
Just out of curiosity, they're not getting Freddie Prinze to play.
It's actually Glenn Howerton is playing Fred.
Any characters? Great. Great, that's all I wanted to know.
And Rachel Lee Cook is playing Daphne, of course.
Thank you so much for coming on our stupid little 24-hour long podcast, guys. I think,
and if you guys want to plug your stupid little podcast,
the fun connection here is like you guys probably know the pain more than any of else of our guests of trying to upload a episode that's obscenely long to any podcast platform, because you guys of course do this like once a year or so, don't you? Or
maybe 2 years.
Yeah.
The last time the 19-hour one last time, I think, was so long we couldn't even battle the whoever it was, Acast, to make it, to upload it. And so we're like, all right, well, let's just have 3 weeks off and bring it, upload it in 3 parts.
Yeah, we had the exact same argument with Acast.
Yeah.
Our most significant interactions in the past, AJ, I think, have been bonding over the difficulties of uploading plus 15-hour podcasts.
I was going to bring that. I hope this is funny to bring up and not a weird thing to bring up, but I actually asked you, Andy, to be on the Barbie episode in 2020, and you did not reply. And I was like, cool, that's fine. And then when I was trying to upload it, I was like, I don't know who else to ask for help but Andy Matthews, because he's the only person I know who will have struggled with this. So I had to be like, hey, it's all good that you didn't want to be on Barbie, but how did you get this uploaded?
I want to address that, and I want to apologise for my behaviour and my intransigence. But actually, I've got another question, which is, when you say Barbie, do you mean like the short word for barbecue, or are you referring to the animated and toy character Barbie dolls? Because I've been assuming the whole time you've been talking about it, this is from like the Barbecues Galore tie-in film franchise.
No, we're talking about the doll. There were 37
if you clarified that, he would have replied.
Where can people find your show, and what's the elevator pitch, I guess, for it if people don't know?
We come up with sketch ideas, and our show is called Two in the Think Tank.
It's a great show. I highly recommend it, and we'll put a link to both your Twitters and the show's Twitter. The show has a Twitter, right?
Yeah, no, it does have one.
If Twitter still exists when this comes out.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah.
Thanks so much for having us.
All good, and thank you so much for coming on the show. And let's move forward valiantly, Richard, to watch and discuss Scooby-Doo, Pirates Ahoy in 2006. I'll see you there.
Ahoy.
Bye.
Bye, thank you.
See ya.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo, we scoob some do for you now. Come on, Scooby-Doo, don't stop. I was trying to make it sexual and weird, but I felt sexual and weird doing it.
Right, well, that is how you would expect to feel, trying to feel that way.
Like, do you think when people have sex with Scooby-Doo, they sing the song?
Yes.
Like, they call out his name?
Do you think when Shaggy has sex with Scooby?
Yeah, he's like, Scoob, what are you doing to my dick, man?
there's like a dog right behind me, isn't there?
Ooh, welcome to Scooby-Doo, Pirates Ahoy in 2006. This was directed by Chuck Sheets.
Yeah, when I make the bed, I just chuck sheets on it.
It doesn't have a critic score on Rotten Tomatoes, but most of these movies have around high 50s to mid 60s. So that can be the statement for the rest of the podcast. Richard, what is Scooby-Doo, Pirates Ahoy about?
Fred brings the gang along with him on his birthday present, which is a mystery cruise, and his parents are paying for it, the Skip and Peggy, and there's this creepy looking dude who we'll get back to. So the mysteries of the cruise start, which is just like fun little murder mystery parties kind of thing, but the gang keeps on solving them, which I thought was such a funny like plot beat.
Yeah.
That is like bringing the mystery gang on a mystery cruise and they fucking ruin it for everyone.
Yeah, there's a point where one of the other people on the cruise is like, so much for a mystery cruise if we don't get to solve any of the mysteries.
Oh, yeah. And then, so it turns out the creepy guy they saw earlier is like the entertainment for the night. And he hypnotizes the audience. And, what's a pretty, just forget I said that. It doesn't even matter that he hypnotizes the audience. And then, ghost pirates show up. And they take everyone on board. And Fred's parents are kidnapped. And then there's the mum disappears, but then a pirate who sounds mysteriously like her appears, and is the one tasked with killing Fred's dad. And then it turns out there was this other guy who's an astrophotographer who's like has the secret. He was taking photos of the sky. Cartographer, sorry. And he has this like map of the stars to, this asteroid, and
this asteroid that crashed. It's all set in the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, that's worth pointing out.
And so the ghost pirates fish up this golden asteroid because it apparently has the ability to travel through time or something like that. And while they're in the Bermuda Triangle, they see like lost ships and lost planes and stuff. And in the end, it's revealed that
Captain Skunkbeard.
Actually, Captain Skunkbeard is eccentric billionaire
Biff Wellington.
Biff Wellington, who believed that the asteroid had time-traveling capabilities, and he was tricked by the creepy guy that hypnotized the audience because he just wants the gold in the asteroid. And the reason that they were seeing all these planes and lost ships and stuff is actually because there is a projector based on the ship. And yeah, so it turns out none of it's real. Fred's mum was hypnotized into being an evil pirate, as were the rest of the crew. They saved the day, and
so when I said earlier to ignore it,
yeah,
that was actually came back. I was tricking you.
It ends with someone suggesting they go to the Himalayas, and Shaggy's like complaining that if they go to the Himalayas, they'll run into the Yeti. So technically, this film is the first post What's New Scooby-Doo film. What's New Scooby-Doo finished a few months before this. This film also came out 4 days before the next series, next TV series started, called Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue, which is definitively not related to this continuity, as it adopts a very different and distinct art style, and like the characters look like quite different in it, and it changed up some of the voice cast, bringing on Scott Menville to play Shaggy instead of Casey Kasem, who continues to voice Shaggy in these films. Interestingly, though, Frank Welker, who does play Scooby-Doo in the series, as well as Fred, and Daphne and Velma are both voiced by their, at the time, regular voice actors, though the rest of the Mystery Gang scarcely appear in the show, which makes me want to say that this would have been in production at the same time as the final episodes of What's New Scooby-Doo, so I'm calling it a What's New Scooby-Doo movie still. It's also still a globe-trotting
Comic Sans
adventure. They don't go to it. Yeah, there's no comment. There was papyrus in Where's My Mummy, though, so the bad font choices do continue. What did you think of Scooby-Doo Pirates Ahoy?
I enjoyed it enough. I thought that this one had the more obvious twists. Like, there's been a couple recently that have actually, kept us guessing. But these ones, I think that it just was a little too obvious for my liking. But that could also be that as we are continuing on this journey of Scooby-Doo films, I am also becoming better at solving mysteries.
That's probably true. I did think that the Biff Wellington, the eccentric billionaire, being the who the pirate secretly was maybe one of the sloppiest integrations of character because he
Because
is
it's also like he's a
appears-
billionaire, so like, why is he going to be evil?
Well, I more meant because he appears like once before
Yeah.
his mother. Like he just shows up and they're like, "Sweet, we've ticked off that."
Sweet,
box."
it's eccentric billionaire Biff Wellington.
Yeah. And I also thought the fakeness of the fact that the supernatural stuff was all fake is so far fetched that it feels more realistic that something supernatural did occur, or we need to understand that Biff Wellington deserves massive props for doing an incredible job because it all looks so real.
Right. So you actually want to stop the podcast to praise a billionaire, AJ?
I do,
Wow.
and I'll continue to. I thought that despite all that, I thought this one was pretty good. I thought it had a lot of originality to it. As you said, the premise of they're on a mystery cruise and they keep solving all the mysteries way too easily. I thought that was great, and it came to the series just as we're starting to float into sort of the same things happening over and over again territory, so I welcomed that. And I think out of all the animated Scooby-Doo movies we've seen so far, this is the one I think would have made the best live-action third part.
Interesting.
Like
yeah.
the best Monsters Unleashed sequel. I think you'd need to make the supernatural stuff real and probably stretch out the cruise ship segments and put a lot more fun scenes on the cruise ship. But I think the stakes are quite high, and the gimmicks are fun, and there's a lot of new characters who you can get, big name actors to play.
Well, I do have to ask, who would you cast as Fred's parents?
Yeah, well, I don't know if I had anyone in mind. I'd almost say like if this was made in say 2008,
Yeah.
Fred Willard would be a good Fred's dad.
Yeah, and Frances McDormand.
Fred Willard and Frances McDormand as Fred's parents, I think. That's a great cast. You've also got the pirate ghost, you've got the shipwrecked sailor, the cruise ship captain. Like, all of these are such meaty roles, and are played by notable voice cast. Arsenio Hall plays the cruise ship captain. Dan Castellaneta plays the creepy dude, the hypnotist who's behind it all. And we once again see Ron Perlman playing the eccentric billionaire / Captain Skunkbeard. And I gotta say, man, remember, I think I've talked about this in the podcast before. Do you remember when Ron Perlman was announced as the voice of Optimus Primal in the new Transformers movie coming out? And everyone was like, oh, sick, they got Ron Perlman. I've seen Ron Perlman in the shittest straight-to-DVD shit. He's always shown up in these things. I don't think he's that big of a get. If you can get him in Scooby-Doo Pirates Ahoy, I don't think he's that hard to book for Transformers Revenge of the Beasts or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I don't think it was like I didn't see it as like a wow, we got him sort of thing. It's just like I think he's played Optimus Primal before, and it's like it's one of those, because he's also like bringing nerd cred and shit like that as well,
Right.
to a role. And I don't think that it's very like, wow, we managed to get him. It's just
Holy shit, they managed to get Ron Perlman for Scooby-Doo Pirates Ahoy.
yeah.
I feel like we are starting to, at this point, 16 movies in, I'm starting to really get to know Fred. And I'm wondering how much of his personality was adjusted post the Freddie Prinze Jr. portrayal of him. Because I don't think it's a complete conversion to the pervert that Freddie Prinze Jr. portrayed him as. But, like, he's a lot cheekier. He's been a lot cheekier in the last few. We didn't talk about this with Andy and Alasdair, but in Scooby-Doo, Where's My Mummy, you see him do impressions of Scooby and Shaggy.
Oh yeah.
And I can't believe this didn't come up considering how long we talked about impressions and the character of Fred with the guys. But and it's funny because he does an impression of Shaggy where he's like, we're gonna go get some food, Scoob. And then he does an impression of Scooby, whom Frank Welker also voices. And so you have this Mel Blanc Bugs Bunny doing a Daffy Duck impression moment of Fred doing a Scooby-Doo impression. And it's, I guess that these are I said a few movies back that Fred was like an empty personality in the cartoons, and like, I've met these people in real life who seem to have no passion or big interests or big relationships with people, but I think he's starting to come out of his shell a bit more. There's a joke at the start of the film where they ask Fred how old he's turning, and he says 43, and they're like, and then it turns out he's counting the numbers on the pairs. So he's like 43, 44, 45. This would be funnier though if he said 37, because that's the actual age of the character. Like he 1969, 2006 minus 1969 is 37, and I came up with that on my own, Richard. But it is all over IMDb trivia. So
really?
That if you want,
it's IMDb trivia saying it would be funnier if he said this.
It said technically he's 37, but then it goes on to say, however, the character was 15 to 18 in Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? So
yeah, it should have been 37's is funnier because it's a kind of a more realistic age. Like, I think we forget how old the gang is, but they're supposed to be teenagers.
So they are supposed to be teenagers in Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? In Zombie Island, I think it's heavily implied that we're seeing them as adults now, but then the continuity gets slowly reset throughout the straight-to-DVD movies, and I think they are supposed to be teenagers again at this point.
And somewhere in this movie or the next two, they are called teenagers. I can't remember which one though, but I just remember hearing it after seeing that joke. Yeah, and also like the fact that everyone's shocked as well. Like, if this person I'd been hanging out with for 37 years and we were all the same age, and he told me he was 43, I wouldn't I'd be like, no, you're not.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't think it was true.
Stupid kids.
What do you think of Fred though? What do you think of him as a character? Do you think we're understanding him?
Do I think we're entering some kind of Fredaissance? Is what you're asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's maybe getting a bit more of a character. I think he's still somewhat of a blank canvas where he's got little bits of personality that they can exaggerate depending on what the film needs. I liked seeing his interactions with his parents in this film. Like, he's got these very sort of American, Northwestern parents sound like they're from, or in the Midwest, they sound like they're from Dakota, North Dakota.
Yeah, and I think just introducing them at all is an interesting thing to do for Fred as a character, I guess, because it's this is where he comes from. This is how he was raised. According to the Scooby Wiki trivia, Fred is revealed to be very muscular while being shirtless in the Mystery Cruise ship's pool. He has washboard abs and a chiseled chest and very toned muscles. And if you go on the IMDb page for this movie, you know how they have there's a photo section, and it'll be some of the posters or screenshots of the movie. The photos on the IMDb page for Scooby-Doo Pirates Ahoy is the poster and then several pictures of a shirtless Fred. It's so funny.
I'm gonna have a look at this.
Yeah, go have a look.
Oh my god! Wow, yeah. What the fuck?
It's someone has been enjoying this a little too much.
Oh my god! Yeah, it's straight up. He's all wet in the hot tub.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 12 photos of shirtless Fred. This has 47 photos, one for each movie.
Wow. Are they all of shirtless Fred?
Not quite, but we are just out of shirtless Fred territory at our watch. So
did you have any more stray thoughts on Scooby-Doo Pirates Ahoy? Did you enjoy the villains? Did you enjoy the aesthetic? Did you like that we were visiting to the Bermuda Triangle? I read several IMDb and Letterboxd reviews that were this whole series is basically these characters going on vacation and running into mysteries. Why on earth would you go to the Bermuda Triangle if you were trying to relax?
Yeah, one thing I did like about this was that Dan Castellaneta, obviously famous for portraying Homer Simpson and a bunch of characters on Simpsons, plays Mr. Mysterio. And it's funny whenever I hear Dan Castellaneta or Hank Azaria or Harry Shearer and something else trying to be what Simpsons character voice is this? Because this is no discredit to these wonderful voice actors, but he's not going to go on another show and just do Homer. But the amount of show tiny bit parts with 1 or 2 lines he's had to play in The Simpsons, yeah, you don't have infinite voices. Like
Mm.
these things will have appeared somewhere else, and I'm sort of struggling to remember the now, but I couldn't quite pinpoint. There's an impression he does on The Simpsons it's not Vincent Price, but it's someone like that who he's kind of doing for Mr. Mysterio. I know it's the character that the lamp in The Brave Little Toaster is also an impression of this person. Oh no, it's not it's like the overhead light that they go to see. Yeah. Peter Law.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of, it's a little bit of that sort of impression of Peter Law, like the
I can see that.
Yeah.
One thing that I thought was crazy was like, I always try to pay attention before the mystery is revealed, before the mask is taken off, to see like, was this written with them knowing that the monsters weren't real, or are they trying to do everything they can to make you think they're real, and then like continuity be damned? And because there's things like the pirates still talk like pirates when they're alone, like when there's no characters who will know who they are around, although a lot of them were hypnotized, so maybe that's okay. But there's a bit where Shaggy and Scooby are sharing a two-headed chicken costume, and they're running away from the ghosts, and one of the pirates like slashes a sword at them, and they duck out of their chicken heads, and it cuts the chicken heads off, and the joke is that they run around like a headless chicken. But like, was this a pirate actually trying to decapitate Shaggy and Scooby? Like, what are they actually wanting to kill everyone? Because that's quite a hardcore thing to do, because he just misses. He doesn't like intentionally go easy on them. And so I watched that, and I was like, if this ends up being like one of the ones where the disguise was actually just like sort of a harmless prank, this is a pretty full-on gamble to make that they would duck out of the way of the sword.
Well, maybe the sword is like not strong enough to kill a man, but is enough to cut some fabric in the costume. You know,
Maybe.
in this film as well. This is where there's a costume element of it on the cruise, right?
Yeah, they had to wear costumes.
And Daphne dresses in like a sexy cat outfit. And once again, someone was having a lot of fun drawing Daphne, so much so that in 2 movies' time, they go back and put her in a very similar outfit, but perhaps even sexier.
Yeah. Cats, sexier than just a regular woman.
Yeah.
I mean, Velma's wearing quite a revealing, culturally appropriative, like Middle Eastern costume in this as well, which is the first time. Richard, the first time, say you've got a female friend, and the first time you see her in like a sexy outfit, and you have to pretend like this is nothing, like this is just whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? It was like that. I was like, I'd known Velma to be wrapped up her whole life in like her sweater, and now I can see her tummy, Richard. I can see.
Yeah. I remember there was a time I was like sitting down, or maybe I was like kneeling down, and a female friend of mine who was quite tall was standing up above me, and I made some joke. I said something, and they looked down and winked at me, and it was like just this like the power play of me kneeling at their feet. It was like, goddamn, like when you realize, with that thing that I see on Reddit all the time, of it's like, when did someone do something sexy that you didn't realize, like you found them attractive? That was very much one of those moments.
Do you know what I would have said if that happened to me?
What?
Scooby-Doo! And she would have never talked to me again.
Yeah, probably.
Do you have any more thoughts on Scooby-Doo Pirates Ahoy?
Oh, I've only got one more thought, and that is Scooby-Doo! Do you like how he says that at the end of every film?
Does he say it at every film?
Pretty much. It's getting to the point where he does. There was one.
That's his catchphrase. Is he a Pokemon? Is Scooby-Doo a Pokemon? Is that the truth?
He'd be closer to a Digimon because he can say things other than his name. But he
well, Meowth can say things other than his name.
Yeah, because they taught him to speak instead of teaching him like the money rain or whatever the.
Well, maybe they taught Scooby-Doo that as well.
Okay, criminy. But there was like one of the the Wikipedia pages for one of the movies I just covered was like Scooby-Doo appears and says his catchphrase, and like his catchphrase was blue, but it just took you to the page for like catchphrases as a concept.
Thank you, Wikipedia. Very helpful.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
Richard, would you just fucking chill out for a second, bro?
Okay, fine.
We've reached our first movie of the franchise that doesn't start with the word Scooby-Doo.
Wow, even Aloha Scooby-Doo did not
Doesn't
start.
count. No. This is, I am of course talking about Chill Out Scooby-Doo in 2007, directed by Joe Sichter. Guess what this has on Rotten Tomatoes?
Doesn't have one.
Doesn't have one. What is Chill Out Scooby-Doo about?
The mystery gang are on vacation in Paris, and then they realize, wait a minute, we're the dog at, and we're our little stoner friend at, and turns out that Shaggy and Scooby are on a plane that they think is going to Paris, because they said they're getting this like all you can eat VIP plane ride, but turns out this like hunter guy, the big game hunter, has kidnapped them and has taken them to the Himalayas because he wants to catch the abominable snowman. And it's quite a funny idea that it's like, well, you want to catch a monster, you bring the perfect bait, and like just the idea that it's permeated through like, you know, the general knowledge that Shaggy and Scooby are the bait.
Yeah,
like,
they have a unique talent for accidentally running into monsters.
Yes, so then it turns out that Shaggy, they go there, try and find the abominable snowman. There's a bit of time where they're like, I don't think we're going to Paris, Scoob! And they search for the abominable snowman. It turns out it's this girl, and it's filled with helium.
Yeah, something like that. The rest of the mystery gang go and look for them. There's quite a few characters in it. There's the girl that ends up being the abominable snowman. She is dressed as the Yeti because the radio host that hosts the weather channel where everyone's going to find in the film is actually Dal Chilman, who we've previously seen in Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster. He was the nerdy dude who's now got a job as the weatherman. And it was a delightful piece of continuity, Richard, which reminded me of Tintin. Did you ever read Tintin?
No.
Tintin comics would always there'd be like a one-off character in one Tintin book.
Right, and so you wouldn't see them again.
But then 10 books later, that character would show up
What?
again. And these things which are so single-serving and you don't think they, you're not expecting them to reference old adventures, suddenly explicitly take place after them. If you've read any Tintin, let me know if you know what I'm talking about. So there's that character. She's got a crush on Dal Chilman, so she's trying to stop him from leaving because he's finishing up his job, and she wants to make him think that the Yeti is actually there. There's also a Sherpa guide, and there's a professor that turns out to be the actual, a scientist who turns out to be the actual villain, but he's just not dressed up.
Played by Alfred Molina.
Played by Alfred Molina. James Hong also appears as the Grand Lama or something like this, which is a parody of the Dalai Lama. So a lot of players. There's probably even more that I forgot to mention. Ron Perlman's probably in there somewhere. This movie premiered on Cartoon Network on August 31st, 2007 as part of the Fried Dynamite block before being released on DVD September 4th. So more than a year after the ending of What's New Scooby-Doo, though I think it is still part of the globe-trotting series of films, which seem to coincide with the What's New TV series. It's certainly, again, it's not related to Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue. It's got a completely different art style.
And it's not a spoiler to say that I think the next film is quite a departure from
exactly.
This.
So I would say this is the final What's New Scooby-Doo era movie.
Wow.
I think.
And just like that, we're done. And we've only got 30 movies left.
Yeah, this is the 17th film, only 30 left. That's, after we'd done the 7th Barbie movie. But this is the 17th Scooby-Doo movie.
Yeah, this is how many Godzilla movies we watched, isn't it?
Wow, yeah.
I can't remember, yeah.
Yeah, right. So, what did you think of Chill Out Scooby-Doo?
Yeah, I think this one did a better job of keeping you guessing than the last one. I will say there was one bit that really annoyed me, though, that they look at the Yeti footprints, and because they find a helium tank, and they realize that the Yeti's filled with helium, but they find the Yeti footprints and they make a comment about they're not as deep in the snow as Daphne's footprints are now, and she's like, well, I can't be heavier than a Yeti because I'm sexy little Daphne. But it's like, well, that's how surface area works. Like, Daphne was standing in one place for a long amount of time, and she's got tiny little sexy little feet, and they of course would sink into the snow, but the Yeti's got a big footprint, and it doesn't go down as much because it's got more surface area.
I would also say they're sexy big feet, though. No hate.
I think all feet that are of age are sexy.
Yeah. But they can be Yeti feet.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like the Scooby-Doo certainly has less highs and lows than Barbie. Barbie, you could watch one and be like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen, or you could watch one and be like, this was a delight. Whereas Scooby-Doo seems to be maintaining more of a plateau.
Yeah.
I also felt that believability was stretched, not because of the foot thing, but because we talked on Pirates Ahoy how if they're trying to vacation and keep getting pulled into mysteries, why would you go to the Bermuda Triangle? But this one was the gang just go on vacation to France and then somehow end up in the Himalayas trying to solve a mystery.
Well, also the fact that at the end of the last one they're like, we'll go to the Yeti, and then no, they go to France, but then end up there anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is the last Scooby-Doo production before Joseph Barbera died. So Hanna-Barbera are both gone after this movie. And the film itself is dedicated to Io Takamoto, who is the designer of the Scooby-Doo Where Are You characters who died this year. So still updating everyone on who's dying, who's retiring, who things are being dedicated to.
Thank you.
I've got a 10 out of 10 IMDb review to read you here. It's from someone called Bob2 Network. And the title of the review is Call Me Biased, but this is visual perfection. It says,
I'm going to call them biased.
This movie is amazing. I enjoyed it so much. This movie is the foundation of my very being. Without it, I would probably crumble into inexistence. Once again, Scooby-Doo makes perfection. This review was written in 2020. Clearly, this is very popular with at least one IMDb review.
That's true, yeah.
Would you agree with him that this is visual perfection?
No.
Calling it visual perfection is an interesting distinction, isn't it? Because he's not saying this is narrative perfection.
Yeah, it also looks like all the other ones.
Yeah, it's in the snow, though.
That's true, and the snow does look visually perfect, if I'm being honest.
Did you like this one? Did you dislike this one?
Yeah.
Are you feeling particularly strong one way or the other about any of these movies?
It's interesting. So we've been kind of cocky up until now about how easy this has been, but I think just I'm starting to feel the repetitiveness a little bit, but then it does change up in the next film, so that's maybe a good thing. Yeah, I don't know. I am also becoming a lot more aware of why do they hang out with Shaggy and Scooby?
Maybe they're just mates. Maybe Shaggy's their weed guy, and we just never see them smoking weed.
Have you got a blocked nose or something?
Yeah, I do.
Smoking weed. Yeah, I mean, there has to be something. And I mean, maybe, like, I almost feel like we need a good origin story for how the gang formed.
Well, we've got one coming up.
Yeah.
We've got the next live action film is a origin story, so maybe we can get our answers there.
Yeah, how are you feeling on our journey? 30 films to go.
The movies aren't destroying my soul, but finding time to watch them, finding time to write these little write-ups, and also like organizing with guests is starting to take its toll, which is annoying because that's such an invisible burden. It's not one I'm really turning into content. I'm just we start recording, I tell you about them. But like I feel like I don't know, like I'm actually hoping these maybe get worse or something just so that there can be more ridiculousness to be reporting on. Barbie was such a journey, and maybe this is as well, or maybe it will become one, but I'm worried that the journey is just going to be like, yep, we watched every Scooby-Doo movie, who cares?
Well, that's the thing.
Do you think people are going to care?
No, I don't. I think that by the time they get to this point of the podcast, yeah, I think the joke's going to be wearing off for people. And I think that Barbie, we were able to maintain the joke for a full 18 hours. But I think that it's kind of a testament to, you know, those fans of ours that demanded we do Scooby-Doo, that felt owed Scooby-Doo. And, you know, now we're doing it. And I you know, we're the masters of the film franchise, and I like the idea that we have an inferior sequel.
Okay, interesting. But it's longer and bigger, just like all of various sequels. Yeah, right.
And
okay.
I think we might be able to save it for the third one,
right?
Which may or may
is
not
there going to be a third?
I don't know. You and I have talked behind the scenes about some ideas.
Let's not do it for 2 to 3 years, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, don't even fucking suggest anything, you stupid cunts listening. I'm sorry, listeners. That's
in the inconsistencies / continuity errors and or goofs / oddities section on Scoobypedia, it has this entry for this film. The couple who walk past the cafe at the beginning of the film are also at the end of the film, this time strolling a baby along, even though the woman wasn't pregnant the first time, and not much time had passed while the gang were in the Himalayas. Their baby may have been left with a sitter the first time.
Yeah, like, that's entirely possible.
Yeah, next time you see a woman you've seen before, but now she's got a baby, you'd be like, you must have been pregnant. There's no other explanation.
Yeah,
you had to have been pregnant before this.
Yeah, I mean, like, because they could be the sitter.
They could be the sitter themselves. Oh my god, maybe it's their like grandkid or something.
Yeah.
So we mentioned before the Yeti's true identity is a woman named Mingar, who's a local Sherpa woman who actually had good intentions, as we said, wanting to reach Dal at the weather tower to stop him from leaving.
But good intentions. She's horny for Dal.
Yeah. There is still the villain reveal in Alfred Molina, but the film does still claim the Yeti exists. The big game hunter we've mentioned a couple of times disappears at one point before being found and by the real Yeti, presumably. Velma reveals that it's Mingar while the Yeti's costume is full of helium. So Velma and Dal are in a snowplow that's crashing down an avalanche.
Plowing through the snow.
It's just going
I was going to make a Jeremy Renner joke, but he
could be dead by the time this is released. So the snowplow is heading down this avalanche, and the Yeti jumps and grabs them both just as it crashes off the cliff, and then it inflates and flies away, and it looks pretty funny, and the film doesn't necessarily want you to think it's funny. And then Dal is like, I can't believe the Yeti saved us, and Velma, while they're still in midair, goes, that's no Yeti, and pulls the mask off, and the whole thing, it deflates and like falls into the snow. And it's like, Velma, couldn't you just wait for it to land? Jesus Christ, you're going to kill everyone by taking the mask off.
Yeah, Velma's starting to get on my nerves a little bit.
She's too obsessed with being correct that she's stopping to see, to stopping
now,
to not stopping. You know,
obviously this is something that I relate to,
right?
But I think
is that why you hate Velma? You see so much. I see too much of
myself in her. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, the idea that I would put myself or others in danger in order to be right. Maybe in danger, but I wouldn't, certainly wouldn't have them, knocking on death's door for it. I would.
I think you might.
Yeah, I guess it depends on who it is and who was insisting that I was wrong.
Who it is? You'd do this to me, Richard.
Yeah, I would. I would.
if we were driving and I was like, I bet you can't drive so fast you could launch over this canyon and land on the road on the other side. You would do it. You would put our lives in danger just to prove you could.
No. The thing is that I would just be like, yeah, I also don't think I could. It needs to be something that I'm invested in being correct about. It would have to be something that you'd have to find something that I was confident. I'm not just going to be goaded by like, oi, go on, pussy, you can't. I'm quite happy to be like, yeah, I can't.
Right. So you admit that you can't do some things.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because if I say I can't do something and then I can't do it, I'm right.
Right. Okay, interesting. I'm going to write all this down. Work out how to weaponize it.
To what? Put your life in danger?
Yeah, I guess like if I can prove this point I'm making correct, then maybe I can get some satisfaction out of that.
So interesting. So now you're willing to have me put you in harm's way to prove yourself right.
I've become the very thing I've sought to destroy. A helium-based Yeti.
Yeah, it is also like, is there some other kind of breathing apparatus inside the Yeti? Because...
Well, it's like a machine kind of thing. It's like a
you can't just survive on helium.
Well, I don't know if the helium's going into her lungs. I think it's like filling up the body.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, because they don't do any like helium jokes.
No, there's not a single helium joke, which seems insane. Like you should have her speaking in her.
You've got the funniest guest.
The funniest. Well,
farts
are pretty funny, Richard. I don't know if I think no. I think I prefer helium to farts.
Yeah, you actually famously do not find farts.
I don't find farts in real life funny. I can handle like a fart joke in a movie. Just as much as I can handle a helium joke in a movie, of which there are none in this.
But if there were, you would have been prepared.
I would have found them hysterical, Richard.
What if someone farted helium?
I don't know what they would look or even be like.
Maybe we'll find out in the next film.
We've still got some more stuff to tell you about this film. I wasn't stalling.
Then why are you letting us just awkwardly stall?
This may be the closest we get to a Christmas entry in the franchise. We, off-pod, noted that there is no Scooby-Doo Christmas movie. But in this, it's set in the snow, and at one point, Shaggy and Scooby, in one of their hilarious little running away montages, dress up as Santa to distract the Yeti.
And have a sign for the North Pole.
Yeah, so that would be enough if we were trying to do one of our desperate Christmas franchises. This would be enough to qualify for it. Finally, apparently this is not the first time the Mystery Gang have faced off against some kind of mountain-based snow monster. And one Letterboxd reviewer for this film mentioned a holiday-themed compilation DVD, which has a bunch of Scooby-Doo episodes on it, like Christmas-themed episodes on it, and said they felt that it feels like Scooby-Doo's Groundhog Day because of how many episodes seem to feature Yetis and the gang going skiing. So... And that got me thinking, because when I was writing out the villain horoscopes that I did, like, I remember writing pterodactyl so many times. And it's like such a specific monster to be repeated across the thing. And it's not surprising that something as sort of like pulpy and archetypical as a snow monster or a Yeti would be featured so many times. And it's like, can you come up with... What's the most original monster you could come up with for a Scooby-Doo story?
I think the real monster is man.
Humans. Wow. That's deep, dude. Scooby-Doo faces off against the most vicious monster yet. The human race. Wait, but that's what they're always men.
Yeah,
I guess that's still... This would be like there's a man and they pull the mask off the man. It's just another man underneath. They're like, I knew it.
There's a joke in this film. So Scooby and Shaggy get up to the radio tower and they have a go at presenting the radio station. And there's a bit where Shaggy is like, "Hey Scoob, you want to hear my radio voice?" And he does like "You're listening to," and I'm presuming the joke here is that that's Casey Kasem's normal voice or similar to it, but it still sounds not what I understand Casey Kasem to sound like. And I know I've said a few times recently, I've been meaning to update you on this, about how I quite like the older sounding Shaggy. I don't anymore. He's over the hill. I know we've got like 3 or 4 movies left before Casey Kasem retires, and yeah, he's sounding quite a bit worse for wear, I think.
He's old, like Marge Simpson and Modern Simpsons. Interesting. So yeah, I did pick up on that he does a radio host, and like, yeah, presumably this is a Casey Kasem joke. But like, yeah, I think it's such a weird joke to put in a kids movie that presumably only kids are going to be watching. But I guess like maybe they put these adult jokes in there for like to keep themselves sane. Maybe certainly keeps me sane.
Yeah. Oh, it says Casey Kasem, a national DJ in real life, did his radio voice in one of the scenes where Shaggy and Scooby worked the weather station.
Nice.
So I mean, maybe that's just the way his voice is normally aged. Because I mean, you'd think that doing at what he would have been like late 70s at this point, that doing Shaggy's voice is going to be a much harder than just doing your regular voice, like especially at that age.
I don't know if it's that hard of a voice to do though. It's quite a soft voice.
Yeah, but it's still like it's got that rasp to it and stuff.
I don't know. I'm still on board. I'm still on board the Casey Kasem train.
Okay, well, choo.
The Casey Kasem station.
Nice.
That doesn't quite rhyme.
Yeah, no, that didn't.
I'll stick with it, and I'm sticking with it. All right, well, Richard, let's avalanche out of here. Let's chill out of here and bring on our next guest to talk about our next film, which is called Scooby-Doo and the Goblin King.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
Nice. They got that New Zealand ping where everyone clapped at the same time.
Yes.
Not usually getting that in these guest records. Welcome back, everyone, to our trek through Scooby-Doo. I've got the start of an episode energy, even though this will be about 7 to 8 hours into this episode. And for the first time on our Scooby-Doo journey, we've got a guest returning from the Barbie Odyssey that we did all those years ago. It's Australian comedian Grace Jarvis. Hey, Grace.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Welcome back.
I'm glad we're not doing Barbie anymore.
And Richard is also here still.
Yeah, I just haven't found an in yet to join the conversation.
Nice. It was right. Nice. Well, that's why I gave it to you. Thank you, there. Yeah. That's called synchronicity. That's the Shaggy Scooby-Doo dynamic we have as best friends. We always know how to introduce each other to a podcast. As Shaggy and
so far into it as well.
Yeah. Grace, welcome to the show. With us is our 18th Scooby-Doo movie that we're watching. Is this your first Scooby-Doo movie?
No, I definitely don't think so. I think it was my first animated one, but I distinctly remember getting the live action version with Sarah Michelle Gellar out from the Civic Video in Whitianga when I was a tween staying at my nana's house, and just being like overwhelmingly attracted to everyone.
Yeah, right. What a refreshing perspective on the live action movie that it's hack at this point, but it's a fucking hot movie.
It's a very sexy movie.
I think it's because it's like it's hot at a level for 11-year-olds, and it's like, right. I don't know, as an 11-year-old, you're like, I don't know how to handle this. I can't cope.
I don't understand these feelings.
Yeah, no, I
Oh,
agree.
at Christmas, I mentioned offhandedly that my favorite movie is Howl's Moving Castle, which it is. And my dad looked really hurt, and he was like, "Oh, I thought your favorite movie was Stardust." And I was like, "Oh, it is. I love that movie, but it was my favorite movie when I was 11 because I didn't have another way to articulate how attracted I was to Michelle Pfeiffer." I was like, "This is my favorite movie. I don't know another way to say what this feeling is."
Yeah, nice. And I'm glad that Scooby-Doo joins Stardust in those hallowed halls.
It's a niche lineup.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we are talking today about one of the animated films, which is called Scooby-Doo and the Goblin King. This came out in 2008. It was once again directed by Joe Sichter. And it once again does not have a critic score on Rotten Tomatoes because critics abandoned this franchise movies ago.
AJ, I just want to jump in and quickly
please.
address the elephant in the room. I'm sorry, Grace, but Goblin these nuts. Someone had to say it.
Right.
Yeah, can't say Goblin King without making a Goblin these nuts joke. So
I appreciate we got one in right up the top. Grace, do you have anything to add?
It felt not quick enough. Like it's weird
Very
to
slow,
add
Richard.
like
well,
a preamble to like it feels like you either get it in or you don't. You know, you were really confidently ambled up to it.
Well, I know when I'm working with a material, and so that's why I gave it the requisite
I can't believe
intro.
critics abandoned this franchise. This movie rocks. I loved this movie.
Okay.
Tim Curry's in
not.
this movie. I loved it.
I'm glad to hear that. So we sort of talked about this already, but this is your first animated Scooby-Doo movie. Do you have a pre-existing relationship with the animated Scooby-Doo TV show or anything like that?
I don't think so.
No.
I'm not sure it was still on TV. Certainly not in Australia when I was a kid. And also I wasn't really allowed to watch TV anyway. So it might have been on on Foxtel or whatever, but I didn't have it. So my first interaction was the live action movie.
You weren't allowed to watch TV as a kid, but then a movie you saw at a very young age was the hypersexualized Scooby-Doo movie. So really 0 to 100 in terms of what you're watching on the screens there.
Well, it wasn't one of the first things, but I had a very close relationship with that Civic video in Whirianga. I reckon I watched every DVD that they had in there. They had a movie called Sunday School Musical, which was like a parody of High School Musical, but for a church. I don't know why. I think I must have genuinely run out of movies that they had.
Wow. Well, can you tell us, Grace, what is Scooby-Doo and the Goblin King about? What's the quick plot rundown?
Okay. So it's about the longest night of all time. They're at an amusement park on Halloween and they're doing like roller coaster things, and then they finish doing that. It's dark at this point, so it's like it's dark, it's night. And then after that, a bunch of very tall teenagers go trick-or-treating. Which I'm like, I don't know about trick-or-treating, it's not my culture, but I would have thought once you get to I don't know why I think it's like a height restriction like a roller coaster, but they seem too tall to be trick-or-treating. And then
well, they're also characters who have been in the public consciousness for 40 years by this point, so the idea that they're still teenagers feels
wild.
It's silly,
irrational
frankly.
at best.
I think they were definitely adults in the live action movie, right?
Yeah. There's different canons.
Because why they can't be catching planes without parental supervision. So they do that, they go trick-or-treating, and then Shaggy and Scooby have got so many lollies and these big sacks, and the other guys are like, let's go. We're done with this. And they're like, no, let's do one more house, which feels oddly... like, the characters of Shaggy and Scooby don't feel confident enough to go off by themselves.
They're famously not confident.
No, and somehow in this movie, they're like, let's do one more house by ourselves, the spookiest house on the street. I'm like, that doesn't seem like in character for you, but whatever. And then they go into the house and it turns out it's a magic shop. At the fair, they go to a bad hack magician and they ruin his show, which I was like,
Krudsky.
come on, man. He's got to make a living. Don't ruin his bits.
Yeah, exactly.
You paid like $4 to get in here. Please sit down. And then they go into the magic house, and then what's his name? Warren Beatty is there. Is that him, or is that a cricket player? The guy from Princess Bride.
Wallace Shawn.
Wallace Shawn.
Warren Beatty is the guy that read out. Well, he didn't actually read out the wrong name at the Oscars.
Well, I don't even know who that guy is. I don't. Clearly, that name is just in my mind.
He played Clyde in Bonnie and Clyde. Is probably what he'd rather be remembered for, Richard.
I wouldn't recognize him from that.
Well,
it's like he's not going to listen to this.
No, fair enough.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, I know you did watch every movie, so you would know that.
No, Bonnie and Clyde was not in that specific video, I'm afraid. Or it was in the section I wasn't allowed in. I'm suspecting now that I had restrictions on that civic video because it must have been just one aisle that I was allowed.
Yeah.
But yeah, so then he's in there with the magic shop and Wallace Shawn is doing a song. I love that it's a musical randomly. Right. There's like 3 songs. And then...
Not all at the same time.
Out,
this is the first song.
Yeah. It's not like they play a Beatles record backwards. It's like, where?
Yeah.
No, so, and then there's a fairy. I remember when we did whatever Barbie movie we did, at one point one of you was like, there's always a fairy. There's fairies in all of them. And then we got to this one and I was like, oh shit, they're right.
Yeah.
There was a fairy. And then, because I was confused the whole time, I was like, is magic real? Because I thought the whole thing with Scooby-Doo is like, they take off the mask and it's the janitor and he's just... gets off on terrorizing teenagers. It's like there's no real monsters. It's all bald men, I guess.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I think 18 movies deep into this franchise, we're discovering there is no.
It's not as much of a
formula.
Sacred cow as I think we thought.
Okay. Well, good for them.
This is a bit of a return to the magic is now real again after not having been real for several movies.
Yeah.
Well, I thought at the end of this movie, not to spoil it, but it gave me an understanding of why Shaggy and Scooby are the scared ones, because at the end of the movie, the Goblin King, Tim Curry, another one of my sexual awakenings, hitting a lot of points here. And,
okay, well, no, that's good to know.
He's like, only you and the dog will remember. And you guys will forget that this even happened. And so I was like, oh, well, that makes sense why Shaggy and Scooby are always terrified of any, like, suit of armor or empty house because they've got PTSD from this happening.
Yeah.
And they know that it's real.
That's a good point. Maybe this takes place before the others.
Yeah, or this happens in, like, every movie.
The hack magician get sucked into the void. They know it can happen.
Yeah.
And then Shaggy and Scooby go on a quest to Halloween Town to rescue...
Yeah, basically. The hack magician has stolen the fairy princess's power and because he wants to be a real magician. Yeah. And the only way to claim ultimate power is to combine...
To be fair to him, she did antagonize him.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. So to get ultimate power, you need fairy magic and the Goblin King's staff of magic or whatever. And so Shaggy and Scooby get tasked with going into the scepter. Shaggy and Scooby get tasked with going into the Halloween world to find the Goblin King's scepter before this evil magician does and rules over the world. Basically.
And at one point they go, when they first get to Halloween Town, they go into like a pub full of monsters and the monsters sing a song about how exciting it is to be monsters. And it was very reminiscent of like a pro-union like, drinking song. It was like, who goes bump in the night? We go bump in the night. Like,
Yes.
it was very like, there
Nice.
is
Well-
power in a union.
So yeah, as Richard alluded to before, this film, Scooby-Doo and the Goblin King, it marks probably the big first tonal reset we've seen in the animated film since about movie 10 in 2003, this being movie 18. It is the first animated film since The Legend of the Vampire to not feature the mystery gang on vacation in some exotic land where they uncover a local mystery. The last few films have all been like a globe-trotting journey. They go to Australia in one of them, actually. They go to Brazil or no, they go to Mexico in one of them, and all, you know, it's all like, let's explore the local, the famous local monster from
the Australian vampire.
Famous. Oh, okay.
yeah. Well, at least they call it a yowie. So, you know, but it's a vampire.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a Yowie's deal. I think a Yowie is more about like
No, I agree.
hanging out by a billabong. Oh, that's a bunyip,
like
I guess.
bogs and shit,
Yeah.
Well, Yowie is like an all-encompassing term, right?
I guess so.
Or it encompasses more than
It's just all monsters below the
Like
equator, I guess.
Yeah, a bunyip is a Yowie.
I guess a bunyip is a Yowie, but a bunyip is a Yowie, but a Yowie is
But
not
not
a
all Yowies are bunyips.
Yeah.
Right, nice. Well, we've heard it from the source, so we can put that discussion from 8 movies ago to bed. This is also, this movie is wholly unconnected to any Scooby-Doo TV show. It released months after the end of the short-lived and unrelated Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue, so it's that, which has a completely different art style, so it's definitely not connected to that series. It's definitely not connected to What's New Scooby-Doo, the series that was airing during most of the globe-trotting adventures. And if anything, this film is more of a return, as you pointed out before, Richard, to the pre-Zombie Island TV movies that we watched at the start of this episode. The first 4 movies were like these traditional Scooby-Doo format out the window. It's Shaggy and Scooby exclusively, and they run into real monsters, and the monsters are real, and the magic is real. And
well, yeah, no wonder Shaggy and Scooby are terrified. They're the ones that keep running into the real monsters.
Exactly,
like,
exactly.
Fucking Velma's like... Velma is out of commission for most of this movie.
Oh, yeah.
She's so autistic-coded that something challenges her worldview so hard she passes out and doesn't wake up till it's over. Which I relate to a lot.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, are you a Velma, Grace? Which of the mystery gang are you?
Velma, for sure. She's the most autistic one, and so am I. I fucking love Velma.
I hated this one. I think maybe because it felt like we'd made such step forwards, and I was starting to understand Scooby-Doo a lot more than we had at the start, and now this one feels like it reverts back to these clueless movies that we started the episode with. I understand now, talking to you, Grace, that hating this is a symptom of having watched 18 of them, maybe, and not in a vacuum. Maybe this would have been fine.
Well, I like it. I like their loose characters that you can just do whatever to every time. Just be like, we're so familiar with these particular guys that it doesn't matter what we do to them. It doesn't matter, because the next movie we can just do something else and it'll be fine.
Exactly, and they do.
Yeah.
What did you think, Richard?
Part of me really felt what you're feeling, AJ, that it was like, no, we didn't need to go back to this. But at the same time, it was interesting because it felt like this one was such a statement from the Scooby-Doo creative team that it was like, no, we're going back to this. And they got Tim Curry's voices, Wayne Knight, Wallace Shawn, Jay Leno's in it, Lauren Bacall.
Yeah, Jay Leno's the pumpkin.
The jack-o'-lantern,
Yep.
Which took me all movie to figure out who that was. And because the way he was speaking, I was like, it has to be a famous voice. Yeah.
Well, did you pick up on the two goblin guards being played by Jim Belushi and Larry Joe Campbell in what we can only assume is some kind of According to Jim tie-in?
I didn't recognize the other voice.
It's star-studded.
Or like I
the
knew it
other
was,
guy.
It's so funny. That has to be an According to Jim reference.
Yeah, it has to be.
But yeah, it is interesting that it's like it really feels like they were actively doing like a reboot. And so I think that, assembling that cast and everything, I think made it a little bit more fun. But yeah, I'd still probably put this in my lower half.
Oh no!
Well, this is good news for me because I'm going to watch some more of them.
Yeah, you've got nothing but better Scooby-Doo movies to explore, which I'm sure you will after we finish up recording.
I thought it was fun.
I don't necessarily, and sometimes I even prefer when the monsters are real, but I think in the best the monsters are real Scooby-Doo movies, the monsters are the horror or sci-fi genre, whereas this takes us to more of a fantasy setting. There's fairies and goblins.
Lame.
Oh, well, that explains why I like it the most because I'm not into a
Right.
sci-fi. That's not my area. I'm all hard, straight fantasy as my area.
Okay, interesting. I guess I see Scooby-Doo.
I loved it. I loved all the little witches characters and the broom was fun. They had goblins, they had ghouls, they had witches. It was ticking my boxes, man.
I guess like seeing Scooby-Doo next to like a pretty authentically drawn fairy is like, what is this? What acid trip is this movie? Like where like these seemingly incongruous elements are being poured together. It feels like a bootleg coloring in book you'd get in like on the street markets of like Malaysia or something, where they just throw a bunch of different IPs together.
The fairy was the hardest element to come to terms with, I think, because I feel like there's something about the illustration of the witches, the goblins, the ghouls, the what else did they have? Wizards. They're all human-esque. Like, and I think a lot of those like cultural lore around those creatures comes from racist stereotypes. So I think a lot of the time in like our cultural understanding of those kinds of critters, they are just other people that people are like, it's just sort of an ugly looking man. And then depending on what kind of story you're trying to tell, you can assign them powers, but it doesn't but with the fairy is like an inch tall and you're like, well, it doesn't fit in.
Yeah.
It doesn't blend.
That can't happen.
Yeah, that can't happen. Yeah, unapologetically like magical, I guess. There's no wiggle room to be like,
yeah, exactly.
This could be
nuance.
a person in a mask. It's like, no, there is a legitimate fairy in it. Well, you mentioned this before, Grace. I want to talk about it, that the inciting incident of this film is Shaggy and Scooby-Doo wreck the magic act of the villain of the film, who's a carnival magician, voiced by Wayne Knight. They do this by revealing he has a trapdoor on his stage where he would have disappeared into, and he's got a hole in his table where he can pop things out through. And the whole crowd boos this magician, and they walk out because it's not real magic. And I hate
just
this
mean.
because...
Me too. That was crazy. You're at a carnival, my guy.
Yeah, of course it's not real magic. What is the audience expecting? And then also, is this film asking me to side with the stoned heckler and his dog who ruined the stage performer's show? I'm sorry, but I'm not a stand-up comedian, but I've dabbled in the area enough to
Shaggy's the
100% sympathize with the showman.
It was like his Joker origin story. Like,
yeah, exactly. It's just, I guess like, it's so, I just felt angry watching Shaggy ruin it. Like, fuck off, dude. Fuck off. What are you doing?
yeah, you paid like $1 to get in here. Fucking, it's a tent, man. Like, he doesn't have enough fucking budget to do fancier tricks than this. This is his whole living. And then I didn't see the Joker, but from what I understand, a man gets humiliated at an open mic and starts killing people.
That's more or less it.
Which I'm surprised doesn't happen more often, to be honest. But I was like, I sympathize with this guy more than I sympathize with the Joker. Like, he was just trying to do his job, and now he's like, for no reason had his show ruined, and he's like, fuck this kid. I'm going to get a goblin scepter and blast him to smithereens. I'm like, yeah. Get him.
Yeah, fuck hecklers. I'm going to overthrow the mortal realm.
I'm going to risk being dragged into the void.
I also thought it was strange in this movie. There's a mechanic which feels like it's from a video game where Wallace Shawn, who's like a little elf thing, he gives Shaggy and Scooby a pack of magic cards which can temporarily change them into monsters. So it feels very much like, oh, you're playing the video game.
You need to stealth into...
Yeah, exactly. But they never use them on purpose. The only time they use them is when they get given them and they turn into monsters. And then there's a bit later on where they're throwing cards at the bad guys and they're like turning into different obstacles. And in fact, in this film, instead of using these very convenient cards, they opt to just dress up in disguise instead twice. Once when they encounter a werewolf, Scooby climbs inside Shaggy's shirt so it looks like he is also a werewolf, and toward the end of the film when they're trying to steal the Goblin scepter, they dress up as Daphne and Velma for the second time in 3 movies that we've seen them dress up as Daphne and Velma.
I liked it. I thought it felt more on brand for Shaggy and Scooby to fuck up so completely that they just returned to costume shop.
Yeah, totally. But why introduce the cards then? It's such a random plot mechanic.
I think that the magic shop guy didn't give them a full enough he was like, these are magic cards, use them when you need them. And usually in a story like this, use them when you need them means like, this will help you in a big fight. But it didn't. It was just costume cards. And if he'd said, these do costumes, they wouldn't have tried. They wouldn't have thrown them all out because they thought they might be weapons. It wasn't clear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's poor communication.
It's also worth noting for the second time in 3 movies as well, Daphne dresses up in a sexy cat outfit.
She loves it.
And I thought it was even sexier in this film than the last one. It's like
God, can it get any sexier? When's it gonna end?
Just give me a fucking break.
It's so funny to me because like Daphne and Velma are drawn essentially the same. Like they're drawn the only way women get drawn in cartoons, like in the 80s, is like they're thin and they've got tiny waists. So they've got the same illustration of body, but to illustrate that Velma is not the sexy one, they just dress her slightly more frumpily. But it's like they've got the same body. You put them in the same catsuit, they like look the same.
Yeah.
And she doesn't have glasses.
It's a bad franchise to be a brunette in.
Yeah. I think that before watching these movies, I had this Mandela effect memory of like Velma being like plus sized as well, but she's just as trim as Daphne.
Yeah, you're right. I guess I pictured her plus sized too, but she's never been fatter than Daphne.
No.
They're the exact same woman,
No,
but one
never.
of them has glasses and brown hair. That's how you differentiate between women.
I see.
Yeah. All the girls I know are just saved in my phone as like glasses brown hair.
I think as well though, like this may be less a comment on the sexism of the Scooby-Doo character creators and more just like they're not particularly creative because like really the only like dominant personalities in the whole cast is like Shaggy and maybe Scooby-Doo, but he's a dog. Like Fred's a pretty vapid character. We've discussed this before on this episode how like
That's true. Fred gets a bad one. This movie is like Fred's the most boring. Like more boring than how boring Fred is usually. Just nothing for Fred.
Yeah, nothing. Agreed.
It's funny, like, because the meme of Scooby-Doo is that, like, Daphne is always just the damsel in distress. But, you know, like, these movies started 20 years into the series. And so I don't think we've ever seen her as the damsel in distress. Unless it's, you know, like in the live-action movies where it's done ironically. In 18 films, we haven't seen her just fall into that role. And it's that... like every single film since the films began has been like, no, we can't just have her be the damsel in distress. We need to be showing off girl power, even as back in like the late 80s when they started.
We love girl power.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
The feminists are taking over.
We've been taking over.
They've been here the whole time. My last note before we start to open the floor or wrap things up or whatever we want to do is that this is the first movie since the original live action and the first animated movie since movie 3, in which Scrappy-Doo has appeared in the film.
Wait, where was Scrappy-Doo?
So in the climax of the film, when they are running away from all the ghouls and ghosts in the carnival, they run through a like one of those what is it? You throw darts at a thing in a carnival to win a big soft toy, and all the soft toys are Scrappy-Doo soft toys, and they like crash through the stand.
Oh hell yeah! I like that.
I remember us talking earlier, Richard, that Scrappy-Doo made a cameo appearance at some
made like
point.
an Easter egg appearance.
This must be it, right? Like this must be the last time we'll see Scrappy, who was in all the first 3 movies featured quite heavily.
So Goblin King is an Easter egg cameo, and then 13th Ghost he's mentioned.
He's mentioned. Very nice.
It feels like a very meta franchise where it's like, are these kids famous in their own universe as well? And it's like, sometimes it seems like they are, and sometimes it seems like they aren't.
Yeah.
And then in this movie, it didn't seem like they were, but then there was merch of Scrappy-Doo, so it's like, oh, maybe they are. It's unclear. I like
it's
it.
All
I like
very
that they
unclear.
just fuck with the whole thing. I hate like a finickiness around a cinematic universe. I'm like, fuck it, do whatever, man.
Yeah.
Get Tim Curry in there.
Just
fuck
what's Tim
around
Curry
with the
doing?
format.
Get him on board.
Get him on
Was he in the live action too? No, Rowan Atkinson.
No, Rowan Atkinson. It was a role written for Tim Curry.
Oh, was it really? Oh, that makes perfect sense.
He also has appeared in a Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost. So,
Tim Curry's awesome.
This is a second voice role. Although I mentioned this when we covered Witch's Ghost, he does not sound like Tim Curry in Witch's Ghost, but he's doing he's at his Tim Curryest in as the Goblin King, I think.
Yeah, because he got hot.
He really is. It's his perfect role. It's like he's just a little too young to have been the Goblin King in Labyrinth, but he would have been great as that too. He reads the audiobooks for a lot of the Garth Nix books. And the series of Unfortunate Events books.
That's so good.
He's so good. Like, he is an excellent audiobook narrator. Like, I know he's very good at other things also, but I feel like if I ever met him, I'd be just like, hey man, you make great audiobooks, and I appreciate you for that.
Because he had quite a bad stroke a few years ago and is now a wheelchair user, and doesn't seem very sort of, I don't think he can really talk much anymore, but there's like some really sweet videos from a few years ago, where maybe like 2020 or 2019, of like fans having a Zoom call with him, essentially just telling them how much they love him and how much they mean to him and stuff like that, and he can just like, crack a smile, and I think he can kind of, very slowly, very quietly get 1 or 2 lines out and just thanking people. And it's this, even though he's so slow to speak and everything, you can still tell that he's like quite quick-witted with the small things he is able to say. But he's an absolute treasure, and it's really sad to see him in that state.
He's such a, like, his voice is so special. Like, he's so like crisp and big in a way that is like so theatrical, and I love it. Anyway, sorry.
No, it's all good. Does anybody have any more thoughts on Scooby-Doo and the Goblin King before we wrap this thing up with a couple of games?
Let me look at my notes. I loved the songs.
Mm-hmm. Can you sing any for us?
The one that was like, who goes bump in the night? We go bump in the night. Like, it was very pro monster. I liked that.
That was good.
And the Goblin Rain.
Yeah.
Which I was like,
proud of who
everyone's being really mean to these goblins. They only get one night to go out. And everyone's like, we have to stop them. And it's like, they're going to go back in a second anyway. Like, let them live. Being unnecessarily cruel to people who are trapped for most of the year. There was like a Polar Express moment.
Yeah, they got on a flying train.
Like a bone train turned up. And once again, the magic shop owner had no communication skills, because he was like, make sure you come back before sunrise or you'll be trapped forever. And then Shaggy was like, how do we get back? And he was like, oh, that's a good point, actually. I hadn't thought of that. And then they just go. And then it just doesn't become a problem.
Yeah, signposting like, then this will be their final trial, but then they just do get back.
They make it back well in time. It's still very dark outside. It's the longest night of all time.
Yeah, very early in the evening. Grace, when is your birthday, if I may ask?
27th of February, 1998.
27th of February. We've got a thing that we've been doing with our guests called the Scooby-Doo Villain Horoscope, where I can tell you which Scooby-Doo villain debuted in an episode that came out on your birthday.
Oh, hell yeah.
So what was it, February, what'd you say, February what?
27th.
27th. Well, Grace, I'm delighted to tell you that the Scooby-Doo villain which debuted on your birthday is the Swamp Monster from Be Cool Scooby-Doo Season 1, Episode 18, Saga of the Swamp Beast in 2016. So you're
a Swamp Monster is some classic Scooby-Doo shit.
Of course, yeah.
It's niche. It's non-branded. No one has intellectual property on Swamp Monster. That is...
yeah, they're really going to be digging deep into
vague.
Yeah.
Swamp Monster could mean anything, man.
Yeah, not the Swamp Thing or the creature from the Black Lagoon. We're not saying any of that.
Or the lady in the lake.
No, it's just a Swamp Monster. Awesome. Well, the last thing we'd love to do with you, Grace, and I feel like I should start saying that you can just not participate because I don't know if all the guests have been keen on this. But we have a leaderboard with all the guests who have been on and are going to be on the show so far. Well, what I'm going to do in a moment, I'm going to ask you to do a Scooby-Doo impression. And if you can do a Scooby-Doo impression, you will give you a total of 3, out of 3 points. We'll then ask you to do a Shaggy impression, and if that gets a high enough score, we'll ask you to do an impression of any Scooby-Doo character or a Hanna-Barbera character you like. There is a leaderboard for all the other guests so far, so would you like to participate? We have had one did not attempt so far, so
who was that?
Feel free to. That was Pickle Darling, the Christchurch musician.
Okay. I feel like I've never done an impression in my life.
Well, what better place, what great content that will be 7-8 hours into a podcast.
I want to stress that my hill that I die on with Scooby-Doo is that Velma is autistic as shit. That is an autistic woman. She's also probably a lesbian, but
well, that gets confirmed in one of the later movies.
Oh, really?
The most recent movie,
right.
yeah.
Hell yeah. But yeah, she's so autistic. I loved that she was just completely out of commission because her worldview was challenged. Like, she was just like, I have to lie down. I'm not a part of the gang this episode, guys. I'm out. The concept of magic is too much for me. But I was an autistic child, so I did do like echolalia, which I didn't realize what it was at the time, but it's like you repeat stuff that you hear, but I did it with stand-up. Like, I did it with other people's stand-up. Like, I would hear their set.
What a beautiful origin story.
Something about someone's line would just really itch my brain in a way that I loved saying it over and over again. Which is why whenever people, I can just like recite like fucking Will Anderson bits from 2014 and people are like, why? I'm like, I don't know, man, it was important to me. But that's...
So are you saying all this because you can or can't do a Scooby-Doo impression?
I want to preempt that I've never tried to do an impression, but I have like done that. But I'll participate. I'm in. Okay.
Okay. All right.
What
Give us a Scooby-Doo.
Okay.
Give us your best Scooby-Doo.
So the dog.
The dog character.
Scooby-Doo.
That was pretty good. That was nice. I think we'll give you... How many points shall we award, Richard, for that?
Ooh. I'll leave this one to you, Jet.
I'm going to go...
I insulted our last guest by giving an honest rating.
I feel like I'm always getting roasted by you, Richard. I've only done this podcast twice. Can't catch a compliment.
I'm gonna give you 1.5 for that, and I'm gonna
I was gonna give 1.5, but I thought that was I would sound too mean. So
that's why I did my preemptive "I'm not an impressionist" rant.
All right, well, Shaggy's definitely the harder impression. So can you give us a Shaggy? You could say, like Zoink Scoob, we gotta get the zombie king, the Goblin King.
Like, Zoink Scoob? I can't do it. I can't.
How about this? How about I will do a Shaggy impression because you said that you're good at like mimicking. Would that help if I tried first and you followed me? All right.
Let's find out.
Like Zoink Scoob, we gotta get the Goblin King.
Like Zoinks. No, I still can't do
Grace
it.
looks very impressed.
That was a really good impression, though.
Thank you so much.
All right, AJ, that's 2 points for you.
Oh, thank you. Well, we'll give you a point for a passable Scooby, which puts you on the leaderboard, not in last place.
Who's in last place?
You are in second to last place.
Okay.
Pickle Darling, but you are between you are on the board between Pickle Darling and Dr. Aaron Harrington. So, congratulations.
How did James Musterpig do?
He got
I've never
4
heard him do
points.
impressions.
He did a great Scooby, and I've written in the notes attempted Shaggy. So
A lot of attempted Shaggies in the leaderboard.
yeah, absolutely. Not a lot of people get to the wild card impression at the end. For those wondering, and current top...
I feel like I could do Velma better. She's my area, you know.
Okay, do you want to give... I'll allow a Velma impression if you want.
I said that very confidently. It's like...
You said that as if you were ready to do one.
I know. Oh, my glasses. I can't see without my glasses.
Okay. All right. I'll give you another point for that, I think. Which puts you... that puts you even with Andy Matthews at 2.5 points.
Oh, hell yeah. We're in a personal feud at home, so that'll be good.
Oh, wow.
Ah,
well,
excellent.
Andy showed us a kangaroo to get a
He
point.
doesn't know about the feud. Oh.
Yeah.
That does get a point, to be honest. They're a magnificent creature.
For those playing at home, the top of the leaderboard is still currently Alasdair Tremblay-Birchall with 7.5 points, followed closely behind by Alexi Toliopoulos.
Oh,
so,
that checks out, yeah.
Yeah.
What are Australians on this list?
Yeah, we do have Kiwis and Americans guest starring, but maybe a little peek behind the curtain here is that when you invite a bunch of people to be on your marathon podcast, you don't get to choose who's going to say yes, who's going to say no, who's never going to reply. And I guess Australia just was kinder to us maybe than we were expecting.
They're not busy.
Yeah, there you go. Grace, thank you once again for joining us on this journey. If people want to find you on the internet, where can they look for you?
You can look for me on Twitter and Instagram. At Grace Jarvis Oh No, and TikTok also, against my will. Seems to be the only way to be a stand-up comedian now. Hell, horror. And also, if you're in Melbourne for Melbourne Comedy Festival, or you're in, I don't know about Sydney yet, probably Sydney, Wellington or Auckland for the New Zealand Comedy Festival, or Edinburgh, I'm doing a show called This is the Last Goldfish That I'm Going to Eat for You. It's about all the stuff I did to try and make friends as a kid, because I didn't realize I had autism. And I was like, this is impressive, right? And they're like, it is not. If I could have done a Shaggy impression, I would have been doing it all day long. I would have been like, this will make me cool. So yeah, come out and see live comedy.
Awesome. Please. Well, hey, thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for having me.
And let's move forward, Richard. We've got a little place called Japan to visit next for Scooby-Doo and the Samurai Sword.
Very cool.
Oh, I thought you had a Japanese guest. That's not as exciting.
No, but we're going to do Japanese accents, right, AJ?
Oh, good. Yeah, I shudder to think what the Australian accents would have been like on that Down Under Scooby-Doo episode.
Yeah. Bad.
Horrible. Yeah, I bet. Americans are like, this is what you sound like, and I'm like, it is not, my friend.
Yeah.
No American has ever gotten an Australian or a New Zealand accent right, and I will die on that hill.
Well, at least Australia has like broad coverage. Americans have heard like one New Zealand accent in their entire lives,
and it was an American doing one.
Yeah, it's such a weird like. Oh my god!
Well, everyone just thinks the New Zealand accent is Korg from 4.
Yeah,
that it's just
which is actually a racist accent to do if you're not
Don't
of
do
the
that
culture.
To us. And Anthony Hopkins. Actually, you're Anthony Hopkins, world's fastest Indian. That's the one exception.
Yeah, exactly.
I reckon he did a pretty good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.